Go crazy. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Facebook. Good morning, YouTube. How are you? We are here live on Zoom. And if you're watching us on Facebook or on Zoom, or if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, the question I have for you is, why are you not here live on Zoom? Go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Get yourself a Zoom link and come join us here. And then in the comments say, hey, I just joined you from Facebook. I just joined you from YouTube. Okay. Because we have an amazing, amazing, amazing day set up for us. So let me get started by introducing myself. My name is Deneen White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite and the president of talent services for Truth Management. And I am going to be your host for this weekend. We are so excited for this boot camp. Do you want to know why we're so excited? If you want to know why we're so excited, type excited in the comments. If you want to know why we're so excited, let me tell you why. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but it's November 5th. What does that mean? That means, holy mackerel, 2022 is all, can you believe that 2022 is almost over? Like whenever I was talking to someone yesterday, I was like, she was like, what's the date? I was like, November 4th. I was like, it's November 4th. How did that even happen? So the reason we're so excited about this weekend is because the year is almost over. And that may sound a little bit crazy. You might be like, no, why would you be excited that the year's almost over? Because you know what? That means that we have the opportunity for the next 2 months to finish out 2022. We're not finishing out to finish out 2022 with a bang in momentum. If you guys want to be in momentum, type momentum in the comments. So let me explain to you why you want to be in momentum. The reason that you want to be in momentum going into the next year by ending this year strong is because, have any of you ever tried to move something that's not moving at all? Like imagine you had a huge rock and you wanted to push it, but it's not moving. Is it easy to start something that's not moving, or is it difficult? Type that in the comments. Is it easy or difficult to something that's absolutely immobile? Is that easy or hard? It's hard, right? If something is not moving, it's difficult to move it. So if you want 2023 to be the best year of your entire life, what you need to do is you need to start moving now in 2022. Does that make sense to everyone? If that makes sense, type makes sense in the comments. If that makes sense, type makes sense in the comments. Because what I'm going to do throughout this whole weekend is I'm going to ask you to keep moving, okay? We're going to ask you to move. We're going to ask you to answer questions. And the reason I'm asking you to answer questions is not because I want you guys to edify me. It's because when you say yes to yourself, when you say yes to something I'm asking you, or if you answer, it's searing it into your brain. You're making a decision to start your next year in momentum. So this weekend is going to be absolutely amazing. We have a ton of amazing guest speakers that are going to be on this weekend with us. And let's just, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview of what we're going to be doing today. So today is what we like to call Foundation Day. So today we're going to set the foundation for everything tomorrow. Tomorrow is Transformation Day. Okay. So today we're setting the foundation. Is it okay if we set the foundation not only for you to be in momentum, but for you to have the best year of your life in 2023? If that's okay, type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. If you're ready to have the best year of your life, type a 1 in the comments. Awesome. So today what we're going to do is we're going to have some amazing speakers. We're going to have a speaker who his one-man show just premiered in Hollywood a couple weeks ago. Okay. He worked with people like 50 Cent, William Dafoe, Laura San Giacomo, Nile Rodgers, Barry Shabaka Henley. He's going to be coming on and he's going to be teaching you the importance of improv. Now you might be thinking, why do I need to know improv? I don't want to be a comedian. Let me tell you something. Every area of your life can be improved by knowing how to do improv. Okay. So you're going to have the opportunity to learn how to say yes to opportunities right from the beginning, because you know what? Have you ever been on stage or have you ever witnessed someone and you're trying to go back and forth with them, or you see the actors and there's a struggle going on. Has any of you ever witnessed like an actor struggling? You can raise your hands. I know I have. Even when I watch some movies, I was watching a movie recently. I was like, you know what? They're professionals, but there's like obviously some kind of struggle going on. That's because they don't know the basic tenets of improv. They don't know how to interact with the person that they're co-starring with. Okay, you're going to learn that today. You're going to learn the professional keys of success. How many of you want to be successful? Hold on, let me ask you a better question. How many of you want to be even more successful? If you want to be more successful, type more in the comments. If you want to be more successful, type more in the comments. Because let me tell you something. If you're on here today, you're already successful. Do you know why? You showed up for yourself. You showed up for yourself today. So if you want to be more successful, we're going to teach you how to be even more successful than you already are. Not only in acting, modeling, and music, but in life. Okay? Then we're going to hear from the one and only fan favorite, Mr. Ryan Colby, and he's going to explain to you why he's looking for new talent. Like he's always looking for new talent, and he's going to tell you what he's looking for. How many of you want to know what an agent's actually looking for? Raise your physical hands. If you want to know what an agent's actually looking for, raise your physical hands. Well, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from Ryan Colby today. He is an agent who works not only in Los Angeles and New York, but he places models internationally. Okay, so he's going to tell you what he's looking for in talent, why he's always on the lookout for new talent. We had a call last night with an agent who was talking about that with our inner circle. He was talking about how every day he's looking for new talent, but he has specific requirements. Okay, so you're going to learn about that today. You're going to learn, how many of you how many of you know that you're a model? Raise your hands. Okay, for those of you that didn't raise your hands, I have great news for you. Today, you're going to learn why you are a model and exactly what type of modeling you qualify for. How many of you know that when you go to sit down with an agent, when you go to sit down to do any kind of contract negotiations, knowing what you bring to the table makes you a better negotiator? How many of you realize that? Yes, type yes or yes in the comments. So what we're going to do today is we're going to show you exactly what type of model you are, what type of modeling you qualify for. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, right. I remember when I first learned about this, I was talking about this yesterday with Michael, who's a co-founder of VIP Ignite. I was like, I remember when I first started, I thought that models were really tall and skinny. I was so confused. But now, having done this now for the past couple of years, I've really learned exactly what models are. It blows my mind every time. We're going to hear from one of our agents who literally places talent on some of the biggest shows. How many of you are Power fans? Raise your hands. How many of you are This Is Us fans? Raise your hands. How many of you are fans of everything in between those two genres? Raise your hand. She's literally placed talent on the biggest shows that you've watched. Okay, she's going to come on, and she and Alicia are going to do a hot seat. Alicia's going to put her on the hot seat, and you're going to find out exactly what she's looking for in talent. You're going to learn a lot about the business side of being a part of the entertainment industry. We're going to have an entrepreneur who literally built himself from nothing to being a megastar in the entrepreneurial field. He's going to talk about the hero's journey. And again, if you're sitting here and you're like, why do I want to know about entrepreneurship? Guys, this is show business. We're not here just to tickle your ears. We're here to teach you about the business of the business. Okay. And what he's going to do is he's going to talk to you about the hero's journey. How many of you have ever watched a movie that was like, oh, boy meets girl, they fall in love, they lived happily ever after? How many of you, if you would sign up to watch that movie, let me know. Or do you like movies that have a little drama in them? If you like a little drama, type drama in the comments. Type drama in the comments. That would be the world's most boring movie, right? Like snooze fest. Oh, I'm glad you have a great life. No, there has to be a little bit of drama. So what he's going to talk about is he's going to talk about what it takes, what the hero's journey is, and why it's so important to you. Then at the end of the day, I love it, but give me the drama. Yeah, no, love it all, but give me, yeah, every movie that you watch, whether it's a romantic comedy, whether it's a superhero movie, whether it's a Shakespearean piece, it all has drama. It all has the hero's journey. So you're going to learn about that today. And then, how many of you want to consistently earn more money? Raise your hands. If you want to consistently earn more money, raise your hands. I know we all do, right? So what we're going to do to cap our day today is we are going to hear from someone who is actually a neurosurgeon. You're like, oh gosh, they have entrepreneurs and neurosurgeons. What did I thought this was about acting and modeling, right? It's okay. You have to trust the process. But what we're going to learn, we're going to hear from a neurosurgeon today, and she's going to teach you about how to change your mindset so that you can get all of those things that you want. Because how many of you know sometimes you're your own worst enemy? You don't raise your hand for that one. I'll raise my hand for that one myself. Okay. Because I know sometimes I'm like right on the cusp of something amazing and I'm like, no. Okay. But we're going to hear from someone who is going to show you how to make small changes in your brain that will result in huge changes, because 2023 is going to be a year of momentum. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about momentum. So in the comments, what I want you guys to do is type, what are some ways that you think that you can get yourself into momentum? What are some ways that you can get into momentum? And what does momentum mean to you? Because I want us for this weekend, I want us to all have the same definition. So what does momentum mean to you? Type it in the comments. So for me, using the resources, I'll just using the resources I have, pushing forward, progress. Okay, no, that's all good. Forward progress, don't give up. Hi, Nicholas, I didn't see you on there. That's awesome. Forward progress, motivational discipline, right? Yeah. For me, it's the speed to move forward, staying focused on completing any task laid before me. Momentum is traction we gain to go further and faster in our lives. I love that. Finding out what is hidden in me. I like that, Jen. That's awesome. Investing in yourself. That's awesome. And energy. I love that. So what are some ways that you can get yourself into momentum? What are some ways you can get yourself into momentum? And let's talk about pertaining to the acting and to the entertainment industry. Keeping a constant pace without letting obstacles stop you, right? Being in the right network, getting off your rear end. That's so true. You can't get in momentum if you're sitting in your house waiting for someone to knock on your door, right? Putting yourself out there, true confidence. Yeah. Working out physically, mentally, and spiritually. I like that. Putting in the work. Start your journey and keep a rhythm and discipline, working every day at least an hour toward your materials. That's really good, Alma. Believing it's possible, your health, practice. Yeah, no, all these things are amazing. I love all of your answers. For us here at VIP Ignite, one of the ways that we like to maintain momentum is by our network. How many of you ever heard that your net worth equals your network? Alicia says this all the time, and I'm sure that you'll hear this multiple times throughout the course of the weekend, but your net worth equals your network. So in life, there are times where you have to put yourself out there. You have to go out and you have to grow your network. You have to be surrounding yourself with the right people. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of my story and why when I'm telling you this is me telling you that this is why I'm standing in front of you. So about 6 years ago, I used to work in a dental office. I still can't imagine. I can remember my life as working in the dental office, but it still like boggles my mind that I used to work in a dental office. And I was friends with Michael Fompkin, who is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. You'll meet him a little bit later today as well. And he called me one day and he knew I wasn't really happy in my job. And he was like, hey, Denise, what are you doing? And I was like, literally at work on my phone. I was like, I'm working. What do you think I'm doing? He was like, well, I have a challenge for you. And I was like, okay, What's this challenge? He said, I want you to host a podcast for my company. And I was like, you want me to do what? He's like, I want you to host the podcast for my company. And I was like, okay, so let's talk about this. You do know I'm an introvert, right? He was like, yeah. You do know I'm painfully shy, right? He's like, and I said, I've never hosted a podcast before. He was like, uh-huh. And then I was like, and I know nothing about the entertainment industry. Like I've watched some movies, but that's my base of knowledge. He was like, oh, what? So you're not up for the challenge? And I was like, literally my palms were sweating. I was like, of course I'm up for the challenge. I'm German and Italian. You could challenge me to anything and I'm going to run the race. So 2 days later, I find myself hosting a podcast with the former art director of Vogue and a model live. This wasn't like a podcast that, hold on, let's start over. This was live, like live on radio. And I was like, I guess I'm doing this. I guess I host a podcast. And the reason I'm telling you this is not to impress you, but to impress upon you that everything that you want is on the other side of you saying yes to an opportunity, even if it makes no freaking sense. Okay. So after that podcast, I had the opportunity to interview multiple, like so many talent, so many amazing talent. I had the opportunity to interview the man who discovered Lady Gaga. Can we all say thank you for discovering Lady Gaga? I've had the opportunity to interview Broadway investors, like literally when you go to Broadway and you see like all the lights and the glitz and the glamour, the people responsible for that. I had the opportunity to interview the man who I hold responsible for 50 Cent's acting career. He gets a little embarrassed and but let me tell you something. And I've had the opportunity to literally travel the world, meet childhood idols. Alicia can tell you this story.
Best story ever.
Okay, so growing up, I was a super nerd, and I still kind of am a little nerdy, but whatever. And she's like, okay, Deneen, I need you to call Dan Lauria. I was like, excuse me. And if you guys don't know who he is, he was the father in the Wonder Years. He was also in a show that Alicia and Michael produced called Dinner with the Boys. And I was like,
he wrote Bronx Tale, Deneen.
He wrote Bronx Tale.
Yeah, he's pretty badass.
And she has a picture of me. And she was like, you need to call him right now. I'm like, I need to call what? She's like,
yeah, I said, call his cell phone. He's waiting for you. And you're like, wait, who?
I'm sweating just thinking about the story now. So again, I'm not telling you this to impress. By the way, I taught him how to use Zoom and the pitch man of Hollywood how to use Zoom.
Well, they didn't know, Deneen. When the pandemic happened, everybody had to shift and adapt. So you watched some of the greatest through Zoom, and you had the patience of an angel, because Lord knows I don't.
So the reason I'm telling you all of this is that if I hadn't said yes to Mike scaring the living daylights out of me by hosting a podcast, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. I've literally had the opportunity to travel the world. And again, I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm saying this to impress upon you that there are going to be points, even over the course of the next 2 days, where we're going to ask you to do something that's going to scare the living daylights out of you. For some of you, you want to be actors and models, but you're hiding in your black boxes. Like if I look here, like over half of you don't even have your cameras on. This is for the entertainment. I can see you, Samantha. Hi, thank you. I love your purple hair. I used to have bright purple hair too. Half of you don't even have your cameras on. Blessing Lee here is rolling sushi, kicking butt on camera. Okay. Oh, hi, Carmen. I didn't see you log in. How are you? See, so now I'm looking at all of your beautiful faces. It's awesome to see so many amazing people. But hi, Tony. How are you? Hi, Cynthia. Hi, Stephanie. Okay, I'll come back and say hi to everyone in a couple minutes. But the reason I'm telling you this story is not because I wanted to impress you, but we're going to ask you to do some scary stuff over the next 2 days. We're going to ask you to unmute when a major Hollywood agent is on to ask a question. We're going to ask you maybe to do some improv in a couple minutes when our next speaker comes on. We're going to ask you to say yes to yourself. And when we ask you to say yes to yourself, you're increasing your network. So when I worked in the dental industry, I knew all the dentists pretty much on the East Coast. But what was it getting me? It wasn't getting me anywhere. It wasn't building my confidence. It wasn't getting me to help people, because one of my core values is to help people. And you can ask pretty much anyone who's on the Zoom who's ever met me before, like I will give everything. But when I worked in the dental office, the only thing I was giving was root canals. And I wasn't doing the root canals. It wasn't that kind of dental office, but I wasn't able to give back and live my best life because my network was small. My network was a bunch of dentists who are all grumpy. Okay. And if you're a dentist, not all dentists are grumpy, but in my experience, the ones that I worked with were. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to understand. Over the course of the next couple of days, we're going to ask you to do some scary stuff. And the reason we're going to ask you to do some scary stuff is not because we just want to terrorize you, but because we want you to grow. Because your network is your net worth. Type that in the comments. My network is my net worth. Type that in the comments right now. My network is my net worth. How many of you right now have a network that is growing you? How many of you have a network that you can call, literally pick up your phone, and you can get anyone on the phone that can snap their fingers in 30 seconds or less and change your life? I know a couple of us can, but if that's not you, I'm not saying that to shame you. I'm saying that to let you know that everything you want, everything you need is on the other side of your opportunity. When you hear from the agents, you're going to hear that the people that they want to work with are people that they know and people that they like. Are you likable? Are you someone that's good to work with? Do you show up on time? Do you show up for yourself? Because that's how you grow your network. I'm not standing here because I was starstruck. Oh my gosh. And I'm standing here because I showed up for myself. Alicia's sitting here, the co-founder of this company, to this day, because she shows up for herself. We've sent her on some scary freaking missions too. If you think that unmuting yourself on a Zoom is scary, she's going to tell you stories later that will curl your hair of the things we've asked her to do the last couple of weeks. Michael.
And you wonder why I drink so much coffee. I'm always ready to go. The obstacle is the way. Always. Yep.
Michael, who you're going to meet later today, he's where he is because he showed up for himself in some scary situations. He's someone who likes to be in the background a lot. He had to show up for himself the other day because he got an award, a lifetime achievement for the entertainment industry award. So when he comes on, I want you guys to congratulate him. But it's all because of the network that they've built. Alicia and Michael started this company. They had 0 connections, but they built their network one person at a time. One of the next people that you're going to hear from literally is pretty much the foundation of everything that we do here at VIP Ignite. It was from that connection that it grows and grows and grows. So in order for you to be a momentum, I want you to understand that you have to build your network, because the people that you surround yourself with are the people that's going to show you where you're going. So, and we've all had to go and we've all had to prune our trees, right? Have any of you ever had to prune your friend tree of people that are like, oh my gosh, you know what? Why are you doing this? When I left the dental industry, one of my best friends worked in the same office I did. And she got so upset with me because I was leaving the dental industry. I'm like, but I'm not happy. You know that I'm miserable. And she's like, well, I don't know why you're doing this. This is stupid. You have benefits, you have a good job. I'm like, but I'm not happy. How many of you have people in your life like that? They're like, oh, and they do it out of the best of their heart. They're not doing it because they're malicious. They're literally doing it because that's all that they know.
I call it the safers. They like to play it safe.
Yeah.
They don't like to see people take risks because the only way you can gain is by literally going and facing your worst fears about giving up everything. You have to take risks in life.
Yeah. You have to take risks and you have to surround yourself by people that are willing to do that. Okay. And that's what this weekend is about. This weekend is about that. This weekend is about momentum. The reason that we're starting off and I'm going all in on the word momentum is I want you, as you're going through and you are hearing from all of the different speakers, I want you to think, okay, how would knowing this person help me be in momentum? How would knowing this person help me be in momentum? But Don't be a taker. Think about how can I add to this person's life to help them get into even more momentum. Okay, because momentum is a give and take as well. When you are networking with people on this level, it's not only me, 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 me. Don't be a minion. We're not minions here. If you're a minion here, if you're someone who just thinks that your knight in shining armor is going to ride in and carry you off into the sunset and your whole life is going to be amazing, you're on the wrong call. That's not what this is about. But if you're willing to say yes to things that scare the crap out of you, then you're on the right call. If you're willing to put the work in, then you're on the right call. If you're willing to show up for yourself, then you're on the right call. If you're willing and ready to add value to other people, you're on the right call. If you're looking for a community of people who are going to help push you forward when you can't walk on your own, you're in the right place. If you're willing to be a part of a community of people where you're going to see someone who needs help getting out of that fear place and help move them forward in your moments of strength, you're in the right place. Because that's what we're about. We're not about takers. We're not about people who think they're just going to show up and be famous because they're pretty. Because you know what? There are a lot of amazingly beautiful people in the world that are working in dental offices, that are working as accountants. And that's awesome. God bless you. That's awesome. But if you're ready to be one of those crazy people that goes and chases after your dreams like it's your job, because it is, then you're in the right place. Okay, so Brian, you look so much like my nephew, Nicholas. It's freaking me out right now. Every time I'm looking at you, I feel like I'm talking to my nephew. I'm sorry, it's a great character here, but I'm like I literally, I'll show you a picture later. Anyway, so it just freaked me out for a moment. All right, guys. So are you guys ready to take action? If you're ready to take action, type action in the comments. If you're ready to take action, type action in the comments. Because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for action takers. If you're just going to sit here and be passive, then you know what? That's great. You can sit and enjoy, get a lot of information, but we're looking for action takers. We're looking for people who are in momentum. We're looking for people who are ready to end 2022 as the best 2 months of the whole entire year. And we're looking for people that are going to kick booty in 2023. Okay. That's my expectation of you. Is it okay if I have that expectation of you? Is it okay if I have high expectations? If yes, type a 1 in the comments. If it's okay for me to
plant the seeds today, Deneen, for a greater tomorrow. It starts today.
I know.
You want 2023 to kick ass? Well, you started in 2022.
Yep.
You got to have a plan. You got to have stuff in the works.
And that's what we're doing. We're going to set a framework for you. This weekend, you're going to get a framework. We're going to give you the tools and resources that you need. Because here at VIP Ignite, what we do is we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. So if you guys are ready for that, then you are in the right place. And before I introduce our next speaker, this is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to stand up for a moment. I warned everyone that this was not a pants-free party, so I want everyone to stand up. So I want you to just stand up, and I just want you to move around a little bit, okay? Just move around, get yourself shaken. Shake it up a little bit, move it around. We'll do something more orchestrated later, but I just want you guys up and moving a little bit. All right. Move, yeah. Stretch a little bit, do what you gotta do. Okay. Now I want you guys to sit down, and I want you to take a sip of water. Or if you're like me, take a gulp of water, drink like a half a quart right now. That's what I do. All right, guys. So I'm going to introduce you to our first guest speaker. Are you guys ready? Hold on. I'm going to give you guys a little hint. When I ask you, are you guys ready? I want to see that you're ready. Are you guys ready for our first speaker? Yes. Okay. My neighbor's like, what's going on over there? So let me introduce you to our first speaker. He has lectured at the Yale School of Medicine. He has produced theater and live events with 50 Cent, Nile Rodgers, Laura San Giacomo, Willem Dafoe, Barry Shabaka Henley, and many, many more. He is a member of SAG, the Dramatists Guild, and the Directors Guild. He was a featured poet at the 2022 Whitney Biennial and now is in the permanent collection at the Whitney Museum. He debuted off-Broadway both as a playwright and actor with a 10-week solid sold-out run at the Cherry Lane Theater. His new show, Everything in New York Goes Bang, premiered on October 25th in Hollywood. He has coached and co-written over 50 TEDx talks. He has made live television guest appearances on The View, ABC Nightline News, The Today Show, BBC Television, and his work on stage and TV has received critical acclaim and been featured in The New York Times, The Wall Street Journal, The LA Times, Vogue Magazine, GQ, and many more. His company, Galinsky Coaching, works with incarcerated teens at the infamous Rikers Island and various state prisons and jails. Can you please give a very warm welcome to the one and only Mr. Robert Galinsky.
Woo!
Galinsky!
Who we just saw in LA, like not even 2 weeks ago.
I know.
Where is he? I'm gonna.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Hello,
Galinsky.
Mr. Galinsky. How are you?
I'm good. You can hear me? It's all good?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Cool. I've got my disappearing act with my hair. One of those
That's so crazy.
one of those talents you get when you have been in entertainment forever. Hi. So good to be here. Thanks for having me, you guys. I really love being able to share what I know and learn. So I'm going to set this up like this. I want to leave time for question and answer and a decent amount of time, because once you have a sense of who I am and what I do, then you'll have more of a understanding of what kind of questions you want to ask. So I'm not just going to be doing a one-way dump on you of what I know and what I think, because some of that stuff might not be a pressing question for you. And that's part of what VIP, this organization, allows for, is a two-way conversation, as opposed to just somebody coming up and lecturing. And that's great, lecturing, but sometimes they lecture and they go into an area and you're sitting there going, or for me anyway, I'm sitting there going, that's cool, but that's, you know, that's not addressing my real specific questions, my needs, and what I need to know. So I know you all have specific questions and needs. So a little background on me, a couple of tips and tools that I'll give you. And then from there, I want to go Q&A. And if that's okay with you, Deneen, with that format,
That's great.
okay, cool. Because as Deneen and Alicia and Mike have pointed out time and time again, you're here to understand how this business works, to get exposed to people who are in this business, so you can then go and grow. And you have to be aggressive. You have to ask questions and you have to try and fail in order to get to the next level. So that's why, again, I'm not just going to blather like I am right now. I am going to for a few minutes, but then I'm going to open it up two ways. So you got a little bit of my bio. I'm not going to tell you much more. You can ask me any question you want about what I do, who I've come in contact with, what those interactions are like. It's really interesting as you start to get more into the business. You understand that you know, when I first started, I did not know that you will see the same people over and over and over again. Like I used to audition and that was it. I thought, all right, I'll never see that casting director again. Or, no, you're going to see them over and over and over again. So every little micro impression that you make is super key, super key. And my example of that is I auditioned for a woman named Meredith, and she has a company called AmeriFilms Casting. And I auditioned for something, didn't get the part. And this was when I was at the stage of, well, I didn't get the part. I don't know when I'll ever see her again, blah, blah, blah. 10 months later, I get an email saying, and a phone call saying, hey, there's an actor, or a hip hop artist named Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. And they were like, who the heck this guy is? You know, they were in their little TV bubble. But he's got an audition for a film with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. And we saw your headshot in our files, and you look a little bit like Robert De Niro. So would you come in and read and be Robert De Niro at this rehearsal? I said, sure, great. They call me up a day later and say, we were wrong. It's not this guy, P. Diddy. It's a guy named 50 Cent. So this was before 50 was doing any acting. And I was like, great. So I met 50 Cent. We did a little rehearsal and with the director. And then he pulled me aside and he said, yo, man, you're really good. Will you coach me? And I said, sure. You will pay me. And he said, sure. So lesson number one, as much as you want to give to get, you also have to ask. And if he had said, no, man, but you can use my name to promote your business and your personality, I probably would have done it anyway, but I got paid. So I got paid. We did 3 or 4 sessions of auditioning, some really fun, interesting stories within that. I'm not going to jump into them unless you ask, but he got the part with De Niro. He got the part with Pacino. And yes, somebody texted in the chat, righteous kill. We then went on to do some more readings together, private table readings, where he entrusted me to direct the readings with him and other people. And my point of telling the story is I thought that audition I did a year earlier was a failure. I didn't get the part. Well, a year later, they remembered me. And they remembered me not just because maybe I resembled De Niro at the time, but they remembered me because I was a decent person when I walked in there. I had good communication skills. And they were like, oh, this guy is not a nightmare or a train wreck to bring in. Let's bring him in. So you just don't know. Like earlier, Deneen said, you're planting seeds constantly. You're planting seeds today. Look amongst you right now when you look in these little video boxes, and you're going to see people that you're going to collaborate with if you stay in this business 2 months from now, 6 months from now, 2 years from now. And you're going to be like, oh my God, remember those days when we were on those VIP calls and we went through that training? Oh my God, it was amazing. And you're going to be rubbing elbows with each other. And I guarantee you, a good percentage of you will be sticking to it. I will also guarantee you a good percentage of the people that are on right now will do something different. You may find out, because you are investing in yourself the time to see where this can take you, you will find out, some of you, it may not be for you. But that's great. But you can't find that out unless you invest the time to know what this is all about and what you have to offer the world. So I'm going to give you some quick tools right now. And one more thing before I do, I just came back from Los Angeles. And again, another little quick story. In August of this year, early August, I docked my city bike into a city bike dock. And if you know what those are, they're the rental bikes. They have these little docks all over the city, and you can push the bike in. You can swipe the bike and get it out, do your ride on a rental, and then you can push it back into the dock. And they really bang when they go in. So I pushed it into the dock. And in my head, I went, wow, everything in New York goes bang. And I'm a writer. And so I immediately was like, holy crap, that's a riff. That's a refrain. I ran upstairs and wrote this poem, Everything in New York Goes Bang. And it's 5 stanzas long. And it then inspired me to go, you know what, that's the title of a show. That's the opening piece of this show. So I got online. I found the theater that I did a show in LA 2 years ago. And I called them up. And I said, look, it's August, but I want to book a one-night event at your place. I want to try a brand new one-person show, late October. We found a date. I gave them a deposit, and I booked a show. One of my teachers taught me, and this is a freaking great note for you right now. If you are thinking about doing a show, the most important thing you can do is put a date on a calendar, book the venue, and now you got to do the show. Nothing else matters now except that. If you don't have a date booked in a venue, then you don't have a show, you don't have a deadline, you don't have something to work towards. So as soon as you put it in the calendar and you tell anybody and you put a deposit on the space, or you get the space free, and you're like, that's it, November 18th, Friday night at 8 o'clock, that's when I'm doing my show, it's booked. Boom, now you got every day until that day to get it together, and you're driven. So I put a date on that, I booked the theater. And then I bit my nails. And then I said, what the hell did I do? And then I freaked out about everything: the script, the songs, the text, the music, the PR, the set design, the director, everything, the stage manager. So But if I hadn't put that date on there, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have been driven. So I'm also telling you this because I want you to know, no one called me up and said, Robert, go do a show. No one called me up and said, hey, we got a theater for you, Robert. Why don't you come do the show? I did that myself. And so when people were congratulating me, wow, you got a show, I was kind of like, they think they're congratulating me because LA asked me to come out there. You know, they don't know they're congratulating me for my own chutzpah, my own oomph, my own go-getterness to go put something on a calendar and make it happen. You don't have to do a 1-hour show like I did. Put something on a calendar, find a poetry reading, find an open mic somewhere, find, you know, what's the date? Today's November 5th, November 12th, a week from tonight, Saturday at 8 o'clock, there's an open mic 2 blocks away from you, 10 blocks away, or 2 towns away from you. Put it on your calendar, book the gig, make sure you sign up ahead of time if they let you. Boom. Now you got from now until the 12th to get your crap together and go do 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 6 minutes, doesn't matter. You're exercising all those muscles to go do a production. And nobody said, hey, can you do it? You did. You said, I got to go do it. And then you go figure out what is the best you can bring for that event. So I learned so much about when I was in LA this past week. I went out for 10 days and produced the show, did it one night, got really good response. And now I'm back in New York and I'm driven to take it to the next level, which is to raise some money to go do a run, to go do a full-on run. Ambition, drive, perseverance. Absolutely, Daisha or Disha. That's what it is. And you've got to exercise. You can't think it. You got to get out of your head. That's, again, what this VIP training and organization does. It lights a fire under your ass and gives you access to people like myself and people even greater than I that are going to give you their best practices, but they're not going to do it for you. You've got to do it yourself. As you can see, I did it for me, but everything I learned and listened to, I combined into my effort. All right, so now what I want to do is give you, and some of you, I've got familiar faces here, have seen what I talk about all the time. And we'll spend 15 minutes on this, and then we're going to spend the last half hour Q&A, because that's really powerful. So basically, what I base everything I do on is improvisational technique. And you use it in front of the camera, on stage, in real life. Your world will change as you take people into the emotional life of yourself and your characters. Everything you've seen on every great actor. When I was working with 50 Cent, we had the script in our hand, but then we went off script to improvise, to find more feelings, to find more energy, to find what's underneath those words. David Mamet says, let the words do the work. Well, you've got to have some kind of boiling energy underneath before you throw those words on to see what they bring out. And that's what improv does. And if you look in the word, it's improve. We're improving our lives. We move from very little and or nothing to something. I'm telling you, don't think. This is the greatest. When I tell people this, young people love it, because all day long, and for me too, growing up, it's school. Think. Screw thinking. Don't think. Trust yourself. That's what you need to do. We start thinking and we get into this K-hole of analysis. We start critiquing and judging and we just slow ourselves down. Don't think. Trust your gut. Trust your instincts. I don't care if you're 14 years old, 12 years old on this call, or 88 or 99, or in Mike Trash's case, 25 years old. I don't care how old you are. All of those years are years of experience. So trust that gut, that instincts. Your life experience is in your story. This is what you draw and build a character from. And when I say character, I don't just mean an imaginary character on stage or in a film. I mean your character. Who are you when you show up? So it's about not judging, as I said, and critiquing and being in the moment. So I'm going to teach you the creative credo. Super simple. 3 lines. They rhyme. Makes it easy to remember. Never deny. Always reply. Never ask why. So simple. I learned this when I was 17 years old. A stand-up comedian, Jerry Diner, who passed away, always will say his name in great light. He taught me this exact phrase. I was 17. This has guided my life for the past 40 years. In and out of entertainment. In entertainment, we have the joy of being able to pretend, and 99% of the time, nobody gets hurt. because we're exploring, we're building trust. Not in entertainment, in real life, these are guidelines. These are not rules. These are not laws. They're guidelines. The thing about guidelines, any acting technique, anything you learn those things, learn those basics. So then you can shatter them. You can break them. You can do what great artists do. I always say that Pablo Picasso, if you look at his early paintings, they're all naturalistic landscapes. But what he got famous for is all these abstractions. He never would have been famous for the abstractions if he hadn't done the very basic principled work. My other analogies are Muhammad Ali and Floyd Mayweather. They understand the science, the technique, the real religious science of boxing. Once you get those techniques down, you understand them, you do what Ali and Floyd do. You break them, you break the rules, and you build something, you make something else, something new. Nobody taught the Ali shuffle until Ali learned how to jump rope, have good footwork, and then he turned it into the Ali shuffle with his feet. Floyd Mayweather has the shoulder roll, which now other fighters emulate. He knows the basics, and then he's like, "Ooh, I'm going to do this thing where I'm going to turn sideways and be so narrow that I have this thing called a shoulder roll. Nobody can hit me." So for us, we want to learn these principles, play with them a little bit, and then, yes, feel free to break them. So never deny is say yes to everything. When you're on stage, when you're in the studio, when you're in front of the camera, say yes to everything. Again, a principle, not a law. So if somebody says, "I want to smack you and I don't want to fake it," you're going to say no, right? You want to protect yourself and keep yourself safe. That's one simple example. Somebody says, "We're going to do a real kiss instead of a fake kiss." You're not comfortable with it, you say no, right? But if you're comfortable with it, then, and you trust the person, and that's what you want to do, then you go ahead and do it. You want to ride a bicycle. If you're comfortable with the person and you got that path and you don't need a body double and you feel good about riding that bicycle down that path, then great. So you can say no, but the idea is to have a yes mindset and say yes to as much as possible. In real life, you can't. Somebody walks up to you in a trench coat on the street and wants to give you candy in real life, chances are you shouldn't take the candy. But the joy of our lives in the entertainment industry is somebody walks up to you on a sound stage and has a trench coat and offers you candy. You can say yes, because we're going to explore what happens next, and we're building trust with each other. So you want to say yes as much as possible. And there's a phrase that's become very popular, and it's just simply yes and. Somebody says an idea to me. Deneen calls me up a few weeks ago and says, "Will you come and do a lecture at the boot camp?" I say, "Yes. And how much time do you want me to fill? And what should I talk about?" And she says, "Yes. And I want you to talk about blah, blah, blah." And we build because we're yes-anding each other. I say, try this with your family. Try it with your kids. Teach them if you have kids. Always reply, ignore nothing. Everything is a gift. That's a phrase I want you to write down. Everything's a gift. I do a ton of TED Talks and a TED coaching. I do the talks myself, but I also do the coaching. And I tell people, if somebody's baby cries in the back row or somebody's cell phone goes off in the front row in the middle of your TED Talk, you cannot reply. You can ignore it, or you have the option now that you've got these guidelines to actually embrace it. And if you're smart, you'll embrace it and you'll reply and you'll add a little joke. "Oh, that baby, I made it cry. I guess my speech is touching a nerve with a 9-month-old. Ha ha ha." And now you're the wittiest person in the room, and you're the open person in the room. And people want to work with you because, wow, Galinsky didn't get shook when that baby cried. He didn't go, what's going on? This is terrible. It was a gift. And if you look at every great stand-up comedian, when they get heckled, they have the option to not reply. But when they do reply, they look at it like a gift. They embrace it. And 99% of the time, they make a really killer joke in the moment because they're improvising. They're not denying. They're replying. Last one is never ask why. In the middle of what you're doing, I don't care if you're acting in a play, a film, a television show, a commercial. I don't care if you're doing a voiceover. If you start asking, "Why am I doing this?" you're again hovering above yourself, observing. You're not absorbed in the work, and you're critiquing. All the whys are very important, but they are important before and after the performance, the presentation, the rehearsal, the brainstorm session. Why am I going to speak at VIP on a Saturday afternoon. So I go through the list in my head of all the reasons why I'm here right now. While I'm doing it with you, I'm not going through that list anymore. I'm in it. I'm doing what I'm doing. So you have to be absorbed in what you're doing. When this is over at, in 45 minutes, I'm going to say, why did I do that? Why did it work? Why did some things not work? Why did the people in this chat respond in the way they did? It's great time for a why. You debrief the process. So when you're going to an audition, all the whys are preparing for the audition. When you're done with the audition, all the whys are, how did it go and why did it go well or not? But when you're doing the audition, you do not want to ask why. I have a phrase called observer versus absorber. When you're doing the audition, the performance, when you're in a brainstorming session, you do not want to be observing yourself. You want to be absorbed in the work. The audience has the privilege of observing you. The casting director has the privilege of observing you, being absorbed in what you're doing. Don't cheat yourself or your audience by then sitting out there with them and watching yourself while you're doing what you're doing, and then sitting there critiquing yourself, judging yourself, while you should be completely immersed in whatever it is that you went to go do. It's pretty straightforward. Never deny, always reply, never ask why. Super cool guidelines that are going to take your career, your efforts, and your talents to a whole new level if you adopt that type of thinking. And like I said, be careful with real life. You do not want to be, you want to have an open mindset, right? A yes mindset. My classic example is when I was teaching in the South Bronx, and a kid said to me, yeah, okay, I'm going to say yes to myself. I'm going to have a yes mindset. When someone steps on, this was back in the 90s when stepping on somebody's sneakers was like a cardinal sin. It's still not a cool thing, but back then, as you know, people would get shot for that. So the kid's like, yo, somebody steps on my sneaker and scuffs up my sneaker. My first thought, my yes is, I'm going to punch him in the head. And I'm like, okay. So that brings me to this other phrase, first thought, best thought. I did not make this phrase up. That's from Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg, two beatnik poets. First thought, best thought. Write that one down. That's another mantra that has guided me. Your first thought is your best thought. Here we go. We're saying yes to ourselves. It's the first thought. We're not denying it. We're replying to our mind. We're not asking why and holding it back. We're saying, that's my first thought. I'm going with it. It's the best thought for two reasons. It's either the one you're going to use, or if you don't want to use it, it's a gateway. It opens the floodgate to the next thought and the next thought and the next thought. You have to practice these things as much as they're a philosophy. So this kid says to me, well, I'm yes mindset. This kid stepped on my shoe and scuffed him. My first thought is to punch him in the head. I go, okay, did you punch him in the head? He goes, no. I go, why not? He goes, because I knew I would get arrested or I'd start a beef. And I go, oh, okay. So actually your first thought was still your best thought. He goes, why? I don't get it. I go, because it told you what not to do, right? You went, my first thought, yeah, punch him. That's a great thought, not to act on, but to understand, to then go, oh shit, no, I'm not going to do that. I got to do something else. I got to walk away, right? And he got it. And he was like, okay, I get it. So first thought, best thought is another phrase I want you to run with and practice that. When you're watching these actors, every one of the actors that you love, scripted shows, reality show, whatever they are, singers, models, whether they know these phrases or guidelines or not, they're always, the ones that are succeeding, they're always utilizing them. They're always doing it. Denzel Washington improvises all the time. We talked about this in some of the other VIP sessions. Hashtag first thought, best thought. Love it. We talked about these in some of the other sessions. The movie Django Unchained, you know, when DiCaprio cuts his hand on a broken glass, that's not scripted. He doesn't stop. He's so absorbed in it. The other actors are so dedicated to that moment. He grabs a napkin, ties his hand up, actually drips blood on her face, and it's all improvised. All improvised. No actor there is a director. So none of them had the right to yell, cut, I cut my hand. I mean, of course he could have, because that was a dangerous situation, but he went for it. The director didn't say cut because he saw them improvising. And then finally the director yells cut, and they're all like, oh my God, that was gold. That was gold. It wasn't in the script. and you use it. Yes mindset, not denying he cut his hand, a full-on reply by wrapping it up, not asking, oh, why did that happen? Oh, once that scene was done and they yelled cut, I guarantee you that when they asked the question, why did that happen? The answer was, because we made some freaking magic. We made some magic. That's why it happened. So those are two examples. There's so many examples. If you actually Googled on YouTube, scenes that were improvised or scenes that weren't written in the script, they'll all come up. The movie Taxi Driver with Robert De Niro, Harvey Keitel, he had 2 lines in that movie. And he went to the director and said, yo, I think this guy is bigger than just a pimp standing in a doorway with 2 lines. They talked a little bit. They started rehearsing. He became a major character throughout that entire film in Taxi Driver. And he only had 2 lines at the beginning. Do the Right Thing. Roger Guenveur Smith, who has made appearances here on VIP. Roger Guenveur Smith in Do the Right Thing plays the stuttering guy, Malcolm Martin. Same thing, 2 lines. Started to talk to Spike Lee, and they realized, wow, this guy is a catalyst for so many of the messages in the movie. And he became another major character in the movie. Yes mindset, first thought, best thought, willing to just go with something. Spike Lee might have heard Roger's, idea and said, why do we want to do that? And maybe they had that question right before it happened. Then let's try it. Yes mindset. They tried it and it was gold. The character is now iconic. All right. So I'm done with my one-way lecture. I've given you enough info about me, info about these techniques. So I would like it if you would formulate some questions about whether it's about these techniques, whether it's about any experiences that I've told you about in my career, whether it's about anything you've read about me, or anything about what you're going through right now that you have questions about. I guarantee you every question that you hear, so please listen to everyone else's question, is a question you've either asked before or will ask. And you'll say it'll save us time. It'll save you time by listening. Somebody's going to ask you, hey, should I have a border on my headshot or not? And whatever the answer is going to help you make your decisions on how you want to do what you want to do. So raise your electronic hand if you have a question, and we'll see that queue line up and we'll start addressing people. So I don't know if I have the ability to unmute you, but Tawana Jones.
Let me give you some capabilities. Hold on, please hold. Where are you?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard please hold. So I thought she was telling me to
That's
hold
okay.
on. I'm sorry. Good
Cool.
to meet you, sir. How are you?
Good. Tawana, good to hear from you. What's up?
So I was wondering, from this day forward, if we want to continue and go with like our dream goal or a lifetime goal, how do we get started into the business?
You already started. You're here on VIP.
I mean,
No, seriously, like so much is right in front of our faces. And we think that so much of it is a mystery and an obstacle. And I mean, look at what you're doing already. I don't know. Where are you, Tawana? What
I'm in
state?
South Carolina.
So it's a Saturday afternoon in South Carolina. Other people are doing things that are probably, positive for themselves, but there's a whole group of people out there right now on a Saturday in Carolina that's not pursuing their dreams. So you're already doing it. You're listening. You're gathering as much information. So this is now my segue into more of that answer. Gather information, be around other people who are doing what you are trying to do. There are people that are on this call right now that are brand new to it, and there are people on this call that have a lot of experience already. So you've already begun the work, Tawana. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
The key is being in these situations that you're in right now and investing in yourself. We always are again, what did I do in August? I invested in myself and actually really did put the money out on my own. I invested in myself, and the fruits of that were a standing ovation in Hollywood and major television and movie stars lauding me, supporting me, and telling me to go forward. Not to mention I tightened up my script and all that jazz. So you're doing it already. So keep doing it and keep I suggest getting into this VIP program for those reasons. And I do not, I'm just telling you, I believe in the connections that are offered, but they're dead connections if you don't do anything with them. They're dead. The VIP program doesn't do anything for you other than the major thing, which is putting you in a setting where you're amongst professional actors, producers, directors, agents, casting directors who are going to answer the questions that are real questions that you have, that are important and pertinent for you. And you've got to do what you can do to climb the ladder that's being put in front of you. All right, Ada.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Yes. My question is, what are your techniques or favorite techniques to improv, to change and switch from something happy to sad to joyful to angry? How do you
have
switch
to
it up?
You go with those guidelines that I said, absolutely. And then you have to be the bravest mofo ever. You have to be the bravest motherfucker ever. What, there's no 10-second delay to beep that out. I'm sorry. You have to be, I mean, that's it. You've got to be. And that's where first thought, best thought comes in. It's like, how many times have you, or you've seen somebody either on stage or even in everyday life, have to make a decision that you see them think what they want to do and then they stop themselves. We're in the business of not stopping. We're exploring. And again, that's why I said in the studio, it's a safe space. On the street, it's not. Everybody is pretending together. So we rejoice the fact that we trust one another to take those chances. So you have to be brave and say, you know what, I'm going to fall on my face with this stupid comment I'm going to make in this little rehearsal we're doing now. And I mean stupid, not insulting. I just mean like what I think might be stupid. Stop thinking. There you go. So Ada, take the principles, run with those principles, and then add to them some furnace, some juice, and take no prisoners. My very dear friend Joey John, who was a brilliant performer, one of the things he said, which is tangential to this, is assume celebrity status. I wrote that one down too. Assume celebrity status. When you walk into a room at a VIP event, that doesn't mean celebrity looking down on people. That means I'm already celebrated. Even if it was my mom, I mean, she's the only person who gave me a compliment about my new photo, my new audition, my new song. Cool. That's my celebrity status. So it's bravery underneath all of it. Thanks, Ada. Wanda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Wanda. Hi.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Oh, good. I wanted to say to you, Mr. Galinsky, I love those photos because I have been following you on Facebook, like the artwork in New York.
Cool. Thanks.
I love it. Okay, now, I have a question. And as far as like when you going forth on an idea for like, and you know that and you have that boldness, and it's like you're waiting for that response for them, like to at least tell you if they like it or not. And it is in regards to, we have a suggestion box, okay, at my job. And I came up with something as far as I see it. I own up to it. And, as far as taking action, that part. And what I'm trying to ask you is, as far as like, if you tonight, how can I say it without sounding like I'm stupid?
Just ask your question. You got this.
Yes. Okay. How can I say, like, as far as when I've got it driven and I see it and I believe in it and I still go forth and I put it because I see this perfume with this company and I'm just waiting for them, you know what I'm saying, to respond. You know what I'm saying? In other words,
what are they responding to? You did an audition, you submitted a photo. What are they responding to?
No, it was a suggestion of like something like new as far as what the company is called J. Crew. I was thinking about something totally different. Like maybe like a name of an oil, of a fragrance. And it's just for like seasonal. And I was just giving out that suggestion because like I said, you don't know. I mean, as far as.
So I'm gonna cut to the quick with you. So
okay.
This applies to a lot of the what we do, auditioning, They call them go-sees sometimes, to go see. They just want to see you. And Michael Caine, a brilliant actor, if you look him up, Caine, Michael Caine, he talks a lot about it. You are, you go in, you suggest what you suggest, you audition, you drop what you drop on them, and then you forget about it. You forget about it, leave it alone. Done, you're done. Unless they say, follow up with us in 2 weeks, then you follow up in 2 weeks. You put that on your calendar, you make sure you don't forget. But if they say, hey, submit it, and we're gonna look at it, we'll let you know if we want you. You don't have to do anything else. And what the best thing to do is for everybody is forget about it. Forget about it and go on to the next one and go on to the next one and go on to the next one and the next one. Because what's going to happen is otherwise you're going to stress and think about, is it happening? You don't know if there's a number of reasons why they didn't call you back, Wanda. Somebody who's running the program got a different job, and nobody cares about that program anymore. Or you just weren't the right person, the right idea. Or they're just not the kind of organization that reaches back out. So you're stressing out about it. Or they thought, you know what, we did think we wanted a woman of color, but actually we change it now. And now we want a woman from Asia. Has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. So for everybody, you go in, you submit, you audition, boom, forget about it. Leave it alone. Go on to the next thing. And if you get the call back, what a joyous surprise for you. What a gift. Like with me, I did an audition. My headshot was sitting in their folder. A year later, they call me up for something completely different. What a nice surprise. So forget about it. That's it. I'm going to move on to the next question. Good question, Wanda. Thank you. But for everybody and you, submit it. If they have suggestions as to like follow up, call us in 2 weeks, remind me in 3 days. Yeah, you do that. But if there's nothing like we'll call you, don't worry about it, you leave it alone. Cool. Thanks, Wanda.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alma.
Hi, thanks for your time and being here. I love the golden nuggets.
Cool.
So I have run into a problem where I don't have a reel. And a lot of the times when I'm submitting, it asks for that. What is the best way to go about either creating a reel, or what other like materials am I able to submit?
I have an answer for that. We're going to go over that tomorrow, actually, and later tonight. We're going to answer that question in its entirety later. So Galinsky, I'm not trying to interrupt, but let's move on to the next question because that one's already on our docket to answer.
Okay. All right. Carmen.
Hello.
Hi, Carmen.
So basically I was wondering, like, if you know you're talented, but like you have like stage fright, or you know, you get very shy easily, like how do you break that fear of like being judged by people, or like, you know what I'm saying, being looked at as being, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
So
I know I'm talented, but it's like when I get out there and it's time to do it, I get a little jittery, you know?
All right. Yeah. So first of all, there's a few things. One, remember this, write it down or whatever, but everybody gets that. Everybody gets it. It doesn't matter. I coached Jizza from the Wu-Tang Clan for a TED Talk. He was freaking nervous. And you think, Jizza from Wu-Tang. He's been all over the world. All over the world. And this guy, you know, is nervous. Kind of shocking, right? So that's one thing. Everybody feels the same way. Another thing is, what is your mission? And this is kind of like, you know, what is your, Carmen, when you're auditioning for something, tell me what the mission is from your perspective.
I mean, I just want to be able to put myself out there and let people know that I do have a gift, you know, as far as whether it be singing, acting, or modeling, because,
okay,
you know.
Okay, good answer. She said, I want to show them my gifts. Can you control that, Carmen? Is that something you have control over?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do, right? Remember that, everyone. You're focusing on the things you can control. It should make you less nervous. Oh, wait, I actually can show my gifts. I'm not a puppet. I don't need somebody else to do that for me. I do that, right? So the best part of your answer is what you didn't say. She didn't say, oh, when I'm auditioning, I'm going to get the job. You're not there to get the job. I know that sounds contrary. You're not there to get the job. You're there to show your gifts so you can touch their souls. If you touch their souls, you get the job. If you think I'm there to get the job, then your focus is on a result that you have no control over. So stick with stuff you can control. So Carmen, one, you know that everybody else is nervous as well, even the biggest stars in the world. Two, you think about what you can control. You know the song, you know how to sing it, then you go do that. You stay absorbed in that. Going back to what we just said in the previous question, and you don't think about, am I going to get it? Am I going to get it? Don't know that isn't the goal. And you know it in your heart because you just said it. The goal is to show my gifts. If I show my gifts in a brave and talent in a informed way, I'm going to touch them. And then my chances of getting that gig are way, way better. And,
Right.
and Carmen, you got to keep taking chances. Like today, you're here now, the question you just asked, pat yourself on the back. Go ahead, pat yourself on the back. Because you're doing it already. You're doing it already. You're putting yourself on the line. You get stronger and stronger every time. It gets easier and easier every time you do it. All right. I know those are just words, but you got to rock with those words.
Yes.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. Number one, I am an introvert. And even being on this call is very, very scary for me. But because of my age, I have been through just about every kind of experience that you can think of, from being in a war zone, being a professional clown. And I don't know where to start. I don't know which part of my life experience would show who I am.
All right. So what, when you say start what? What do you want to do?
I started out wanting just to be a commercial print model.
Okay.
But there's been quite a few people have told me that they think I'm darn funny. I've
Okay.
never thought I was funny.
All right. So you are, so you're listening to them. Good. So say yes to that. That's positive feedback. That's great. You're already starting to do it again, like others. Again, it's right in front of your face. When do I start? How do I start? You're doing it. You were in LA last week. We saw each other there. You're doing it, right? So you've already started. You've already been in it. You're already a veteran to a certain degree. You got to acknowledge that and own that and love that about yourself and what you're doing, that you put yourself in this place with VIP so that you can keep yourself going to the next level. So the other thing is, I said it at the top of the call, it doesn't matter if you're 14 or 99 years old, or in Mike Trash's case, you're 25. It doesn't matter. You've got so much experience, Janice, everything you've lived, right? The key about that, and you pointed it out, there's no chronology to it. Look at everything you've lived, Janice, not on a linear timeline from year to this, year to this. Look at it more like a bucket that's just got all this experiences in it. Because there's not one day, hour, or year, or decade of your life that is going to be more important than the next. They're all just going to be important at the right time.
You know, there are so many situations that I feel like I would fit right into at this very minute.
Well,
But-
then, and what are you doing about that?
I'm right here.
Right, exactly. And the thinking, it's like, all right, you got that thought, now go act on it. So like you should be on you should be looking for every audition that has the best friend who lives next door, the aunt. You should be, the star at the supermarket. You should be, you know what I'm saying? There's a million roles for you out there. The whole age thing is over. That's a
Yeah.
cliche that doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't matter, because people have said this to me even recently, and I give them the middle finger, because I'm like, a guy actually said, no one's hiring old white men. I'm like, well, every TV show I watch, there's an old white guy on there. He's an uncle, he's a grandfather, he's a father, he's a judge, he's a lawyer, he's a meter maid, he's a bus driver. There are roles for everyone. Same thing when they say about skinny. Oh, you got to be skinny and pretty to make it as a woman. No, you don't. There is the plus size, again, the plus size mom, the grandmom, the sister, the aunt, the best friend, whatever it is, the person who works at the court, the judge. So obliterate now all the cliches of why you can't do it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's old
I'm
thinking.
not afraid to do anything. It's just getting out there and doing it, just pushing me to do it.
Yeah. So you got to go out and find out what platforms. I think Deneen probably knows and will tell you what platforms offer auditions. You take all the skills that you're getting from these conversations and these trainings, and you just keep applying and auditioning and auditioning and auditioning. Just keep submitting. I woke up this morning and went on Actors Access and submitted to 3 different things. And I've trained myself. Like, I already forgot what they are. 2 of them, I don't even know what they are. If they hit me back, it's going to be a bonus.
Yeah.
Right? You got to keep pushing it.
I've done things that I can't even believe I've done.
All right. Well, then maybe you make yourself, your own one-man show with all of these experiences as well. I'm going to move on to the next question because we're running out of time.
Hold on. I'm just going to interrupt for one
Yep.
moment.
Yep.
To everyone who is sharing your phone numbers in the comments, stop it right now. No one is going to text you. This is an open forum. You don't know who you're sharing your phone number with, so stop it. And if I see that one more time, be goodbye, good luck. All right. Thank you, Galinsky.
You got
Public
it.
service announcement.
You got it. Samantha. Thanks, Janice.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing absolutely awesome. So my question is, I've done a few different Zoom calls, and currently I have been working with 9, like the word 9 and then the number 9. Not sure if that's familiar to you or not.
That is not a resource that you should be using. And we'll go over that in a little while, Samantha.
Okay, so so that kind of is where I was leading with, I guess, my question in general is, what type of, I guess, talent agents, or at least that's what I've been told they're called, do you?
It actually says on their website, the unagency.
It
They're
does.
for the 99.9% of people that would get rejected by an agency. They're pay for play. Anybody can join, like Backstage, like Netflix. Let me ask you a question. Do you have real training?
No, I am completely new to this. When I originally started with even being interested in modeling and acting, that is actually where I started, was like I did their Zoom call. They kind of gave me more videos and things to watch. I believe you are actually, or at least you look very familiar, were what I thought was one of the people kind of involved in their Zooms from another thing. Maybe not, I could be wrong. However, I'm trying to figure out what is the correct way to go about getting into the industry, that whether or not I pay or not, because I've had a lot of people that have done commercials, modeling and such, and say that I should not be paying for anything. And just by what you've told me, now I'm thinking that maybe I am being currently scammed, which I don't want to
Well, no,
be.
you got a service. So like if you joined a website like eHarmony, you got your service. They put you up on a website, services rendered, but they're not an agency, nor does anybody in the industry actually endorse their product. So what you have to understand, and if you're going to be on the call the entire weekend, real agents don't want to train you. They want people that are like chicken soup, like Lipton, like add water, you're ready to go. So real agents are looking to submit talent that are ready. So all weekend, you're going to be learning so much. But everything you do in this business, you're going to have to invest time and to get training. You got a lot of competition in this business.
Let me add one more thing. The answer is what you're doing again right now. It's you're getting training, you're getting advice, you're getting you're the diamond, and this is the setting that you're being put in, right?
Okay.
You do not pay for any opportunities to do audition. Those are scams, right? But you do pay for training, guidance, and coaching, which is what you're doing right now. That's what this is about today. And that's what VIP does.
Yeah.
Training you so you can be smart when opportunities come up, training you so you could understand which lane you need to be traveling down, which type of agent you might want to work with. Not every agent is perfect for you.
I have been recently chatting with David Thompson. He's an acting coach, or at least I believe he's an acting coach. The things that I've kind of looked up have led into him. He does have a mastermind course, but I've not done anything yet, which is kind of where I was going with this, is obviously, knowing what to pay for, what not to pay for, as far as being able to move forward in the industry, making sure that I'm doing the right things and not doing something that I shouldn't be doing.
Well, what you're doing now here is getting this free advice right now that is what you need, right? Advice and guidance, but not, you don't hear me saying to you, Samantha, now if you pay me $75 or $400, I'll get you an audition. That doesn't, that's.
Yeah, and actually
no,
that's
I'm-
completely illegal. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
piggyback really quick. So anytime, like 99, for an example, Backstage does this as well, they do what they call clickbait. Oh, Cobra Kai is doing a casting. Oh, wow. Guardians of the Galaxy, Black Panther. Just so you know, they're not casting for anything. They're
Okay.
not casting for anything. And the
And-
problem is there are a lot of casting workshops, even in LA. Those people are actually going to jail. A casting director getting compensated by Netflix can't also double dip and say, if you pay me to coach you, I'll put you in a show. So unfortunately, companies like 99, they go after naive and gullible people because they want you to click. Just because you pay for classes doesn't mean you're going to get booked in that show as well.
Right, no, completely
Okay.
understand that. I just
So
more or
they
less
pay,
was
they
saying that-
charge you for like classes, and they charge you for pictures, and they charge you for websites. That's fine. We're 6-time Tony winners. Like, we're in the industry. We just finished our second major motion picture. We've opened the stock exchange. We've been featured in Forbes. We're in the Guinness Book of World Records. So like when it comes time to get into this industry, don't just spend your money on a shiny little object. 99, it's cute. They put you up on a website, but it's up to you to submit yourself to castings. Real casting directors don't pick people with self-submittals.
All right,
Not on the level that you want to do. You have to have an agent or manager, but before you get that, the question is, are you ready for that? Which it sounds like you're brand new. So don't invest time and money in companies that aren't going to yield results. And that's why you're on this call right now. And as much as I love Galinsky, Galinsky can train you and get you to the point that if I put you in front of a casting director, which is my job, I need to know that you can book that job based on qualifications. The question is, can you act?
So that's the foundational work that we're setting up to do here. And we're going to move on to another question. That was a great question. By the way, I've never heard of 999 or whatever it is. So that should tell you something as well. Somebody
That's
who's
because you're in the industry.
Right,
They're,
well,
they're pretty much like preying on people that are
Right.
brand new.
Exactly.
And again, they want people to click on, oh yeah, I want to be in Cobra Kai.
Yep.
But that's not how it works.
That was
We'll
my
You're
cover
going to
all
learn
of
a
this-
lot this weekend.
We'll
We're
cover
actually
all
going to
of
have a
this.
top theatrical agent on going over step by step what it takes to work with her.
Yep. We'll go
All
over
right.
all of this later. And Galinsky, we have time for one more question.
Aw.
I
I
know
got-
we're having so much fun.
Okay. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hello. First of all, I just want to give you your flowers. You're amazing. I'm a true fan, so I'm geeking the hell out right now.
Right on, man. Thanks.
My question is, okay, so I've done a play. I've done some acting gigs. My question is, sorry, I'm geeking out. Thank you for your time. My question is, I'm the next season for John Casablanca's acting and modeling agency. I know I need to learn more. So would that be the right goal to focus on that, or still while I'm doing that, still look for gigs, still put myself out there, or just focus on learning?
Oh, all right. So I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that's the right school for you, but I am going to tell you, yes, everybody should be training all the time while looking out for auditions and doing auditions. So again, like I was saying earlier, it's not a linear timeline. It's like, I'm going to train for 6 months, then I'm going to start auditioning.
Right.
You're doing them all the time, each time, because what happens while you're training and you're auditioning, you get to apply that in the real world experience. So whatever you did in the laboratory in the studio, you now get to, you don't have to wait 6 months, a year, 2 years to go audition. You give it a shot on some of these auditions and you start to apply it, and you learn through the practice. So it's not chronological. A lot of this is not chronological, just like creativity. That's what I've learned in general, is it's not a linear line. I have written literally sentences that I heard 30 years, 25 and 20 years ago on notepads, not knowing what they were going to be. And they turned out to fit into one of my plays. So anything you do is going to come back and fit into your work somewhere. So for everybody, it's not a linear process. And even the greatest actors still go to their favorite coach and get training. When they have auditions for big motion pictures, they go to their coaches while they're still auditioning. So the two are simultaneous. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. You're welcome. One of my last examples of that is I just past March, I published my first book, my second book, I published it myself. And about a year ago, I was listening to a poet at a poetry reading, and I don't know why, but this phrase popped in my head, scribbling on spaghetti. And I thought, wow, that's the weirdest, idea, scribbling on spaghetti. I love the line. I have no idea where it's going to end up. And then 6 months later, when I was looking for a title for my book, I thought, oh my God, that's the perfect title for the book. So that's part of why I also suggest keeping notepads and taking voice notes for yourself on the thoughts and things that you have, because you may not know where that creative thought is going to land, but it's going to land somewhere at some point, and it's going to fall into the right place. And the same thing with like VIP right now. You may not know why you're in a conversation with Deneen or Alicia or anybody else who's sitting on the call, Brian Chavez, Christina, Gina Rankin, Thomas Masson. You may not know why you had that little dialogue, but at some point, it's going to come back to you in your work at the right time. And it's real powerful to keep in mind, going back, yes mindset, reply to as much as you can. Everything's a gift. Don't ask why while you're in the middle of the process. You do that before and after. But when you're in the middle of something, a conversation, you want to stay absorbed in it and know that none of this is on a calendar day after day in a particular order. It's a big mixed bag of your efforts, your outreach, your bravery, and your creativity.
Mr. Galinsky, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I love the taking notes, because I do that too. I have a whole closet full of notebooks, and like some days I go back and I'm like, oh my gosh, I could totally use that. That's awesome. So thank you so much for fielding questions too. We really appreciate it. I love how interactive you are, and you just bring so much value, not only to us, but to everyone here. So thank you from all of us here for being here today. That was amazing.
Thank you for having me. I had a great time, and I always do. So I'm part of the VIP fam, so I will hopefully be seeing more of you guys on some of the training calls, and we all will grow and conquer together.
I have one thing to ask you, Galinsky. How important is networking in your career?
I got here and I went to a cocktail party in my second year in New York, and a guy named Zev Guber, Guber, great name. I'm at this cocktail party, and he says to me, I got to give you a piece of advice. I go, what? He goes, you'll get more done going to networking events than you will anywhere else doing anything else. And I scoffed at it. I was like, come on. I was so naive. And then I realized right in that meeting, I met 5 people. 2 people changed my life. 2 people are the 5 that I met at a cocktail party, a networking event. They're super important, because that's when everybody who showed up is now saying, I'm open for questions. I'm open for conversation. I'm open to discovery at these events. And they're massively important. They're critical to your success, not even your growth more so than your success. I've got lifelong relationships with 3 people out of that meeting, 2 of them super important in my life. And it's put money in my pockets. It's taken me around the globe on a couple of gigs. All because I decided that night I needed to be at this networking event and rub elbows and listen and share. I'm glad you asked it, Alicia, because it is an underspoken, undervalued, ridiculously powerful part of the business. You know, you can't go, if you go to TGIF and for some reason, what's her name? Taylor Swift is at TGIF. You can't walk up to her without her feeling offended. Like, come on, I'm with my family. I'm having dinner. But if you're at a network,
owe you anything. There is no sense of entitlement. Yeah. And one thing I think you're great at is finding people that you know. And this is something I really want you guys to understand. I mean, we can introduce you to anybody in the world, but the question is, are you ready to make that happen? And, I think when it comes to you, I mean, as far as us meeting Pat Addis, who's like the fairy godmother of VIP Ignite, we've invested in 5 Broadway shows, and we've won 6 Tonys. We've worked with Vanessa Hudgens and Sigourney Weaver. It all comes back to that seed you planted with us. Hey, I want you to meet Pat Addis. You made the introduction, but it was up to me and Mike to knock her off her, knock her off her socks and make her want to work with us. Because you did your part. It's all about the connection.
Yeah. And she might have not been the right cup of tea for you and you not for her. And she's in the rearview mirror and you're not lamenting it. But you are the cup of tea for her because you guys have your shit together and your business together and you set people up for success. So of course you hit it off with a like-minded person who's a Broadway producer and Tony winner, just like you.
Yeah. Well, you're only as good as your surroundings. How many of you guys would love to literally parachute into this type of industry right now and only work with top people in this industry? If you want that, take you out of your world, put you in ours, type jump, because that's what we're going to ask you to do this weekend. I want you to jump into this world where you're meeting and hanging out with people like Robert Kalinske. You're hanging out with Tony winners and Emmy winners, Academy Award winning directors and screenwriters. Today, we have 2 amazing Hollywood agents coming on this weekend who literally manage actors from hit TV shows like Tim Burton's new show Wednesday, The Walking Dead, shows on Disney, HBO Max. So this is where the magic happens, guys. Kalinske, thank you so much for being on.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to hijack your conversation, but I love you and I'm so appreciative. I know Mike is as well for everything you've done over the last 2 decades for us. So thank you.
Thank you. You guys rock. Appreciate it.
Are you back in New York or are you still in LA?
No, I'm in New York. I got back Tuesday night. So I'm here.
Well, welcome back.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you
again,
so much.
That was awesome.
I'll see you guys in the future, I hope.
See you soon.
All right.
So,
ciao.
I have a question for you guys. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with someone like Robert Kalinske on a consistent basis? If that sounds amazing, type me in the comments. I love the questions that you're asking. You guys are asking really great questions. And that's why you're here today, right? You're here because you showed up today because you have questions that you want answered. Is that right? I know it is. So this is what I want you guys to understand. I appreciate your questions. For us, we've been doing this for a while and we're like, oh, hold on. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. But how many of you sometimes feel like maybe you're walking around in like, oh, I don't even know where to go? How many of you would love the opportunity to get signed by an agency by the end of the weekend? If you wanted to get, if you think that getting signed by an agency by the end of the weekend would be helpful to you, type agent in the comments. Because you're going to have that opportunity by the end of the weekend. You're going to have the opportunity to get signed by an agency. So you won't have to ask those questions like, oh my gosh, what is this? Where do I go? What do I do? Okay. Even for the training, like I know the one woman was asking about training. Like how many of you would love to be able to train with people that work with people like 50 Cent, Willem Dafoe, Barry Shabaka Henley? If that sounds amazing to you, type yes in the comments. Type yes in the comments.
And I kind of want to piggyback really quick, Deneen. Training is super, super important in this industry. And there's a right way to do training, and then there's a wrong way to do training. And if you're going to try to get into this industry, you've got to be so careful of who you're doing your training with.
Yeah, because your network is your network.
Yeah.
So, and how many of you also, how many of you know that you can use some good photos? Like how many of you would love the opportunity to win a free photo shoot? How many of you know that you're going to learn more about this over the course of the next couple of days, over the next 2 days? But if you stay till the end of the weekend, you're going to have the opportunity also to win a free photo shoot in New York City. Like how valuable do you think that would be for you? Do you think on a scale of 1 to 10, like how do you think that would be a great opportunity? These are all things that if you stay till the end, there are going to be so many opportunities for you to accelerate your career, for you to be surrounded by people. This morning, I asked you if you're someone who's a hard worker. I asked you if you want to be a part of a community of people that will help. We're all walking together toward the same goal. That's what this weekend is about. This weekend is about you asking those questions that maybe are uncomfortable so that we can help answer those questions for you. This weekend is about you getting the right answers. Okay. And again, you're here because you want to learn. You're here because you showed up for yourselves. So give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for asking questions to Kalinske, and for some of you pushing out of your comfort zone. That was awesome. I really appreciate that. All right. So are you guys ready for our next speaker? I have no, hold on.
I think I need to see some excitement. I'm literally going through every single person's thumbnail.
I know, like,
Most of you guys know the second you get onto Zoom, you're on stage. So let's see some smiles.
let's
When
see
did
some
you ask?
excitement.
Like, let everybody do a pulse check. If you don't have a pulse, raise your hand. Somebody call 911. You guys all good?
Okay, good.
You
Awesome.
guys,
That
this
means
is a proactive approach to your dreams. Show some excitement.
awesome.
This is your
All right,
first
well,
impression.
let me introduce you to our next speaker. So okay, so our next speaker is, honestly, I met her not too long ago, and when I had the opportunity to speak with her, I was absolutely blown away by her. So Janet Jane Iga is a Nigerian American multidisciplinary artist with her 16-year career spanning fashion, e-commerce styling, merchandise planning, interior styling, public relations, and publishing when she became an editor in 2010. Starting out as an assistant, Jane has been privileged to assist major stylists on the sets of Vogue Russia, Vogue Australia, Zinc, Claire's Accessories, Dennis Basso, MBFW, and Footwear Plus magazines before becoming key stylist to her own clients such as Taylor Bird, Neiman Marcus, JCPenney's, Century 21, and the Maid Hotel. With an ever-growing knowledge of the business, Jane can confidently contribute to the growth and creativity of any team. She is inspired by divine encounters, art, family, African and popular Western culture, as well as a lot of Stephen Meisel's photography. She also admires the works of legendary stylists Lori Goldstein, Patty Wilson, Grace Coddington, and Kate Mossman, as well as younger but still established stylists like Sally Lindley. With each new project, Jane endeavors to push the envelope further than the last. With a love for writing and curating everything from art to fashion, Jane soon became an editor, conducting interviews and covering events for Rain Magazine in and around New York City, interviewing the likes of Paris Hilton, and produced shoots and events around issues surrounding Priyanka Chopra, Consuela Vanderbilt Costin, and Kendall Jenner. After working as the style editor for Rain Magazine for over half a decade, she moved on to be the founding fashion director of Cool America Magazine for another 1.5 years before launching her own passion project, the DOE Online, established in March of 2018 as a creative outlet and resource for fashion stylists. Jane currently contributes to various platforms and lives in New York City with her children. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to the one and only Jane Iga.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Deneen. Thank you so much for having me. VIP Ignite. This is amazing. You all look very ready, willing. I love it. That we're here today on this, giving up your Saturday to really learn about your career. That's already an amazing thing to be doing. Thank you so much for all the welcomes in the chat. I love it. Keep talking in the chat while I'm talking. I'm here today to share with you just my sort of tidbits on success. As Deneen has said, I really have done a lot. I've lived many lives in this industry, and I went from, not even really too much knowing certain things to going from styling to being a magazine editor to being a publicist. And the key thing in all of those things, which is why I'm here to share with you today, is in all of those things, I have made something out of nothing. And really, it's been more so the ingenuity in me that has really built up everything that I've been working on for so long. And so I'm here to share today just a little bit about that and how you guys can apply that to your life and your career and what you're trying to pursue. Definitely want to leave room for questions and want to leave room for anything that you may want to know more of, but I'm just going to talk you through some points that I have, and then we'll definitely get to questions. So the biggest thing that I definitely think you all will need, and I'm pretty sure you've heard this so far in your journey, is a network. And you need to network and you need to have a current network, but meeting people that are new that people meeting people that are in the industry that you look up to is great, but I mean literally like your cross networking, just the all of you in this room here meeting and networking with each other as well, like even outside of the courses and like the Zooms would be really great, because really it's your core network that's going to push you into a lot of the earlier work that you'll be doing. So like you'll literally be doing like someone could be working on something and they'll be like, hey, like, do you know an actor that's doing this or a singer that's doing that, or and it's your network that you are meeting on your journey that's really going to plug you in. And that's really important. That has been important for me in my journey, like in every stage that I've been in. If I was assisting, I was always talking to the assistant photographer. I was always talking to the PA, the production assistant, because then when I wanted to create my own projects, then I was able to tap into that network and then say, hey guys, like, what do you think about this? Like, I know you guys are like doing this, but let's build something on the side. And building something on the side is like the number one way for you to start to gain some leg room in your career, because there are going to be doors that you want to get through, and not all of those doors are going to be open for you. For whatever reason, there could be different reasons. There could be just, marginalized things happening. There could be, this is just not a correct fit. Like, one time, I was working recently, I was working on a shoot for a brand that I work with, and I had to cast models for this shoot. And so I'm trying to cast this model, and I'm talking to him, and, he looks great to me. But the creative director was like, I like him, but we don't know if he's going to fit. Let's call him in for a fitting. So we are like, okay, we're in talks, let's call him in for a fitting. And at some point in the process, he just was saying that he wasn't comfortable cutting his hair like the way that we needed him to, which was an old picture of his that we really liked, but we wanted to know if he could have his hair like that for the shoot. And there was nothing wrong with his current hair, but it was just like, that's not what we needed for this particular shoot. And it's hard sometimes to understand, like, if this is not the look that a brand is going for, it's not that a brand is trying to say, oh, you're not in, or whatever it is. Like, sometimes you really just have to understand there's a particular quota or particular thing that is being put out, a mood board, a mood that the brand may be going for, that the movie or whatever it is that may be calling for, and that's in particular what they are looking for. So always be honing your craft, always be networking, because it's always a great way. And I was able to, and that actually happened maybe like 2 days before the shoot, where he realized like he didn't want to do that. And so it was like, oh my gosh, like now I have to have an emergency casting the day before the shoot. And if I didn't have a network that really, that I could tap into, of people that we were all on the come up together, I have a few friends that own agencies, and I was like, hey, can you send me some guys to this casting? And I was able to cast that, so your network really is going to be what holds you down in the thick of things that you're going through when you're trying to pursue your career, or you have little like pitfalls and things that you have to jump through. You really have to be able to rely on your network. Also, a big thing is letting your work precede you in any room. So let your work speak for itself. I'm a big proponent of that. Like, your work you should have a portfolio. I'm pretty sure you're learning how to build one here. If you don't already have one, you should have a portfolio. You should have a website. Every link should be working. You should be active on social media, especially if you want to be in entertainment. Like, you're putting yourself out there. You should be putting yourself out there. And so let your work precede you. Your work is really, at the end of the day, even if someone wants to say something negative about you, or wants to say that they are not looking for something, if your work speaks for itself, there's nothing that anyone can take away from you. That is something that people will look to and say, you know what, I really admire her work ethic. I really admire the way he always goes for these roles. A really great show that I love, and I don't know if is everyone here from New York? Like, type it in the chat. Is everyone New York based? Like, where are you guys all from? Like, just drop it in the chat. I'll just open the chat on the side. Okay, California. Okay, San Francisco, Delaware. Oh, wow, you guys are all over. Okay, but everyone relatively should have heard about Seinfeld, right? Like, you know, Seinfeld is like a long-standing New York centric show. And oh, Dallas, Texas, you know. So like Seinfeld is a long-standing New York show that I feel Jerry Seinfeld has done so much to kind of craft himself in a way that like he's just known for like being funny, for having like a show that just has a stream of consciousness that is like more so like you go to that for like a fun laugh or just something lighthearted. And then he was able to maintain his work ethic and his legacy throughout his career. And he recently just did a campaign with the brand Kith. It's a fashion brand, and he was a part of that brand, and he looked amazing. We were all like, "Oh my God, is that Jerry Seinfeld? He looks amazing." And he was very like, "Oh, okay, Jerry, you married? What's going on?" But you know, he was very like they were able to call on Jerry because he's very New York centric. The brand Kith is very New York centric. For those that don't know Kith. And that was something that because his work preceded him and because he's known for being New York centric, because he's known for having this particular craft, they were able to call on him. Okay, when we need someone New York centric, who do we think of? We think of Jerry Seinfeld. There's probably very few people that fit into that category, and he was one of them. So I feel like he has done that really, really well. And that's something that you should keep in mind when you are building on your career. And it can always change. It's not like it has to be like, okay, today I want to be a really serious actor who only does these drama films. Even if that is you today, tomorrow it could be something different, you know, and you might see yourself in that way, and a casting director might see something else in you. So I would say leave room for that, but try to pick a lane and try to run with that lane and build a career around that lane so that people know what to call you for. Because if your work is preceding you in that way, when people need something super specific, they will think of you. Another thing that I think is really that I always say to everyone is develop your potential into position. And so that for me is like a thing that I have really used my entire career. So I've always had the potential to write. I've always had the potential for styling. I've always had the potential for you know, just different things that I was doing. I was a great connector with people, but what ended up happening was I really decided at some point in my life to take each of those things and work on them. So if it was writing, I'd write for an hour a day. I would just go, I would gather references for styling. I would look on Pinterest. Well, back then they didn't have Pinterest. We would just Google images and then like download them. Like imagine like we're like Googling, downloading, saving. I have folders and folders and folders. Now there's Pinterest. It's so easy. You can just like put up everything. But like I would just be like looking through things to like kind of gather to kind of hone my skills and gather what it is that I wanted to do. And that takes time. That takes you investing the time into yourself, into what you do, into you just sitting with yourself by yourself too. Like, you know, outside of this course where everyone is kind of like coming at you and telling you, you should do this and you should be this and you should think of this and you should look at that by yourself. You need to sit down and know what your thought processes are and how you connect with yourself, because that's going to be the most important thing as you start to ascend. So as you start to ascend in your career, people are going to always try to shape you. They're going to try to be like, hey, you know, I think you've done this, but you should do this. And sometimes that's great advice, but sometimes it's just not what you want to do in your heart of hearts. And you need to know that. So that's something that I would say, like, you develop your potential, and that will position you to be able to get to the point where you can say, I want to do this and I only want to do this, or I only want to do these 3 or 4 things and that's all I want to be known for. Or I only, like Denzel Washington has done that really well. I think Beyonce has done that really well, where you craft yourself in such a way that when people do approach you, you get the opportunity to speak for yourself and say for yourself what you want to be represented as. That's super important. A really great reference for that in my own career has just been how long I've been styling. So I've been styling for 17 years now, and it never gets old, but there are things that I know for a fact, like I just wouldn't do now. Like, you know, like the way my personality is, I'm not a celebrity. I can't be a celebrity stylist. I work with stylists all the time. I mean, I work with celebrities all the time for magazine shoots and cover shoots and things like that. But to be someone's personal celebrity stylist, I know for a fact, just through trial and error and just like, you know, being around celebrity stylists, that does not fit my personality, because I am not the type of person who can, you know, cater to a celebrity and how they feel every moment and be their therapist and like all that. Like, styling is really therapeutic, and you kind of are living with that person in their life and in their, and that's just for my personality, I know that just didn't fit me. So, but I had to know that, because when situations would come up or people would be like, oh, I have this artist, I really like you to be their stylist, I'd like you to do this. I had to know that that was something that I did not want to do. And so you, again, just have to develop your potential, sit with yourself, invest in yourself, and think to yourself, what is it that I could really offer the world that I enjoy offering the world? And what is it that I really want to do that I am really great at doing? So you might have multiple things that you're great at. A good exercise would be to sit down with all of those multiple things, write them all out, and then see what the common thread is. When I sat down and did that, like maybe I want to say a few years ago, I found out that out of maybe, I think it was like 16 things that I was like really great at, but all of those things, what they had in common was either styling or writing. And so that helped me craft my my Instagram bio. It says stylist and writer, because I know that everything that I do falls under one of those categories. So that's something that you really only get to know if you sit with yourself and invest in yourself and the time in yourself. A really great mechanism as well, especially for those of you wanting to be actors. How many of you are trying to be actors? Like, what do we have? Actors, singers, like what's in the chat? Okay, I can't see everyone's hands. I did see Ryan. Okay, actor, Ada, model. Okay, all. Christine said all. Triple threat. Models, actors and models. Okay, great. So you really need to develop a really great reference library, because one thing that I've learned in this industry, if you don't know who's already in the industry, like people will look at you like you're crazy. It's like, oh, like, did you see that Yves Saint Laurent just hired Celine Dumas to do this campaign? And you're like, who? And you really need to know that. Like, you need, especially models, like it's very important to see who's on the runway, who is doing the campaigns that the brands are doing, because you want to see like, hey, do I have the potential to be in this campaign? You need to know like what the models are that they're choosing. Singers and actors as well. Like, it's really great to develop a great reference library, especially if you write your own music or you write your own material, you want to like, you know, act and produce or act and direct. You definitely need a great reference library. And what I mean by reference library is like, just start building a catalog of the things that you really enjoy, people that you really look up to, and things that like kind of just cross your path on a day-to-day basis that you're really interested in. And keep that as like a memory bank. And you keep that as a memory bank. And as you're keeping that as a memory bank, it pops up in your brain when you have to pull from something. Now, I'm no actor, and that I realized long ago that that was not my skill. I love SVU. I love like sitcoms and like really lighthearted things like Seinfeld, but I also like Sweet Magnolias. I love what's that called? The Sandman. So like I'm all over the place of what I like, and I'd love to be a part of those, but that's not I don't have that discipline of like being able to learn things and like have to like really dig into and be that person. But if you know that that's what you want to do, you have to do that. You have to sit with yourself and be like, you know what? I really like this character in this movie or in this film or in this show. And let me sit with myself and try to learn the part. Like I would say that'd be great to do. I have actor friends who, an actor friend of mine, he's been in Blue Bloods. What's that called? I think it was like 13 Years a Slave or something like that. And then as well as Boardwalk Empire. And so he's always telling me about his techniques. He actually wrote a book called Pipe Dreams, How to Live Your Potential. And so how to live what you love. And so he talks about his principles, his 4 principles in there, his pipe principles, about just like being principled, being on time, having integrity, and just really giving your all to your career and your passion. And he talks about how he's always having to pull from like some place to get to where he wants to get to as an actor and to deliver the things that, you know, he has to deliver. I'm sure you know, or maybe you don't know, but like because of the pandemic, it's changed so much where like before they were like call you in and then you'd go in for a casting and you'd audition, you'd go in for an audition, you'd audition, and then if they liked you, they'd have you wait around and then you do it. But now everything is almost everything is like self-taping. So if you're self-taping, now it's a little bit more exhausting because you're going to be critical of yourself. 2, you're sitting there and you're self-taping and self-taping and self-taping and self-taping and self-taping and self-taping. And you'll probably do like maybe like 30 takes before actually sending that one video. Whereas in person before the pandemic, you wouldn't have even had that much time. So if you know you have this opportunity, like it has literally like, that's an opportunity I see for you to like invest in yourself, to know your craft and really perfect how you are on camera, perfect your acting skills. And you really need to be able to pull from somewhere. So you need to ground yourself in a show or ground yourself in a character from one of your favorite shows or one of your favorite movies, and really just start to take on the mannerisms of that character. How would I play this character? I like this show and I like this particular character. How would I play this character? And really learn the words and really do it and tape yourself doing it and watch it back. I feel like that's a great reference for actors. And for singers, same thing. I love this song that so-and-so did. I love this cut. Do a cover and see how you put your own spin on it and tape yourself. You might not have to put it out on YouTube. You all should be using YouTube because you can just make free money from YouTube. So, take people along your journey. People love that kind of stuff too. As a publicist, which is what I do now, I'm always telling clients, like, you need to put yourself out there. People at this day and age with TikTok generation and YouTube love the process of. So it's like, if I am to see Ryan in the process of being an actor, like from here to him actually being in the next James Bond movie, like I'm blown away. I want to go see the next James Bond movie because I literally watched him grind from YouTube to the top, or grind from TikTok or Instagram or whatever it is you choose, but share your journey. I feel like that's really important. An artist that has done this really well is, I don't know if anyone knows him. His name is Toby Nigwe. I'll drop it in the chats because you all should check him out. And so he's a rapper who decided to go at it independent. He takes his whole family along for the journey. He raps, his wife raps. I think their cousin is the producer, and then they have their kids. So it's always like a family show, like when he's doing his like rapping. So literally he started with these like freestyle videos that he would do every Sunday. It was like Get It Twisted Sundays. And he would be rapping while his wife is braiding his hair. And then he would just be dropping these videos every Sunday on Instagram. I want to say to you, I kid you not, this was probably like 2 years ago. Now his music is in the new Black Panther movie. And so that was like a big moment for like social media because we were all following him and we're like, oh my God. And he literally blew up. Like he went from like maybe like 3,000 followers on Instagram to like, I think it's like 1.5 million I saw yesterday, I think it was. And like he did that over the span of 2 years, just being consistent, putting himself out there, putting his journey out there. We're all following it. And as they're blowing up, exactly, Justin Bieber blew up from YouTube. But Justin Bieber's a little different because, what's his name? Usher discovered him. And that's great too. I didn't see Justin Bieber's whole like, journey. I don't know if he posted that, but it was more so like Justin Bieber was on YouTube and Usher discovered him. But again, that's part of the process. Putting yourself out there, you don't know who's watching. You don't know who's ready to invest. You don't know who's ready to like, oh my God, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Oh my gosh, I need this in my next movie. Like people are creating more content now than ever. We have way more streaming services than ever. And so literally you should be putting yourself out there. People are dying for content. So if you know you're like writer / actor, definitely put yourself out there. And the last thing I want to say, because I know we're wrapping up for time, is muses and mentors. And that just goes into the reference library. You need people that you look up to that embody what you want to embody for a career. And it can always change. But in this moment, who do you look to and say, wow, I wish I was doing most of that work. I wish I was being seen in most of those places. Who is that? Study them, study how they got there, study what they've been doing, study how to do what they're doing. Get around people. A great way to sort of like imitate or what's the word? A great way to connect with your muses and mentors is to go on LinkedIn. Go on LinkedIn and just see who's a part of it. If you know, let's say for instance, Beyonce, she has her own record label called Parkwood Entertainment. Parkwood Entertainment licenses her music to Columbia. And then you know that you can go on LinkedIn and look at, okay, who's at Columbia Records? Who's at Columbia Records that I can talk to in the A&R department and just have informationals with? Have an informational with that person. If you're a singer, you should definitely be having informationals with people from record labels. There's so many people, they want to see you, they want to hear you, they want to give you advice, and like talk to them, like say, hey, I have this, this thing I've been working on, I have this EP, I have this single, whatever it is. Do you mind if I send it to you? You can just give me some feedback. Like, they know that people are always hitting them up every day to send them their mixtape or whatever it is. But if you're contacting them from a standpoint of like, I really just need advice, like, what do you think I should be doing? Who should I be connecting with? What should I be listening to? They will take a shot on you. People love pouring back into people that are about to be the next generation. So that's what I would say. Muses and mentors, very important. And you never know who's going to stick. You never know who's going to just say, you know what, I really like this kid's tenacity. I really love this person's, soul, whatever it is. I love their work. And they'll just pass you on to something for a great project. So that's what I have to say. And I'll stick around for questions if anyone has questions. But thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. So you packed so much into those like 25 minutes. I'm like sitting here trying to keep up with the notes. Like how many of you, like your minds are completely blown right now? I know my mind is completely blown. I love what you said too about like the way you just rattle off facts. Obviously, this is someone who knows her stuff in the entertainment industry, right? Janet, that was okay. I'm gonna stop gushing right now. Okay, Ada Cruz has a question. We have time for like 1 or 2 questions. So Ada, what is your question?
Hi. I just ordered and received my blue screen / green screen, and I wanted to know, is it cheesy to do like reels and skits and monologues and post them on social media?
That's not cheesy. I mean, I feel like what's cheesy is if you try to imitate something in its entirety. So if you're writing your monologues or your skits, do that. People do that all the time. There's a couple on YouTube that I think all they do is skits, and they do like YouTube shorts, and I just watch them every day. And they've blown up from that, and they start to make more longer form content. So try it out with even just short content on Instagram Reels or YouTube and see like what the response is. People will always, people definitely, one thing people gonna do is tell you in the comments if they like your content. So
thank you.
Sure.
All right, we have time for one more. Samantha, we heard from you earlier, so we're going to talk to Deshina.
Hi, Deshina.
Hi. I'm sorry about my background. That's my son. Actually, Deshaun. It's a pleasure speaking with you guys. I had a question. So, for beginning, starting people that people that want to start podcasts and YouTube and stuff like that. What are some good first steps to do all that, especially coming from people that are not? I'm an introvert, so it's very hard for me. I just started opening up to being open on the screen and everything. So can you give me some pointers on how to start?
Yeah, sure. So most creatives, I won't say all, but myself included, most are introverts. I talk well now because I have to for work. I have to talk to people. So there's no getting around that. But you'll grow into it. If it was left to me, I'd be in my house watching Netflix, doing only Zoom meetings, not meeting with people. That's how I am. But literally you can, a podcast is perfect for an introvert because you literally, one, can either just record your voice, or two, you can record your voice and video and just do it as if you're talking to yourself. Most of us, at least I know I do, maybe I'm the only crazy one in the room. I talk to myself all the time. I talk to myself in the mirror. I interview myself as if I'm going to be on Oprah. So you can talk to yourself and record it, and then you can do multiple of those until you feel comfortable actually releasing something, but the I would say get into the practice of it, because you getting into the practice of it will allow you to build up the confidence to release it into the public and not care what people are thinking, or what it is that or if what you're saying is adding value to the world. Anything that you have to say is adding value, so just know that. But you have to have the confidence to feel so, and you have to release it. I would say a good resource to start is just literally with your phone. Order what's that thing called, a tripod with a ring light that has a ring light around it. Put your phone, and then just pick a place in your house that's not too distracting, or if you want it to be a nice background, make it a nice background, and then just record yourself sitting there and talking. Have bullet points so that you know what you want to talk about, and then just watch those videos over and over again until you're comfortable releasing it. Of course.
Oh. Hold on, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't let me unmute it, but thank you so much. And that I was about to ask you another question, but it kind of leads into it, because I was about to ask about the audience, but I feel like I just got to put myself out there, because and actually pay attention to what most people are doing. I want to be authentic, and I want to start something new, something that somebody hasn't seen before type stuff. So so that I just got to put myself out there, because I don't have a broad audience. I'm very fresh to this. But thank you so much.
Of course, Deshina. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then someone is asking, I think it's Daisha. I think I'm saying that right. I hope I'm saying that right. Daisha is saying, is it better to
she started.
Okay, that's Daisha. Okay. Yeah, is it better to self-publish a book or go with a publishing house? So I self-published a book in 2018 that I did for cancer survivors. No, I did. It was a book on cancer survivors, cancer surviving women who were speaking to women who had cancer. And so I did this whole photo shoot where we casted everyone. I spoke to them, had them tell their stories. And then we put the book together, and I self-published it on Amazon KDP. I always say it's better to do self-publishing in the beginning, because you get all of your money back. So all the time and money that you invested in the book. You'll get to a point where you're gonna, need a publisher, but I feel let a publisher approach you. I think that's the best way. I've had friends who have had an agent, they've tried to publish a book, and it can go south at any point. And then you really just if you don't know enough about it, it will crush your dream. And so that kind of crushed him for a few years. And now, just this month, he released a book called Reparations, Style and Soul, which is a beautiful, beautiful book. And imagine he took that to a publisher, and it kind of went awry in a particular way. Publishers are people too. So you know yourself best, I would say do that in the beginning and then let it just go from there. And that's also most budget friendly.
Awesome advice. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Janet, this was amazing. I really appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday to be here. And just thank you so much for dropping so many gold nuggets. So
Thank
we
you,
appreciate
Janine.
it
I
so
really
much.
appreciate it. Good luck to everyone. This is great. The fact that you're even taking the time to do VIP Ignite, like your careers are already set a bar above people who are not doing anything at all. So congratulations in advance. And I look forward to seeing, let me try to remember some of y'all names. So in case I see you somewhere.
I think you'll be seeing them all soon. Awesome.
Thank you for having me, Deneen.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys just learn? I hope you guys are taking notes. Are you taking notes on all of this amazing information that you're getting? Oh my gosh, I know I am. I was like, when I was listening, I was like, oh my God, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. I love it when speakers do that because you know what? Again, so many of you came in having questions. Do you find that your questions are getting answered speaker by speaker by speaker? You're unable to unmute yourself because you'll be unmuted when we have time to unmute. Okay, so that's why the reason that we have everyone muted is for this reason. Because if everyone were to unmute while the speakers are speaking, we'd hear, that's all we'd hear. It'd be crazy. Trust me, we've learned. We're really good at what we do. So, awesome. All right. So are you guys ready for our next speaker? He is waiting in the wings to speak to everyone. Are you guys ready? I need to see the excited faces and then I will introduce you to our next speaker. Okay. I like the golf clap. Hold on. Who's that? Is it Anise? You're like, I'm golf clapping. I love it. You have a great look. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker to you. So he has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. He opened Emmanuel Ungaro at 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue magazine. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years. Through the good times and the bad times, he has never once wavered. He had a record number of covers for the agency, 72 in 1 year. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give a rousing round of applause for the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
We're amazing, Mr. Colby. You look flawless today.
Trying. It's been hard. I need to drink more water. I've been on a low water kick lately. I have to stop that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have you.
Very good. Very good. How's everyone doing on this Saturday morning, afternoon? It's chilly here in LA. It's a little chilly, but it's still nice out.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're excited to hear about how you look, why you're always looking for talent and how you scout talent and what you're looking for in talent.
Yeah, well, I see some faces I've never seen, so I'll just briefly introduce myself. I'm Ryan Colby. I run Ryan Colby Management out of New York City and Los Angeles, and I've been an agent for 22 years. I do, like Deneen said, I have a background in modeling. I was a model. I started modeling at 12 years old, and I worked until my late 20s. And then I transitioned over into magazine work, where I was working at Condé Nast, which runs Vogue and GQ, and I was shooting issues of International Vogue for years. I hold several records at Condé Nast, and my covers are bestsellers. I've worked with major celebrities, styling them for their personal lives, and also talk shows and red carpets and premieres and stuff like that, charity events. Everyone from Ethan Hawke, Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Minnie Driver, Parker Posey, Ian McKellen, lots of people. So I've done different things in the industry. This is the only job I've ever had. I've never been out of the industry. You know, I've had different hats in the industry. Like I said, you know, working with celebrities, working at Condé Nast, being an agent, being a model, but I've never been out of the industry. And that's something I'm very proud of, is that I've lasted this long. I've never had to do another job per se. I've done voiceovers myself, you know, for cartoons and stuff. So I've never had to do anything outside of the industry. So that's actually very rare. And the older I get, the more proud of that I am. Because there's a lot of people in this industry who are waiters and who work at clothing stores and who work in office buildings, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm happy to say that I've never had to do those things. So yeah, I'm here to talk about what I scout for, what I look for. You know, back in the day when I first became an agent, scouting was done live, in person, on the street, physically on the street, on the subway, in the stores. I have some of my most successful talent I found in obscure places. I found Jonathan Kowalski at a Sharper Image store on 57th Street. You know, he was buying like a Walkman with his dad, and I approached him, and he was a Tommy Hilfiger boy for several seasons. I found Eric Smith in the subway station at my house in Park Slope when I was living in Brooklyn many years ago. He was a teen, and he became a sensation in New York, shooting for everything for Givenchy, V Magazine. I mean, he was a huge hit. And Chris Whalen, I found he served me drinks at a bar in Boston. He was a bartender, and I had him come to New York, and he ended up becoming a huge sex symbol sensation as well. And the list goes on and on and on. But those days are over. I don't scout anymore on the street. Every once in a while, if I see someone on the street or whatever, or someone just
I've seen you scout, Ryan. You snap your fingers and you go, you, and you scare the shit out.
Yeah. If I see someone, I recently scouted someone at Ralph's, the grocery store here in LA. He didn't work out though. But anyway, he didn't work out. He was a bag boy, but he was stunning, but he didn't work out. Because now I think the public is over the street scouting phase of the industry. Now everything is done online, which I'm kind of sad about. I actually enjoyed street scouting back in the day. I do prefer that. I mean, now I get submissions every hour on the hour. I do these VIP events. I've found some great people through these events over the years. But I do miss the in-person scouting. And the reason why I scout, and the reason why all agents scout, is because you constantly need a refresher pile of new people for the industry. The industry is forever changing. They're forever wanting new faces for television, for print, for live events. And it's not that they get sick of the other models you have or the models that are established. It's just they always want a fresh face, and the industry is always craving that. Designers are always craving that. Brands are always craving that. Television shows are always craving that. So there's a need to constantly have new faces. Now, the reason why sometimes agents take on a lot of new faces, because the law of averages is that out of 10 people that they take, maybe 2 will end up working. You know, the other 8 will probably fall off over time because of life reasons, or, you know, they're not putting in the work, the agent gets tired of them, or they don't like the industry, or there's a myriad of reasons. So you can't just take one person and expect them to launch and be big. You have to take multiple because you never know what's going to hit. I mean, in all the years I've been in this industry, I'm constantly surprised at who makes it sometimes. So you have to take a variety of people and see which one hits with the industry, which one clients relate to, which ones show up for things, which ones take direction well, which ones photograph the best, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things are factors. As far as you guys being talent, wannabe talent, is the onus is on you. You have to be ready. You have to be available. You have to be willing to listen and learn and adapt, because you have to be able to be ready when that agent calls you and says you have a casting, or you have a job, or you have an appointment. You have to be ready to go the second you are called. There can't be any lag time. So that's on you. You could be the best looking person on that agent's roster, but if you're not available, then you're not, going to work. So those are things that you can be doing. Now, the reason why I said, again, another reason why agents are constantly looking for faces, including me, is because of the demand. The demand has changed. In the past 3 to 5 years, I'm sure all of you have noticed the change in diversity on television, on runways, in print. And as an agent, I have to adapt to that as well, by making sure that I have people who can be submitted for things that even 3 years ago they would never have gotten. So that's a good thing. So that opens up jobs for other people who were considered marginalized and not seen in public, or especially in high fashion or big production settings. So that's a good thing. And so there's lots of jobs now for more lifestyle, people who would never have gotten a chance to do certain things before. So hence why these events like VIP and are successful and continue to be, is because most people on this call are more lifestyle-ish, and there are gigs to do. So, 5 years ago, that would have been a harder sentence to say, unless I was a lifestyle agent, which I'm not. But if I was, I guess it would have been true. But as more of a high fashion, high production agent, now I can say the lifestyle client is just as valuable as the high fashion client, because the jobs are equally available for both. So that's why that's why I'm always looking for talent through these venues. And like I said, I get submittals, and it is important to constantly have a refresh. Now, you need to be ready for these things with your materials. You need to have photos. You need to be fit. Even if you're a larger person, you still need to be somewhat fit. You need to be knowledgeable about the industry. I heard a few minutes of the woman speaking before me, and she was completely correct when she says, and I've said this too on these calls, you need to know the people in your industry. If you, like I've said before, if you wanted to be a professional basketball player and you didn't know who Michael Jordan was, I'm quite sure the coach or whoever you were talking to would look at you crazy, because how can you expect to be a basketball player professionally if you don't know who Michael Jordan is? So therefore, that's the same thing in this industry. You want to be a top model, you need to know who the top models are. You need to know who the top photographers are, the designers, the biggest magazines, even the editors, if you can get that deep. Same with acting. You need to know who the new rising actors are. You need to know who the best directors are, the studios that are shooting these films, the big ones and the independent ones. All of these things you need to know. So she was correct about that. And that's on you as well. I'm not a professor. I'm not here to teach you that. If you're with my agency, do I do impromptu classes on the industry? Yes. Do I sit my talent down and lecture them for 2.5, 3 hours about the industry? Yes. But they get that lucky, they get that lucky scenario because they're with my company, and I don't want them embarrassing me in public when we go out, or et cetera, et cetera. So I had a birthday party recently at the house, and I had a young guy here, 19, and I had Mark Cherry, who's the creator of Desperate Housewives here, who also was a writer on Golden Girls, and he was sitting right next to him, and they were chatting and talking. He was getting to know him, and someone said, Mark, what about that episode of Golden Girls or something? I kind of half heard the conversation, and the boy said very clearly, what is the Golden Girls? I was very angry, nearly grabbed him by his hair and pulled him into the other room, but I had to, hold myself and just giggle and laugh and be like, oh, that's so cute. But examples like that is why I have my little lecture tour that I give to my talent, because that's embarrassing. How do you not know what the Golden Girls is? I don't care if you're 18, like that's not an excuse. So stuff like that. It was an isolated incident, and he has since been, in training. But stuff like that is embarrassing. So you need to know what's going on.
Right, that sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. We got it, quarantine. Getting like a full tutorial of who the Golden Girls are.
Yeah, he's 18. He'd never heard of it, never seen it. And I was like,
did he know Desperate Housewives at least, since he was?
He did not. He knew nothing. He's literally anything past 2000, anything before 2005, no knowledge. So anyway.
I think as much as people want to network, when you get face to face with somebody like that, you're also very close with Ryan Murphy, who created Dahmer and American Horror Story. Putting yourself face to face with people that can snap a finger and literally make you a household name. If you want to be in this business, it's almost like being a stockbroker. You kind of need to know about the industry. Don't just focus on, I want to be a model. You should know models.
Yeah, you have to know who they are. I mean, you can't, you don't need to obsess over it or be like a crazy person about it, but you just have to have knowledge about it. I mean, even I have knowledge of food and ingredients and top restaurants and top chefs, but I'm not a chef. But if I was going to be one, I would just deep dive more into it, and I would learn more about restaurants and chefs and food and ingredients. You have to have basic knowledge of the industry that you want to enter. It goes for anything, whether you want to be an architect, whether you want to be in the money industry, if you want to be, it doesn't matter what industry. If you have no knowledge of the past, the employer is going to get questionable of you, meaning agent is going to get questionable of you. And with new people, when I look for new talent, I don't expect them to be a walking encyclopedia of information, because that's not realistic. And sometimes it could be actually a little off-putting if they are. But I do expect them to be willing to learn how to try, to learn how to do it, and to want to do it, and to put the effort into and sacrifice that time to learn how to do so. Because it's important, because of scenarios like I just told you. I made it funny because I was physically there, so that was good. That was good, but sometimes I'm not around and it's not possible. So I am always looking for new people who are willing to learn about the industry, and it could take months before you're even ready to see clients. I've kept people at bay for 2, 3, 4 months because they're not ready and they need to learn more. They need to work on their bodies and work on their look and work on their clothing. And that could take 3 or 4 months. That's part of the industry. You're not just going to get an agent and be like, oh my God, I'm going to work tomorrow. That never really happens. It's extremely rare. Mostly it could take months of development before you're even ready to see your first client. And if that takes 3 months, well, then so be it. Then that's how long it takes. And if you can't wait and do those things, then yeah, maybe pick something else to do. It's, being a doctor, you're not allowed to start operating on people just because you graduated from Columbia Medical School. You can't just start working it out with a scalpel. You have to you have to go and intern and look and watch and learn and season yourself to the hospital, season yourself to patients before they allow you to touch someone. It's and that's years, actually, not months. So you should be grateful to be a model. But
and that's the tagline for today. Ryan, can I interject very quickly? Is
Yeah.
there a difference when you're scouting talent for the West Coast market versus the East Coast? Because there was
Yeah.
one time we did a call years ago and I loved it. We just literally had people's pictures up and you would say West Coast, like it was almost like a
Yeah.
Harry Potter, Gryffindor, you know? And I think that when people are trying to get into show business, oh, well, I like New York because I'm close. I live in Philly, or I like LA
Yeah,
because, I like the weather. But can you go over like the differences of like both markets? Because I mean,
Oh
you're
yeah, I mean there
bilingual now.
definitely is. I mean there's both and there's one of each and there's both. Obviously if you're the lucky person that can work in both successfully, then great, good for you. But there are people who really only should be in LA, and there are people who really only should be in New York, and it cannot be based upon your weather choices or where your aunt lives, or it can't be based upon any of that. It has to be based upon realism and realistic advice from someone who's knowledgeable, i.e. me, and telling you this is the best place for you to start. In the future, can you go to that other city for gigs and jobs? Absolutely. But that city isn't going to touch you until you prove yourself in this city. So, and it could be vice versa. If you're a gritty New York actor and you have a skinny, really gritty look for modeling and you do very, very well in New York, believe me, there's going to be a client in LA that's eventually going to ask for you. And guess what? You go to LA and you do the gig. And vice versa. If you're more of an athletic, sunny, bubbly person and you have great teeth and you're doing smiling stuff and athletic stuff in LA, eventually some New York client's going to want you for something similar. So it works both ways, and you're doing well. So when you start in this industry, yes, are there cities that you really should focus on with your agent to make sure you get to that market and flourish? Yes, there are. And sometimes you're not going to like the answer because people get dead set on where they want to live. And it's like being in the military. Like when you sign up for the Army, you can't choose what city you're going to go to. They tell you and you go. It's similar to this, where I've had models who, I have a boy here in LA right now who needs to leave immediately. He's Ryan O'Connor found him for me. He's very skinny, he's very gaunt, he's very Dior looking, very Balmain looking, and he's kind of torn as to whether he wants to leave LA. We've been discussing it for weeks now. Like, you will never work here. You will never work here. You need to go to New York or to Europe where everybody wants you. Yes, the weather is cute here, absolutely, but that cannot be your motivation. So we'll see how the rest of the winter plays out, if he even survives, where I may have to unfortunately get rid of him because he's great, but he's just not listening. He's not listening.
I think when you want to be successful and you're diagnosing like, hey, you could be booking more work in New York, you just freaking go. I mean, it's not about preferences, but I like my hair this color. I don't care. You need to lose weight. You need to cut
And same
your hair.
thing. And
Oh,
yeah, I need models.
It's
Yeah.
about
And
packaging.
yeah, and back to scouting for models, I also need models who are knowledgeable, but I also need models who are pliable. And pliable means willing to bend with your look, be it hair, body, clothing choices when you go out in public. What models do when they're sitting at home with their family on Thanksgiving or, whatever, I really don't care. But when you're representing me in LA or New York, is there a certain wardrobe or is there certain things that I prefer you not to wear? Yes. So sometimes I will tell someone, I try and hold my tongue with that. I don't like to dictate what someone wears, but there are times where it's just too offensive where I have to say something, where I'm like, you cannot wear that in public. You cannot look like that in public.
What
if you want to model, you know, if you
about
want
for castings? Like, can you go over like
That's
the
even
basic
worse. It's
components?
even
I mean,
worse.
yeah, a lot of this is done on Zoom, but if you're submitting somebody and they physically have to go to an office or a location, what should people
which is
wear?
increasing
People wear
every
makeup,
day, by
hair,
the way.
nails.
Which is increasing every day, by the way. Yeah, that's even worse. I'm even just talking about generic public, but castings are even worse. Then that actual bar gets even lower, meaning I need you in these parameters, and they're actually a tighter room than your normal life. So yeah, casting outfits are very specific. It depends upon the person, it depends upon the age, it depends upon their shape. But I know by looking at someone what they should be wearing to a casting. And it would be different from the person standing next to you. So therefore, I custom make my grievances with people according to who they are. I don't just blanketly tell everyone they should wear XYZ, because what works on her is not going to work on you, and vice versa. So I just custom make my complaining according to who I'm talking to.
Build your own.
A build your own complaining center. Yes. So I complain to whoever I'm
I
talking
want one for Christmas.
So it just depends. Some people don't need any work and they have good style on their own and they look great. And they're, you know, the one thing I've learned about being an agent for so long is that people's style evolves without me even asking them to. Just being in the city, whether it's LA or New York, you'd have to have the intelligence of an orange not to notice what people are wearing around you when you go to castings and when you go to jobs and when you go to parties. And if you're that
special, I think of like
special
James
and you
Johnson.
don't see it, then I don't know. So normally what I do is I let people marinate in the city, whether it's LA or New York, and I see their style change. I don't have to say one word. I see some of my talent, they'll show up with bags from the cutest stores and, oh, I bought a shirt today, I bought some jeans today, I bought a pair of pants today, I bought a new pair of sneakers, and it's cute. It's really cute. I'm like, great, that's what I want. And I didn't have to say a word. It's just they learn by watching. They're sitting next to the most gorgeous people at a casting, and they're all looking amazing, and you look like you did, I don't know what you're doing. And you see that and you see, I need to look like that. So they start emulating it in their own style. And I prefer it that way. I don't like to sit someone down and be like, you look awful. I mean, will I do it if I'm pushed? Yes, I do it weekly. But do I like doing it? No, I don't wake up in the morning and be like, oh my God, who am I going to make cry today? Like, I don't like doing that. But sometimes you leave me no choice.
But I think of people like back in the day, like James Johnson, for an example, you know, skinny kid coming from the Midwest, his friends wear these baggy pants that are like low where you can kind of see his butt crack. And then he comes to a photo shoot like that. And that's why I get so angry when talent gets taken advantage of, you know, like these companies out there that let you dress yourself for photo shoots. Who the hell would ever let you dress yourself? Because you don't know what your body looks like from an outside perspective. So can you kind of go over a little bit about like proper dress, like things you should?
Yeah, I mean, example of James Johnson. Yeah, I mean, he was a little bit of a hot mess coming to the shoot, but his energy at the time was pliable. So I knew that he wouldn't start crying when I told him to go out and buy clothes, and he did it. So, and I figured he would. I was 99% sure he would. So that was a feeling I got inside based upon the verbiage he was giving me. Now, other people, sometimes they're shaking and they're staring at me and they're quaking in their boots. And sometimes this is probably not the best time to tell them, your outfit looks like crap, your hair is a disaster, and you need to work on your skin. Like, so usually I won't say anything and I'll wait for them to grow as a person. And when I feel they can handle the news, I'll tell them. But when you do these shoots where you do everything on your own, yeah, the risk of you doing it wrong is extremely high, and most likely you're going to. When we do our shoots at VIP, I step in and I give people advice through the Zooms and in person to tell them what to wear, because I know it looks good on you as a person. I mean, sometimes when they bring the clothes, is it perfect? Are they perfect? No, they never are. But it's better than you doing it yourself, is basically my point. Is the chances of you succeeding in that shoot and looking better and having stronger images increase tenfold, because your clothes have been isolated and picked, and that's what you're wearing. And so it makes a difference, you know, when someone is dictating to you what to do, as opposed to you thinking that you know everything and doing it yourself.
That's great. Yeah, I really want to thank you for that, because when you orchestrate, I always joke around, it's almost like Mr. Potato Head. Ryan's putting you together from top to bottom. I mean, even working with photographers on posing, and, you know, because you may want your photos done like, you know, Kim Kardashian sexy, but like in actuality, a casting director wants to see you in a, let's say, a pose or in an outfit that is marketable towards your body type and what type of modeling you fit into. And we're going to be going over that in just a bit. Hey, Ryan, can you go over, there's a lot of misconceptions about what agents do. And there's a notion that you should never spend money to get into this industry. As a top agent, are you whining and dining new models? What are you paying for? And what is a talent responsible for?
The talent is responsible for everything, like everything. Your flights, your Airbnb, your taxis, your subways, your pictures, your portfolio, your comp card, your just everything. I mean, in the 70s and 80s and even into the 90s, it was extremely popular for agencies to fly people in and put them up in apartments, take them out to dinner, buy them a few outfits to get them going. Yes, absolutely. But it's all accounted for in an account that you never see until they present it to you. But those days ended in the early 2000s when computers became more popular, emails became popular, social media dawned and was born, and agencies started waking up, realizing that models are sneaky and they like to do things behind your back, and they like to talk to people behind your back and set up stuff behind your back. So agencies slowly stopped paying for things because it creates no value for them. Because if you spend $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 on someone to get them ready to work, meanwhile they're behind your back doing sneaky things, you're never going to get that $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 back. So guess what? We're just not doing it anymore. Guess who's paying that $6,000 to $8,000 to $10,000? You are, because when you spend the money, you're less likely to play games. You're less likely to be weird. Is it still a possibility that you're going to be weird? Yes, but it's your money now. So go ahead and be weird. Who cares? Nobody cares. The only person that loses is you. But when an agency pays the $10,000 to get you up and ready, and then you screw up, we're the ones who lose. So therefore, agencies just stopped doing it recently in the past decade, where they no longer pay for anything. Those rare occasions where someone is so star making that you just decide to do it. That's
0.01%.
Yeah, that's your business as a business owner. Yeah, you can do that if you want, but that happens very rarely, and that's your choice. 99.9% of the agency is paying for their own things. They're paying for their own photographs. They're paying for their own whatever marketing materials they need. They are paying for it solely, because agencies don't do that anymore. Because we've learned at the end of the year, when you see that total of how much money you've spent on models who no longer exist, you're like, oh my God, we're never getting this money back, because now they work at Wawa. How are we getting this money?
I remember one time, Ryan, you had somebody who was very angry and had her father call you. I remember this because she did like a $2,000 job and she was expecting a $2,000 paycheck. And you're like, no, sweetie, not only did I take my commission, but it's called recoupment. I put money into you, which means I'm recouping it out of your paycheck. So you're always going to pay guys, whether you pay upfront or out of your paychecks. And now you must be financially stable enough to cover all of your own fees up front. So when an agent does submit you out and the casting director chooses you, the agent makes their commission. So that whole notion, an agent only makes money when you make money.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that's 100% true. But all of those marketing materials, all of your training, that's all coming out of your pocket before he books you. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've covered everything and you get a job for $2,000, great, because you get the money. But if I had to do something for you, if I had to pay for this or that or this or that, all of that comes out. I'm dealing with that right now. I have a guy who's tripping about $750. But here's the thing. There were Ubers. There was this, there was that. When you had no money, I fronted it. Okay, $30 here, $40 here, $30 here. You think I'm stupid? I forgot about that. I do that 6-7 times. Here comes that $750 check. Well, guess what? You're not getting it. I'm getting it. It's mine now. So, that's what happens.
And I think that's so important because a lot of times we get talent that come on here that think, oh, well, somebody really wants me. I should never pay for anything. And that's bullshit. Like, if somebody really wants you, you have to show that you're financially responsible enough to be able to show up to those jobs. Ryan, what would happen if you were to submit, hi, Masharad, let's say you submitted Masharad to a casting and he did not show up. What would happen to your agency? And this is a good reason why agencies ask you to cover all your own investments, because you're vested to show up. Like, you have no choice because you want to make some money.
Yeah, I mean, it's never ever good. I mean, luckily I have a good rapport with a lot of clients, but it's never good. They're never happy. And there are some
about Mac.
There's
someone who was on her honeymoon and you had somebody that did not show up to Mac Cosmetics.
Yeah, there are some clients that don't really know me and they'll flip out, like completely go nuclear, complete DEFCON 5 level, screaming, temper tantrums, like complete losing it. Like Ali mentioned, this was years ago, but there was a pretty good job for Mac Cosmetics. I had a boy booked on and he didn't show up. And because he claimed he lost his phone and other myriad of things that I don't even remember what he claimed. But the woman who booked him had left town to go to South Africa for her honeymoon, but she is the middleman. She's not the president of Mac. She is an employee of Mac who happens to be in charge of booking the models. So someone above her called her to scream at her to scream at me. So that stuff happens to me sometimes and it sucks. I've had people not show up on TV sets and I've been blacklisted by television shows for years because of it, because they're pissed that my talent didn't show up. I eventually make it up to them and I'm back in their good graces, but it took years because that one little incident set off a domino effect of just, they're furious. So yeah, it is not good. Hence why clients will only use models that are represented. Now, the rate of me having talent not show up for things is really infinitesimal. It probably happens 2 to 3 times a year, where if you just decide to start emailing Joe Schmo because you put up an ad on Craigslist, the chances of Joe Schmo showing up are probably 5%. I just had a thing the other day. So movie director asked me to replace a guy because he hired a TikTok star to star in his independent movie. And guess who didn't show up for the shoot? The TikTok star, because he's not represented. He's got a lot of followers. The director reached out to him. He said, yeah, I'll do it, man. Never came. And I actually chastised him through an email. I said, did you think he was coming? Because I didn't even have to look at this boy to know he wasn't coming. So that was your stupidity for booking someone who doesn't have an agent, because that's what you get. And now when you do book one of my models, the rate will go up, because if you're that dumb, I want to make sure you're physically paying for it. So you look at that check and know how stupid you are. So
happy holidays from VIP Ignite.
Like, you're an idiot. Why would you hire someone from TikTok to do your movie? Like, are you stupid? Like,
But I
they
think
don't
when somebody sees paid for trainings, they're like, it's almost like a hotel room. They know that like they're not going to steal from the mini bar, that they're vested, that they're of good nature. Can you talk very quickly about like Fashion Week? Can you book Fashion Week without an agent? And there are so many people. I know somebody on here said that they were part of 99. Can you go over why an agent gets privileged castings and things you can and can't do with an agent as far as castings? Because there's so many people on here, Ryan, that will join every single website thinking that they're going to get the same types of opportunities you are. So can you kind of do a little?
No, I mean, when you're doing Fashion Week, it's
breakdown?
very isolated. It's very small. It's a group called the CFDA. There's 50, 60 shows on their calendar at any given moment. And those are the shows that have the press, that have the editors, that have the top models, that have the best clothes, that have the coverage in the top magazines, et cetera, coverage on television, whatever. So those are the shows I focus on, and submit my people for. Now, the thing with the word Fashion Week, it's not copywritten, so anyone can use it. You could do Newark, New Jersey Fashion Week. You could do Portland, Maine Fashion Week. You could use the word Fashion Week anytime you want, and there's no legal recourse. So a lot of companies caught on to that, and this started happening in the early 2000s. Again, the early 2000s kind of hurt the industry. Started happening in the early 2000s where these other companies would crop up being like, we're doing XYZ Fashion Week, we're doing this Fashion Week, we're doing that Fashion Week. Using that word creates buzz, creates interest, creates the eyes getting big, creates the mouths to salivate, and creates wannabe models to think that they're doing a real fashion show that is sponsored by the CFDA. And nothing could be further from the truth, because there is not a single big designer or a CFDA designer that would book someone who wasn't represented. So when you are getting booked or getting these emails from these shows saying you're doing a fashion show for New York City Fashion Week, no, you're not. You're just doing a fashion show that someone decided to put on and use that word Fashion Week, and they're allowed to. So
and it can hurt your reputation if you're affiliated with those shows. Sometimes it can actually hinder real companies from wanting to,
especially if you're deep in it. Oh my God, you know how many times I've met guys and girls where, like, for 2 years straight, 3 years straight, there's 2 seasons a year, so that's 6 seasons. You wasted time doing these pitiful shows.
Especially when you're selling tickets on Eventbrite or Ticketmaster. They're not for your friends and family. Grandma's not coming to watch you.
No. And so when you've wasted all of that time being brainwashed, no agent's going to touch you, because it's too difficult to get you out of that mindset that you're not worth it. Like, why would I spend the time to get someone out of that mindset after you spend all the time? Just continue doing it. Have fun.
I think people do it for like Facebook and Instagram. I want to be a model. I'll prove to everybody I'm doing great. You're an imposter. You're not really booking work. Ryan, what about booking work with real brands like L'Oreal, or somebody mentioned J. Crew today? Can you be the face of a new brand or get that type of work without an agent or manager?
No, you cannot. It is impossible. L'Oreal, you have to be a top actress, a top model, and have representation. And there's an appointment, there's a casting, there's a hair test, there's a light test, there's a makeup test. I mean, it's such a process to get those kind of gigs, especially beauty gigs, that there's no way they would use someone who didn't have representation and didn't have a background in it. You have to have a gorgeous book with stunning beauty shots in it. How could you do that sitting at home in Omaha, doing a photo shoot with your friend John Smith on the street? How on earth is L'Oreal ever going to see that and ever even going to think about you? It's never going to happen. You have to have an agency. You have to be developed to do L'Oreal, to do Garnier, to do Avon, to do Maybelline. All of these companies want the same girl. It's just you fight over which one you want. But the point is that you're actually groomed for that. You know, when I worked at IMG for many years, they would purposely take girls, didn't even have the best bodies, didn't have the best walk, but they were beauty girls. And their sole purpose was to get them beauty campaigns. Because guess what? Beauty campaigns are always beginning in the six figures. So therefore, I don't care if this girl ever does a runway show. I don't care if she ever does a magazine. I don't care what she does, as long as we groom her for a beauty campaign. So guess what they do for the next year? That girl is seeing every dermatologist breathing. She is seeing every hair salon breathing. She is working it out with every, skincare regime there could possibly be. And she is shooting with the best beauty photographers, testing wise, to get her book up to snuff. So when they march her into L'Oreal or Maybelline or whatever, she's ready to go. That's how it's done. You can't get those jobs because you shot with your granddad's friend and he took a cute beauty photo of you. Like, that's not how it works. So you must be represented if you want to do stuff like J. Crew, Nike, L'Oreal, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on.
And I think that's so important. Like, even for us, when we're hiring photographers, you've had people like Juan Algarin. What type of money does Juan Algarin charge, and who does he work with? And I want you guys to type the word proximity, because if you got a chance to work with Juan Algarin, who has he shot with, Ryan, and how much does he charge?
He shoots J. Crew, actually. Speaking of J. Crew, he shoots J. Crew on a regular basis in Maine and in Vermont and in Canada. He is with Judy Ryan, which is a big agency, and he gets, his rates are five figures, 12, 15, 18, 20,000, 30,000 a day, depending upon the gig. He does, album covers. He shot the girls from Fifth Harmony. He shot Camilla by herself when she broke off and did her own thing. He's shot Rihanna. He's shot Scarlett Johansson, Reese Witherspoon. He's shot the entire cast of Star Trek for GQ, the male cast members of Star Wars for GQ. He's shot, the list goes on. He's been shooting for 20-something years. I discovered him when he was a 20-something-year-old in photography school, working as an intern at Pier 59 Studios, which is one of the biggest studios in the world. I used to shoot there on a regular basis for Vogue. And he was an intern there, working in the equipment room, handing out lights and paper and clips and Apple boxes. That was his job. And I met him and we developed a friendship, and he showed me his work, and it was very amateur and green, but I knew if he had someone to give him a chance, he could be great. And I'm proud to say I gave him that chance, and he ended up exploding. So he has shot for us several times, and he did it obviously on a discount. We did not pay him $15,000.
No, we didn't. But let me ask this, not to interrupt, but if, let's say, somebody was brand new, right? And they got a chance to work with somebody like Juan, who doesn't just book work with anybody because they have a credit card. Could it literally put them on the maps if, like, they're going out for auditions and people are like, oh my gosh, you shot with Juan Algarin?
Yeah, if you have, because especially in markets like New York, LA, Miami, where he's really known, Toronto, he's really well known, and he's known internationally, but obviously primarily North America. Yes, of course it helps. It's just like anything. When you have pictures from a top photographer, whether it's Juan, whether it's Tony Duran, Steven Meisel, Bruce Weber, Gaia Rock, Brandon Jameson. I could sit here until dinner going down a list of amazing photographers in Europe and America. Clients will take notice. They want to know, how did you do that? When did you do that? And what else do you got? And those are the things you want clients to be craving more. So yeah, of course it helps. Yes.
So guys, for anybody on here who's already gotten photos done in the past, and I know we've had people on here mentioning companies like John Casablancas and Barbizon and 99. There's a reason why we're not those companies. We're VIP Ignite. We're ignited by real people in the industry who actually want to give back and take you to a higher level. How many of you guys understand now the math behind running an agency, as far as, you know, being financially able to show up to your own castings.
And why agents are looking. I mean, agents are always looking. I mean, I had my birthday party, and I had an agent come here, and he was scouting while he was here of people that weren't even weren't even interested in doing it. They were just guests, but he was scouting. He was like, "What's that guy's deal? What's his deal? What's his deal?" I'm like, "I don't even know these people."
But he was live face to face.
They were like plus ones of my friends. Like, I don't even know who that is, but they're scouting because they're always looking.
Yeah, and for anybody on here, yeah, you can go take, you know, classes, you can pay for websites, go pay for photos, but in order to really get into this industry, you're preaching to the choir. You have to be seen and heard by top people in this industry. Stop sharpening crayons if you don't know how to use them. So thank you so much, Ryan.
Mm-hmm. And apparently I'm coming back at 2.
Apparently, yes.
Or 5, your time.
6 p.m. Eastern, Mr. Colby. 6 p.m.
Oh, my phone says 5.
6 p.m.
Okay.
Eastern.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ryan Colby. Thank you, Alicia, for putting him on the hot seat. I heard that. That was pretty amazing. I always like it when you put people on the hot seat.
I know. Tomorrow, the shit's going to hit the fan. Tomorrow, Colby's all mine, and it's going to be great. We're going to put him in the hot seat. So any questions that you guys have, write them down tonight, because tomorrow, watch out.
Game on.
Yes. Great. So I'll be back at 6, I guess. Okay, so that's 3 o'clock. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Mhm.
you. Awesome.
Okay, see you. Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, we still have so many amazing speakers coming up. We have someone who is actually going to be an entrepreneur and motivational speaker who is going to be tuning in or calling in from Hawaii. Speaking of Hawaii, Alicia, we have a really big event next year in Hawaii. How awesome is that?
I am so excited, Deneen. You know, it's one thing for those of you guys that don't know, I'm currently in Orlando, Florida, and I travel a lot. We were just in LA last week and New York for our big movie premiere. We had Chris Knott there, who played Mr. Big. So anytime we get a chance to travel, I'm always like, let's go. But to go to Hawaii, I'm going to tell you right now, how many of you guys would love to get photos done in Hawaii? Scale 1 to 10. If you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you. Type aloha. So I'm really excited. I know we'll be in Miami. We're going back to New York. I feel as though we're on tour here at VIP Ignite. And I'm so excited to go to Hawaii. Hopefully the baby will come with me. So I'm really
How many
excited.
of you would love to work with an agency that would take you to Hawaii for photos? On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing would that be? Pretty amazing, right?
Casting directors while we're out there.
Yeah. So we have someone who is going to be calling in from Hawaii, and then we're going there next year. Guys, you still have the opportunity to win a photo shoot in New York City. How awesome. Like, how many of you would love the opportunity to have photos taken? Have Ryan Colby himself work with you to get your photos taken in New York City. We have, what else do we have going on? We're also going to be giving away some acting coaching. I know there were a lot of people who were asking, oh, like, how do I know what kind of acting coach to work with? How many of you think it would be extremely valuable for you to have the opportunity to work with an acting coach that we hand pick to help you along in your acting journey? On a scale of 1 to 10, how valuable do you think that would be?
I mean, obviously we have 50 Cent's acting coach Monique Coleman from High School Musical is also part of our company. We have stars from The Walking Dead, stars from The Goldberg. If you guys want to learn acting, you need to learn from real people doing. So it's good dinner time conversation when you're like, oh, who are you working with? Even one of the cast members from The Sopranos works for VIP Ignite, which it's so amazing.
Yeah. So in order to win the free photo shoot, in order to get into the running for the coaching, the personalized coaching for a year, you do have to be here till the end of the day tomorrow. But we have so many awesome things. And like Alicia said, we have Ryan Colby. He'll be back later tonight. He'll be closing out the day tomorrow. Coming up in a couple minutes, we have one of the biggest agents in Los Angeles who's going to be here laying out exactly what she expects from her talent. Okay. So we have so much more today to go through, But I know a lot of you got a little bit confused this morning when I told all of you that you were a model. I know Mike Trash still is trying to take on that identity. But we also have, before I go into our next speaker, we also have a neurosurgeon who is going to help you tweak out those little things in your mind to help bring you even more success. How many of you want more success in your life? Type more success in the comments. What I want you guys to understand is that with each speaker that we're bringing on, we're building blocks, foundation day, right? So how many of you feel like you're getting that foundation, but you want more? Do you guys want more? If you want more, type more in the comments. Hi, Penny. If you want more, type more in the comments. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next speaker to you. Our next guest is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, and he recently won a Lifetime Achievement Award for doing that. He is the author of the new book releasing next year, Elevate Your Message, the Hollywood Framework to Creating Your Vision and Your Brand. He has spoken from the same stages as such notables as Russell Brunson, Greg Reed, Tony Robbins, and Bill Walsh. He has invested over $1 million in education and leadership and will be continuing his education next year by getting a degree in system dynamics at MIT. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. He is considered one of the top experts in helping talent, CEOs, and even entrepreneurs in creating powerful brands and launching the celebrity inside themselves. His company has been featured in dozens of magazines, including Forbes, Entrepreneur, Huffington Post, and MSNBC, and CBS Digital in New York City. And as a company, VIP Ignite has donated and helped to free over 3,500 women and children from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. Can everyone please join me in welcoming to the stage with a rousing round of applause, the one and only Mr. Michael Falcon.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Let me pull up my screen. And I just want to thank Deneen and Allie and all our speakers and for the opportunity to share some information with you guys here. And yeah, the other day I got to win a Lifetime Achievement Award. It was pretty cool in New York City. So it definitely shows your hard work, putting the time, the effort, and so forth. Anything is definitely possible. So let me keep this show on the road. I know we got a lot of exciting speakers for you guys today and tomorrow. Later on today, the person we have speaking at 5 p.m. She's going to change your life in ways you can't even possibly imagine. It's probably going to be one of the most powerful speakers we have ever had speak from stage here today, and she's going to have a really great message for you guys. And the person you are right now and who you're going to be by the end of the day today is going to be really exciting. We have some challenges we're going to be doing at the end of the day and some homework. You guys can have the chance to win some great prizes and so forth. And tomorrow's lineup is absolutely spectacular. We have some really amazing things. We're going to be going over everything from acting and modeling to influencer marketing. We have one of our biggest agents also tomorrow who's going to be dialing in from Hollywood. So you guys, and then we're going to wrap it off with some really amazing people. So definitely you're in for a treat over the next 2 days. So let's get this show on the road and let's keep talking. Right now, what I'm going to talk about is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously, we all know the world has changed in many different ways over the past few years. And in today's market, you really need to have a new mindset to get new results. If you're doing the same thing over and over again, and you're not getting where you want to be, the number one thing I can really tell you, and this has worked for me, is you really need to shift your mindset. And once you shift your mindset, you'll get new results. You just need to learn how to ask better questions. And surrounding yourself with better people is the fastest way in the world to go from where you are to where you want to be. And in today's market, it's all about diversity. It's all about different types of models, from plus size models to trans models, to different types of genders and ethnicities. You know, today, the whole entire market for advertising is all about diversity. It's all about what makes you unique. So I'm really excited to share this with you. Just to give you a little bit of a background, I'm co-founder, CEO of Truth Management. Truth Management is a mother agency. We're a national agency. We represent talent all throughout the United States and all throughout the world. Our company was our management company. We've been doing events for close to 2 decades, but our management company was founded in 2020, and we represent a wide range of talent. Not only do we get them placed on jobs and bookings, but we also place them with larger agencies and so forth. So for a lot of you guys, by the end of the weekend, you'll have the opportunity to interview, to actually be signed to Truth Management. And we're doing some exciting things coming up, not only this year, but in 2023. We really elevate and we take our talent to the next level, not only through bookings, but also through mindset and just really elevating the people that is in their network. And we really change lives. So I'm so excited for those of you that are brand new to have the opportunity to be a part of our ever-growing family. So again, our areas and expertise is we represent talent for fashion, lifestyle, commercial, catalog, social media influencers. We handle voiceover work, TV, film. We work with children, but they do have to be 12 and older. Spokesmodels. We also do music and licensing, presenters, script development, reality TV, events, production, cinematography, book writers. And we also have a speakers bureau, which our speakers bureau, literally the speakers that we represent have probably earned over $1 billion worldwide speaking from stage. So that's something we recently just launched. We have some huge announcements coming in the next few months with our speakers bureau, and I'm really proud of some of the behind the scenes work Alicia has been doing on bringing on board some of the biggest names in the industry. So let's talk a little bit about modeling. Most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer, usually they're going to answer with the wrong answer. Okay, so if I was to go up to the average person, I would say, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? The answer I will normally get is they usually will say they're tall, they're thin. People will always say they're female, and that they walk the runways of Paris and Milan, and they lead a really glitzy and glamorous life. And let me give you the stats now for that. What people want, the average person, when they think of modeling, they're always going to think of high fashion. So high fashion are models that are tall and slender. So for females, they're tall and slender. They're unique looking, and they're typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agencies, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size and a 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, hip, and measurement. For males, so for male models, high fashion, runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit in a 40R jacket. Okay. So when people say to me, describe the average model, that's what most people will describe. And what they're describing is what's considered high fashion. Now, what most people who don't work in the industry don't understand is that high fashion is actually the smallest segment in the industry. It actually only accounts for a little less than 10% of the industry. So for me, if you were to come up to me or to people like Ryan or people who work in the industry and you said to them, well, describe what do you think the average model looks like? They're going to say, well, it depends upon the casting. It depends upon the job. See, most people outside the industry, they only think of that one segment, the smallest segment, when in reality, the largest segment of the modeling industry is what's called commercial print. Commercial print are magazines, billboards, catalogs. So when you see an ad like this, you see the mom, the dad, the baby, that's a commercial print ad, right? This could be run for a hospital, you know, for a Pediacare. This may be run for some type of program for health for babies or for moms, for new moms, and so forth, right? So that's commercial print. So when you think about commercial print, again, that's 80% of the industry. That's going to be the largest segment of the industry. And as I was waiting in the wings to speak today, and I was kind of going through everybody who was on camera, literally 100% of you guys that are on this call are going to qualify for commercial print. That's where you're going to fall into. So let's talk a little bit about commercial print. See, commercial print models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So when you think about like all the different ads that you see, right? When you get that mail that comes in or you pass by billboards, these are all commercial print models. And what's really great in today's market, it's all about being unique. It's all about different ethnicities, different looks, different styles, and so forth. right? You can see different family arrangements, right? 2 moms, 2 dads, mixed families, and so forth. You know, when you pay, I want you guys to start paying attention when you see commercials and you see ads, start recognizing the advertising trends. This is a business, and now you're a part of that business. So, you know, for kids are always going to have the opportunity to work. Kids are very easy to place. The most important part for children are going to be the parents. Can the parents be there on set? Can the parents show up? Do the parents have the working papers? Do you have a trust fund set up? There's a lot that gets involved in booking children and also for talent. But what's great for those of you that we represent, we handle all that for you. What's great about having an agent, having a manager, is they're going to handle your contract negotiations. They're going to handle all those things. The greatest thing about having an agent or manager is, so, you know, for a lot of people, you know, that are new, the number one question is always, is this real or is that real? How do I do this? How do I do that? What's great is you never have to think about that ever again. The moment somebody approaches you and says they want to work with you, you say, great, here's my manager's information, give them a call, thank you, goodbye. We handle all that for you. So that's what's really great about having the right management, the right people in your life to help guide your career and also to maximize the value that you're paid when working on set. Here's a great example of a commercial print model, also actress, Christine. She can play a wide range of roles. So her background, she's health and fitness. She's also one of our inner circle members. She's also a business partner with myself and Bill Walsh. She owns a fitness company, but she, as far as her television and acting career and modeling career, she can play a wide range of roles. So she has what's considered versatility. She can play the lawyer, the judge, the mom, the doctor, you know, the military person. There's a lot of different range roles that she can play. And obviously the way her photos portray her is going to be those examples, but she has a very versatile look. Okay. Here's another example, commercial print model. So you can see here the older lady, right? So this is for a leasing company. So age doesn't matter. See, in today's world, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. All of these things. Right now, we have people, you know, from all over the world. We have people calling in from California. We have people calling in from Hawaii. Tomorrow, we'll have people calling in from Europe. We have people coming in from all over the world being able to interact. So the world has really changed, and it's become such a great opportunity for new talent to be able to work in the industry because, again, age doesn't matter, looks doesn't matter, and so forth. Again, great example, commercial print model. She can play, again, wide range of roles, great versatility. Here, this ad is for AARP. The older I get, the prettier my portfolio is. Okay. Again, commercial print, you can see mixed ethnicities, Caucasian dad, African-American mom, the child, right? You know, this is what's called e-commerce. So an e-commerce ad will pay differently than a magazine ad, will pay differently than whether the magazine or the e-commerce is national, international. You have what's called rights of usage. Will it just be used in one ad or more than one ad? These are all things that you get to learn from as your agent, or if we decide to work with you, we go over all this with you. Here's Sid, again, really great look, super successful. She's been on a half a dozen television shows. She's consistently working. A year ago, she was working for the city of Philadelphia. Okay, she decided to retire. She decided she wanted to make that change in her life, and now she's one of our top successful talents. She's also a part of our inner circle. Okay. So again, commercial print, magazines. I want when you're out and about, you know, billboards, catalogs. I want you to start looking past the ads and seeing the types of talent that you see in those ads, right? Obviously, for a banking ad, they're going to hire somebody who's older, more mature, with glasses, right? With gray hair. They're not going to hire somebody who's a skateboarder. Okay. Obviously, if you're going to be putting your money into a bank, a skateboarder ad might be for a skateboard company or for Xbox or for PlayStation, right? Christmas holiday. So there's so much variety and so much opportunity in commercial print that it's literally unlimited. You know, I'll give you a really great fact. Because of the way everything happened with COVID, there's more opportunities right now in the modeling and acting industry in the next 24 months than there have been combined in the past 10 years. So there's more opportunities right now and from today and the next 24 months than there has been in the past 10 years because of all the backlog of the explosion of digital television, of the internet, online advertising, online marketing, and so forth. So many new brands, so many new companies competing for buyers' attentions, and they consistently need new, fresh faces to be a part of that industry. So as far as the company, you know, we really know what we're doing. We've been doing this now for close to 16 years, almost 2 decades. And we've done everything from open the stock exchange to working with some of the biggest people in the industry. As Deneen mentioned earlier, we have won over 30 awards, including 6 Tonys. 2013, we won the Tony for Best Play for a show called Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. And the reason for our success is we surround ourselves with the best possible people in the world. We work with the top agencies, the top casting companies. We invest in the best possible projects. Since day one, we've invested millions of dollars into our talent, into our company. And that's why we always are consistently growing. And right now is really where that investment is paying off, where really now we can do some amazing things with the company. We have some huge announcements that you guys will blow your mind. Maybe we might share a little of them tomorrow. We'll see. So again, commercial print, billboards. Here's examples of commercial print. This is some of Ryan's models. This was for a Korean clothing company. Okay, this is like editorial. This was shot in New York. So even though these ads ran in Korea, the ads themselves were shot in New York. Again, location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. Again, some great examples of these again will be e-commerce. These were ads that were running online. Okay, here's a great example of a talent. Location doesn't matter. This young boy right here, his name's James Johnson. He actually came to us probably about 2 years ago. He lived in a small town in South Dakota. His town was so small, they only had one traffic light in the entire town, one traffic stoplight in the entire town. He was a barista at a coffee shop. He was really shy. He was very introverted. But he wanted to give this a shot. He came to New York. We were hosting an event in New York City. He got to meet his agent, Ryan Colby, and his career took off. Literally 30 days after the event, he had moved to New York City. He was going on castings. He's worked for some of the biggest designers in the world, which is really an amazing story. He actually, at the event, he got to meet one of the top talent from America's Top Model. And he literally, I have a photo of him just shaking hands with him. And he says, "It's such an honor to meet with you." And literally a year later, he was walking the runway with the same exact person. Like, talk about going from zero to hero. Like, that's an amazing story. He's now transitioned. He's transitioned out of modeling. He's now full-time living in Los Angeles. He's a full-time working actor. He's also a script writer. He's working on his own shows. He has his own team. And literally, this is in less than 24 months. So he literally went from being a barista to being a full-time working model to now being a full-time working actor, traveling the world and walking for some of the biggest brands in the world. So again, it's all about surrounding yourself with the right people, having the right team. And that's what we do here at VIP. Here's one of my favorite talent, Mike Trash. He is an amazing individual, commercial print, acting. He's a screenwriter. He's won numerous awards. He hosts a podcast. He was formerly with the WWE. So for those of you who are super fans of wrestling, you better watch out when Mike Trash comes looking for you. And he's absolutely amazing to work with. He has a heart of gold. And he's great because there's so many different roles, so many different opportunities that he can fit into. Here's another one of our talent. He's also Mike Trash and Anthony are both part of our inner circle. Anthony was just recently in Los Angeles with us. He just got signed by one of the biggest agencies in the world. And his whole life is going to change. You know, he literally started with us probably less than 6 months ago. And now he's going to be doing some amazing things. And it was a moment of inspiration of him being in LA and having a conversation with Alicia where he had not met with one of the agents there. And Alicia said, "Well, why didn't you meet with that one agent?" He's I don't know. And literally she said, "Let's go change that." And literally the next day he was being signed. So imagine, you know, when you're working with a company, it's being able to micromanage the details, making sure that you're meeting the right people, that you do not become your own worst enemy, where you're no longer living in fear, right? Change your story, change your life. Okay. Again, here's a great example, 2 different age ranges, commercial print, television, commercial, voiceover. There's so many different things, right? Everybody recognize, you may not recognize the name, but you certainly recognize that commercial. You certainly know that voice when it comes on. When you think of like Geico ads, commercial, print, you got the mom, the dad, the dog, right? The child. Okay. It's a commercial print ad, right? It's selling insurance. Here's a Progressive, right? Everybody knows Flo from Progressive, but do you really know her backstory? Do you know who she is, right? Do you know who she is as an actress? Who's her agent? A lot of times, you know, success leaves clues, right? You need to follow the clues to be successful, okay? Her real name's Stephanie Courtney, okay? She's an actress. She originally wanted to be a comedian. She went to Second City in Chicago. She got an agent. And one day she had an opportunity to do a role for an insurance company. She said yes. And that's the second biggest thing that I can tell you. When an opportunity comes along, you say yes. It doesn't matter how you will make it happen when you say yes. You will figure it out. Okay. You know, here's another great one of our talent. Okay. Jesse Hyman is considered the world's greatest actor. He's been in over 200 movies. Okay. He was probably the kid that you might have, well, maybe not you, because everybody on this call is so nice. I know there's no bullies on this call, but I'm sure you know the kid who got bullied in high school. This is probably kind of what he might have looked like. Okay. He did a Super Bowl ad with Bar Raphael. He's been in over 200 movies. He's been in movies such as Spider-Man, The Social Network, dozens of television shows. Okay. You know, he's made a full-time living playing into his character, playing into being that geek, that nerd, and so forth. And that's what's great about this industry is when you lean into who you can be, your strong points, you can literally have a full-time career doing this. And at the end of the day, it comes down to mindset, right? Mindset is everything. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about flow. Okay, so here's Stephanie Courtney. Here's her. I couldn't even copy her entire resume. It would have taken like 3 pages. So I just had to kind of condense it. But you can see she's been doing this since 1998. Okay, she's been in Fred 2, Fred movie. She's been in The Man Show. Let's see some other stuff that I know. ER she was in, Celebrity Deathmatch, Mad Men. She was in 5 episodes of Mad Men. She was in the show Cavemen. She's been on the Jay Leno show. She's been a Looney Tunes show, so she does a lot of voiceover work, right? So Mike Tyson's Mystery, the Goldbergs, right? One of our talent we represent on the Goldbergs. So you can see all these things she's done. But for most people, they just know her as Flo, right? And just to kind of give you an idea, and this is actually outdated. She actually makes $5 million per year now. But you can see she earns $1 million per year playing Flo from Progressive in their commercials. Typically, when an actor portrays a character for a long time, they end up negotiating a direct deal with the brand outside of the typical SAG-AFTRA union pay scales. They also get a pay bump for being the official spokesperson, residuals, right? So she'll get paid over and over again. Every time you see that commercial running, you see that ad in a magazine, you see that ad on a plane, on a billboard, on a train, in a magazine. Anywhere you see that, cha-ching, Stephanie's getting paid. Okay. She's getting paid over and over again. And when you add this up, you know, I put this together last year, was 2 million. Her new contract, I just actually researched it. So I'm going to update this slide. It's $5 million per year because she said yes. She originally wanted to be a comedian. That she wanted to be a stand-up comic. And then that she had the right agent at the right moment, the right training, the right network, and her whole life changed. And I'll be honest with you, she could probably walk past you any street in New York or anywhere in the world without her little outfit and her hair and her makeup, and you probably wouldn't even recognize her. She would walk right past you and you wouldn't even realize who she is. So that's high fashion, editorial, commercial print. Next thing we have is what's called promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is live shows, trade shows, boat shows. Think of the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, okay? You also have fitness modeling, right? So you can think about fitness modeling, everything from supplements to Nike ads to Reebok. Think about all the thousands of brands from Peloton to all these different health. Health is one of the biggest markets in the world. And it's, you know, if you're in shape, you're, you know, a bigger person who's in a great shape, being fitness, right? You can see these girls are powerful girls. Doesn't mean they have to be skinny and thin. It means they're in great shape, okay? Then we also have plus size and curve. Okay, it's a $1 trillion worldwide business. As the American waistline and the worldwide waistline expands, commercials now will feature plus size, where something like this 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago wouldn't have been considered mainstream. Now this is a mainstream market that is a $1 trillion market. And of course, like I stated earlier, kids will always have the opportunity to work, have to have a nice smile, be able to be well behaved on set, and most importantly, their parents need to be well behaved on set. Okay. And again, commercial print, right? You can see this is some stock photography. This can be used in a telemarketing ad. It can be used for hiring a secretary. It could be used for a law firm. You can see the different family, the mixed family, and so forth. Okay. It's 2022. Okay. The world has changed. Okay. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique. Okay. And obviously, people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. Okay. And if you talk about it, it's a dream. But if you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. Okay. So My name is Michael Fomkin. This is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you, right? So do you feel that by your measurements, you fit into high fashion, runway? Are you promotional? Are you fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial print, lifestyle, and so forth? So I will be back later to talk to you with some other guys. I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Alicia. And if you have any questions on this, because we do have our next speaker will be coming up, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say too. All right, guys, I will talk to you in a little bit. Hope you enjoyed this and you learned a lot.
Guys, go ahead and type very quickly. What type of model do you think you are? What do you qualify for? Type it very quickly. Type it, type it. Type it. Commercial. Fitness. Commercial, fitness, lifestyle. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. And you know, this is one reason why when people go to sometimes the modeling schools, a lot of times they're so keen. They've got this like one-track mind that they think modeling 5'10", size 0. Well, yeah, that's high fashion. So a lot of times people will invest $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 on these runway classes. Sometimes you have a better chance of walking on water. Just because you take classes does not mean you will do. Okay. All right, perfect. Good, good, good. And you know what the best part about this industry is? How many of you guys have maybe been to Times Square or seen pictures in Times Square, opened up a catalog, if we even do that anymore, even go on Amazon, we go on any type of website like an e-commerce. How many of you guys have ever seen models and you're like, well, how did they get booked? I'm just as good as that. If you feel like that's you, type that's me. Because it happens all the time. Like the other day I was looking for a new pair of Nikes, and I don't know about you, but I like to try on shoes. I don't like to buy stuff online, not jeans and shoes. Like those are two things like mama's got to put on, right? Make sure it fits. And there was a Victoria's Secret at my mall, and they had a woman there, like literally on the billboard in a wheelchair. And I was like, this is so amazing because, you know, for so many years, you know, all the supermodels back in the day, we're all tall and thin and, you know, and Victoria's Secrets, just so you guys know, I mean, they got into, you know, a lot of trouble lately and they shut down that whole big Victoria's Secret fashion show because a lot of people said they weren't relatable. How many of you guys have seen like the documentaries, right? The Fallen Angels, they call them. So especially now, real designers, yeah, they still want people, you know, it's very hard to make clothes for people with curves or people that have different types of body types. But they do want new faces. And I'm so excited because there are so many amazing people, Deneen, as we know, like Maria, who's booking $30,000 a day for one day because she has bright silver gray hair and casting directors love it. So you never know, guys. So don't feel as though you can't model due to age, due to your location. Everything now is done online, even your body shape. It's fair game now.
Yeah, the other night I met a woman who's probably in her 70s and she walked Paris Fashion Week this year. And it was amazing just to see that because again, when like I told you guys earlier, when I first got started, Mike would ask me questions. I'm like, oh yeah, well, models are tall and skinny, like, and now like I love how much the industry has changed, not only with modeling, but also with acting, because it's so refreshing to how many of you love watching TV just because now you see people like yourself on TV? Because I remember like when I was younger, like I never saw like a short, chubby brunette very often on TV. But now the industry has expanded and they understand that people want to see themselves on TV, and it's absolutely amazing to have that opportunity. So here's a question I have for you guys. How awesome was Michael's presentation on modeling? Like how many of you now feel even more included in the industry than you did before? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Yeah, right. Because there are so many possibilities. I mean, even like with tattoos, like the industry has expanded so much, and it's so refreshing to see that it's inclusive. It's no longer it's no longer as exclusive due to body shape and age. Okay, you do have to know the right people, and you do have to be able to get into the right rooms. But knowing that no matter who you are, if you can get to the right people and get in the right rooms, the possibilities are endless. I think that's, for me, that's really refreshing. How about for you guys? So I know a lot of time, one of the things that most talent are absolutely obsessed with are photos. How many of you are like, okay, you know, I need to get photos. Where can I go get photos? Oh my gosh, what kind of photos should I take? Does anyone have any of those questions? By the way, Murphy Luntu is on here. Your photos from Hollywood, stunning, but we'll come back to that in a little while. So would it be okay if I bring back Michael Famkin to the stage so he can talk to you about how, like, what exactly is the right photo? Because whenever we work with talent that are brand new and they come to their first photo shoot, they're like, Deneen, I hate my photos. I'm like, well, I'm sorry you hate them, but I think that they're stellar, and here's why. Because this is what agencies are looking for. So would it be okay if we now that we all, how many of you are models? Raise your hands. Everyone raise your hands. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Thaddeus. Thank you very much. Yeah, I see you. I see everything. So now that you all know that you're models, would it be okay if we have Mr. Michael Famkin come back on and teach you what kind of photos you actually need? Would that be okay? Okay. I know it's in the middle of the day. We've been doing this now for a couple hours, but people, show me some life. This is your future. We talked this morning about how, you know what we're doing? We're ending 2022 with momentum so we can kick booty in 2023. So here's the question I have for you. Would it be okay if I bring Michael Famkin back to the stage to show you what kind of photos you should be taking? Yes or yes? Type it in the comments. Yes or yes. Come on. Listen how excited I am about photos. All right, everyone, welcome back to the stage, the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? You can hear me good?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, let me share my screen because I know we got a big Hollywood agent coming up next, but I want you guys to be prepared for this. Actually, I was going to do this a little bit later on, but I switched it around because I felt that this would serve you guys better to hear this now before hearing from our next speaker. And because that way, you guys, the more educated you could be as you're working with higher level people, the stronger it will be. So obviously, we gotten to do a lot of exciting things over the past 2 years. We have a lot of exciting adventures coming up. And, you know, just a couple of things is that I'll go over with you guys really quick is life is all about having momentum. And, you know, when you see that people that are successful, they're consistently pushing the envelope and they're consistently growing. And when you have momentum, the power of momentum is really once you get moving and you start, you can continue. When you stop, it takes a lot more energy to get yourself back up and running. You know, that's why you see us in New York. You'll see, you know, us always traveling, always doing things, meeting new people, getting involved with different organizations, you know, investing in ourselves, investing in the company, always bettering ourselves, because I've learned very early on, momentum is one of the most powerful things. The second most powerful thing is to really find your why, and you'll find your way. And it's a very famous quote from John C. Maxwell. If you're not familiar with him, you should definitely look him up, start reading some of his books and so forth. Great tip is whenever you meet somebody successful, always ask them what the last book that they read or what book they're currently reading and go out and buy that book. Because, you know, you want to follow the clues of success. You know, there are patterns. And once you start developing pattern recognition, you'll start realizing that the successful people are all doing the same thing. Unsuccessful people are doing the same thing, and you want to follow what successful people are doing. And even more importantly, you want to make sure you don't do what unsuccessful people are doing. Okay. You know, so we've been doing some really great experiences working with our talent. We like to go on experiences and trips where we can not only learn and get certified and everything from stunt work, but getting some great photos, but just enjoying life, being able to be together, being able to do some great things. You know, we've been everywhere from Miami to New Orleans to New York to LA to Atlanta to Las Vegas. You know, for next year, we have some amazing trips planned to San Juan. We have a cruise. We're going to Hawaii. So for the people that are part of this company, we have some, and those are the things I'm just talking about. We have some things that are going to be really next level of what we'll be working on with our talent. But, you know, kind of, you know, again, like I talked about this earlier, people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. You know, there is really no such thing as luck. And if you do believe in luck, it's you create your own luck. And you create your own luck by having proximity to the right people. And the path to success is to take massive determined action. These are all some of my favorite quotes from Tony Robbins. For those of you not familiar, he's a really great person, very dear and close friend of mine. I've had the opportunity to travel around the world with him, work with him very closely. And, you know, the one thing I really learned from his is when you take action, you have to be willing to take action. And the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. You know, if you're telling yourself that you're failing because of this, that's the reason why you're failing. It has nothing to do with outside influence. It has nothing to do with your circumstances. It has nothing to do with your parents, with your husband, your wife, your friends. It's a story that you allow yourself to tell yourself. You change your story, you change your life. You change your circumstances by changing your story. You come up with a why. Why is it that you want to do this, right? You know, it's the weekend. I just got back from New York. I was just in LA for a week. I was in Las Vegas for a week. Each one of those days, those weren't vacations. I was working. I was working every single day, you know, planning even this event while traveling, making sure we got all the speakers together, all, you know, making sure the speakers in a correct order. We spend hundreds of hours putting these events together to be able to serve you guys. But our why is to see you guys be successful. You know, we really believe in the business. We believe in the goodness of people. We know how to separate and recognize the companies that take advantage of talent versus the companies that elevate talent. So, you know, when you change your story and you surround yourself with the right people and you find your why, those are the three most important values and lessons that I can give you to really maximize your time. Okay. Because time is your most valuable resource that you have. You know, people always, you know, people believe that money is a valuable resource. Money is replenishable. You can always make more money. Okay. You can always get a new job. You can always improve your life, but time you can never get back. Once you run out of time, that's it. It's over. Okay. And everyone, think about every single person from Tony Robbins to an Academy Award winner, to a director, to a writer, to everyone on this planet all has the same exact 24 hours to work with. So, you know, you really need to think about how are you maximizing your time? How much time are you spending on watching Netflix? Are you just sitting on the couch watching it? Or are you doing script analysis, understanding the storylines? Are you spending time while watching shows, researching who's the writer, who's the director, who's the producer, who are the agents? There's so much that you can do to learn. You know, for those of you that have to be a part of the company, I'm working on some new trainings that will literally transform your life. But at the beginning, it's all about changing your story. You have to be your biggest supporter, right? I'll believe in you 100%. And I'll carry you across to the finish line. But if you're fighting and screaming the whole entire way, it makes it really difficult. Find your tribe, love them hard. You know, you see here, you know, we have a lot of our success stories that are on this call. You know, I always notice our biggest success stories show up. They show up and they follow through. And that's what sets them apart. Okay. So for all our talent, our inner circle that are on this call, I applaud you for being here. I know you could be doing so much else, but you choose to be here because this is your tribe. You support them. So for those of you that may be brand new, I can tell you one thing. The power in our network is not only in the speakers that we have access to, the jobs, the castings, the opportunities, but just in our top talent, our inner circle legacy members, because these are the people who are 1 and 2, 3, 4 chapters ahead of you, but they were where you were a year ago. And now they're going out there, and these are a great resource when you become a part of our company. For those of you that are offered the opportunity, this is something that you should turn to those people to be your guide, to be your mentors at the very early stages of your career, okay? Because we're a family here, okay? That's what it's all about. We do some incredible things, okay? We just closed our inner circle just last month. We will be reopening it. We only open this up once a year. So we will be opening up our inner circle again next year. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent. And we will work with only 40 or 50 people at that level at any one time. But we do some amazing things. We'll go backstage on Broadway. We'll go on really cool trips. We'll rent the, mega $1 million mansions and bring in surprise guests, because I want to be able to spend time with people that are at that level that I can enjoy going back and forth with. Honestly, I want to spend time with people who want to enjoy and be as successful as our team here. So, but even for our talent who aren't a part of our inner circle, we call themselves Fearless Rebels. And you guys will learn more about that tomorrow. But again, it's all about being a family. Our next big trip that we're going to be doing is going to be Orlando, Florida. That is going to be May 2023. I know a lot of you guys are interested in working with us and coming out on one of these really cool adventures. I will talk more about that later today and tomorrow, but just so everybody kind of knows where we're headed to next, that's going to be our next available opportunity for new talent. We'll be able to come out to Orlando, May 2023. And when you guys see what I put together for this, it's absolutely amazing. So let's talk a little bit about having the right photos, okay? So for a lot of talent, one of the biggest mistakes they'll make is they'll go out and they'll invest a lot of money in the wrong photos. And it's, you know, it's understandable. There's a lot to understanding photography and understanding what the casting director wants versus what you want. Okay. At the end of the day, it's all about leaning into your character. It's about having the right photographer for a lot of different reasons, not only for networking, but photographers have a great influence on the jobs that you'll do in the future. The makeup artists have a lot to do. It's actually building a resume up through these connections. And I cannot stress that, how important that is. And for a lot of times the struggle with talent is, you know, and I'll give you an example. In New York City, there's over 200,000 people who will make a living through photography at any one time. Only 200 of them actually shoot for the major magazines. Those 200 that shoot for those major magazines, probably only about 20 of them are like the top, like they're the top 1%. They have agents and managers. Like a normal person, you wouldn't even know they exist unless you worked inside the business. So for a lot of times, people, what they do is the mistake they make is they reach out and they try to find a photographer through social media, through Google, and you wind up just finding these photographers. They're good, but they're not great. And there's a big difference between being good, great, and being extraordinary. Okay. Right. Somebody could say, hey, I was a great dad, but my son still did drugs. My son still had issues. Right. But I was a great dad. I don't understand why. Well, were you an extraordinary dad? Right. So it's the same thing. It's that 1 degree of separation. It's that 1 degree. Think about water, right? Boiling water, if you lowered the temperature by a half a degree or 1 degree, you now have warm water. You don't have boiling water. So making sure that you work with the right people, whether you're working with us, or you decide, our whole goal at the end of this weekend is to educate you on the right steps. You guys are going to hear from some amazing agents, some amazing casting directors, some people who are going to tell you the truth about this industry. And I really want you to be full in for this whole weekend, because I can guarantee you the information we're giving out this weekend for free will change your life. Okay. When we do our photo shoots, we bring in the best. Ryan Colby, he has over 40 years in the industry. He's a former art director of Vogue magazine. He's worked with some of the biggest names in the industry. When we bring in photographers, we'll bring in people who've shot 20 and 30 covers of Vogue magazine. We bring in some of the most amazing people. We sit there, we hand select the photos, we hand select the clothing. We go through an entire process because this is our brand. You become a part of that brand. Our goal is to make sure that you're successful. We go out, we prepare our talent. We rent out $1 million studios. We shoot at some of the most iconic locations in the country. Okay. We spend hundreds of hours of research going through our network to find the right places to shoot. Okay. Because we want everything to be successful. Because at the end of the day, you need to have photos that show versatility, that lean into your character. Okay. That lean into who you are, that have great lighting, that really stress to a casting director when they look at them, this is the person I want to hire. Right? Here are some great character shots. You can see the versatility. Even though she's older, she can play, the mom at home who's, planting flowers. She can play the attorney. She can play the aristocrat. She can play, the evil villain kind of, right? Here's some great character shots, from comedic to fitness to health. Right? And you notice the gaze, you see the gaze. Again, some great commercial shots. These are from some previous shoots that we've done. So the whole thing about this is making sure that our shoots are not only about being shot, getting the right photos, working with the right people, but also having a great experience, building a community, getting certified. We've done stuff from stunt work to voiceover work, and bringing in the best people, bringing in the senior coordinator for The Walking Dead. and being certified for him in stunt work and firearm safety, bringing in voiceover cast members who've won Academy Awards, who've played the voices of Prince Hans and Frozen, some amazing, amazing people, and really building up the resume of our talent while also getting great photos done. We always will work with celebrity makeup artists and celebrity photographers because this is really important for your resume, because even if you're brand new to this industry, you can automatically now be saying, I worked with this person. This is the person who handled my last shoot. This is my agent's information. It helps us build your brand to be able to promote you to even higher levels. That's why we have such a high success rate. And the importance of photos really can be summed up right here. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job, not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure that your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director or client. You need those photos to pull that person in, okay? Again, having the right set, the right lighting, the right equipment, okay? These are great shots. You can see your eyes are drawn to the person, right? You can see the versatility. You can see the correct lighting. These are awesome headshots because you want to grab the casting director's attention, okay? Again, we have to sit down. You sit down for the people we work with. You sit down with Ryan. He will figure out who your character is. He will work on your styling, on your clothing, on preparing you for this. You just don't show up at a shoot. Oh my God, here I am. There's hours and hours of preparation that goes into this to be able to get the shots that get you booked, that get you signed to even higher level agencies. Okay. Again, here's some great examples of some great shots. You can see your attention is brought to the talent. You can see the versatility. You can see the correct lighting. These are all perfect examples of shots that you would want to have for your portfolio. Okay. Now let me show you some other examples. Okay. So these are some examples of shots you wouldn't want to do. And these are real examples of people who spend thousands of dollars on photos, and they all have super potential, but their photos is what's holding them back. You can see at both of these photos, your eyes weren't drawn immediately to the talent. Your eyes were probably drawn to that yellow sweater. You were drawn to probably the shirt, kind of like, looks like Popeye would wear it. And she's a great looking girl, but these photos are not doing her justice. Whoever did her hair is all frizzy. Okay. The makeup's a little bit overdone, not correct lighting. Okay. And see here again, same thing. Somebody who spent a lot of money on this. Okay, maybe she was going to be a realtor. This would be a great shot for a realtor, but I don't even think I would really want to hire her as a realtor, right? It just seems so stereotypical of a photo. And again, your eyes were probably drawn to the necklaces, to the blue jacket. She has blue with purple. I don't know who did her styling there. And again, her hair is not done correctly, a little bit overly too heavy on the makeup. Pearl earrings were distracting. So it's the little things equal the big things, and you really have to concentrate on the little things because they really do make a difference. Okay. Here's another great example, right? Good looking girl, young girl, can play roles on Disney, but for submitting out from a casting director's perspective, this wouldn't meet their standards. This wouldn't meet the standards of what's needed because, again, it's not showing versatility. Your eyes are being distracted by the stripes, the purple, the glasses. It's just not done right. This is not what you want to put as your best foot forward. If this was part of a campaign, possibly, but certainly not when you open the book and the first photo you see with one of these two. The casting directors moved on. You literally have less than a second to impress a casting director or an agent. Like literally it's less than a second because they're going through thousands and thousands of these. We've been doing this for 2 decades with a 99.98% success rate because we work with the best people. We're working with the former art director of Vogue magazine. We're working with the best photographers in the world, the best makeup artists. We're working with, even for our talent, when we do our agency meet and greets, we're flying in some of the top casting people in the world, people who've won multiple awards for casting. You do not see this anywhere else. And I cannot stress that enough. Again, great looking woman, but again, photos done wrong. Her hair completely blown out. Maybe the third one with the lumberjack shirt, but I wouldn't use that as a first photo. Maybe as like photo 3 or 4, but the other 2 would not be accepted. They just are not going to work. Again, these are great examples of the right photos. This is what you want. This is the kind of quality you want. This is the kind of quality that we do. And again, we get the best studios, we get the best photographers and so forth. So I just wanted to kind of go over that, guys, with you really quickly, because I know we have our next big powerhouse agent coming on board. But our next big adventure is going to be Orlando, May 2023. It's absolutely going to be exciting. For those of you who never had the chance to go to Disney or to be in Orlando, it is a great market. It is a huge market right now. A lot of the industry from COVID has shifted to the Orlando market. So this is a great opportunity. We're going to have some amazing casting directors and agents. We're going to do an awesome meet and greet there. We're going to be flying in some of our biggest speakers from Hollywood to Orlando. Like, come on, who doesn't want to go to Orlando for a few days and have some fun, discover some new talent? So it's definitely a shoo-in for our agents to want to be there with us and all that. So definitely celebrate. We're going to be doing some exciting things. I will talk about that with you guys later. Just to let you know, a lot of our talent are already going to be scheduled for this. So this will be extremely limited. I will give the new people the opportunity. You do have to be approved for this. You do have to go through an audition process. We will go over that later today, but I just wanted to share that with you guys now, just so I put that out there. And with that thought in mind, again, my name is Michael Fompkin, and I will turn this back over to Miss Deneen and Miss Alicia. So hopefully I can't wait to see some of you guys in Orlando. It's going to be exciting.
How awesome is that? How many of you now understand what type of photos you need to take? How many of you, when you were looking through the photo, you're like, oh, that photo looks good. And then you're like, oh, now I understand. We see that all day long, don't we, Alicia? People, they come, they get their photos done, and we're like, oh my gosh, your photos are amazing. And they're like, no, they're not.
Well, I think people envision themselves looking a certain way. I mean, even when it comes time for makeup, you know, I've had people in the past, oh, I do more eyeshadow than this. I like heavier mascara, darker lip. But, you know, a casting director wants to imagine you as a blank canvas. How would your brand look on you? So like if you're doing a Ralph Lauren ad versus Vera Wang versus Nike versus, you know, Urban Outfitters versus Zara, H&M, you got to be a blank canvas because they want to imagine you, because it's almost like character, you know, even for actors headshots, same thing. You don't want to come made up. Do you guys know Sofia Vergara, right? From Modern Family? Have you ever seen her without makeup on, right? Or even Jennifer Lopez. I mean, she's always hot, but you know, sometimes people, depending on their makeup, they can go into different characters. And I think it's so important. You're not getting photos done based for yourself or based on your friends so that they, you know, oh, wow, that's so great. You want what the casting director wants, because that's where the money is at. Type the word success, because that's honestly, you know, I think it's so important for anybody on here. You don't get the photos you want. And I see a lot of that, like the sexy photo shoots, like the boudoir, you know, the lingerie and stuff like that, or like just crazy low cut, you know, casting directors, they don't want that. It's all about success.
That it is. Awesome. All right, guys. So we still have so much coming up for today. Let's do a little recap of where we've been and where we're going. So how many of you learned a lot from Ryan Colby today? Did you guys learn a lot from Ryan Colby? Like what he's looking for, why he's always scouting talent? Did you understand now that when our next agent comes on, you're going to understand even more why they're always looking for new talent? Right? Why they're always looking for fresh faces. Alicia talked about that too. Brands are always looking for fresh faces, because how many of you, oh, who's that person on that ad? I remember Jake from State Farm, when they switched from the guy I knew to the new guy. I'm still, every once in a while, I'm still looking for the old guy, but I love the new guy too. That you have to keep things fresh, and that's what brands are doing. And this morning we heard from Robert Galinsky. Let's talk about Galinsky. Like, how many of you are going to start saying yes to every opportunity? If you're going to start saying yes to every opportunity, type yes in the comments. See what I did there, people? Type yes in the comments. And then we also heard from Janet today, who the thing I don't know what your biggest takeaway was from Janet, but I loved that what she said was that she's always doing research on the brand. And she doesn't just start at, oh, you know what, Beyonce is really cool, let me research her. She goes like layers deep. She like peels away the onion layers so she can finally get to someone that maybe she'd be able to reach out to. That's an invaluable skill in the entertainment industry, like doing that research, doing your market research, like have that book where you can go back and be like, oh, okay, you know what, I researched this. This is how I know that. If any of you know Alicia, she's like a walking encyclopedia of the entertainment industry. Sometimes I call her Rain Man because I'll be like, hey, Alicia, but, and I say one word and she gives me like a 10-minute biography. I'm like, okay, thank you so much. Because that's not the way my brain works, but I definitely take a lot of notes. And I've been learning so much about doing that. Because in the entertainment industry, what you need to know the people that you're in the room with. It's so important to know who those people are that you're in the room with. Because do you know what everyone's favorite subject is in the world? What's everyone's favorite subject? Type it in the comments. Themselves. People love to talk about themselves. So if you know some nuggets about people, then you'll have the opportunity to get to, when you initiate a conversation about people, about themselves. Oh, this is the charity that you work with. This is what you do. This is what you do. Then it opens up the doors because then you've shown you respect them enough to know something about them. And that's something that's an invaluable asset here in the entertainment industry. How many of you are excited to go to Orlando? Are you guys excited to go to Orlando? That's going to be amazing. We did a shoot in Orlando like 2 years ago, right? We weren't in Orlando this year, or were we?
It's all a blur.
I think, yeah.
I feel
it was 2 years ago.
We travel quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can come to Orlando, but the question is, are you coming to Orlando to network and to be seen by top people in the industry? Yeah. Like that's completely different. I mean, everybody's welcome to the Sunshine State. But coming out here and doing it our way is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a lot different. So we're really excited. We're really excited about that. And I'm glad that Mike shared more again about photos. But coming up, let's talk a little bit about who we have coming up, and then we'll get started with our next guest speaker. So we still have a huge Hollywood agent coming up. She's coming up in just a couple minutes. We're really excited to have her on. We had the opportunity to spend some time with her in Hollywood, and now she's here to talk to you guys about like what she's looking for in talent. And at least she and Alicia are going to be putting one another on the hot seat. So, that's going to be spicy, learning a little bit about just having Alicia pick someone's brain is always so invaluable. I hope you guys have your notes out. We still have a motivational speaker who is going to be logging in from the beautiful state of Hawaii. He's going to talk to you about the hero's journey. Then at the end of the day, we're also going to have an opportunity to hear from a neurosurgeon who is a huge mindset coach. Like literally, she's going to be able to help you just make little tweaks in your thought process that's going to help explode who you are as a human being. And then don't forget also, we're also giving away a photo shoot in New York City. We're going to be talking about some coaching, and then we're going to have some challenges for you tonight that are going to help you grow also. So we have so much left to go. But first, let me introduce our next guest to all of you. Is that okay?
Wait, I have one thing to say. Guys, I want to make sure that you look alert and awake, because most of you guys, this is an opportunity of a lifetime to sit down face to face, even via Zoom, with a top Hollywood agent. So pinch your cheeks, throw some water on your face, look alive, because Deneen, there's so many people on here that like if I were doing a casting right now, I'd be like, next. You guys know exactly what I'm talking. How many of you guys have ever been on a dating site? Swipe, swipe. So like you only have one chance to make a first impression, make it count. And I do not want to see anybody putting out their personal cell phone numbers, email addresses. This is not a dating site. We are not doing that. We have a vetting process. None of our celebrity guest speakers will be reaching out to you. You have to go through our company. They trust us to vet you, to make sure that you're of sound mind and you're a trustworthy person. Do you guys understand that? Type, I get it. Type it very quickly. I get it. I want them to jump through hoops. Because Deneen, I'll tell you very quickly, and I know Tanya is on here. Guys, I graduated college with a double degree. I busted my ass, $100,000 in student loans. Never in a million years. I went to school for TV and film and communications. Never in a million years would I get a one-on-one with a top Hollywood agent. Ever in a million years. The fact that we're doing this is based on our relationships with her. And she trusts us. She knows how our company works. And we're very lucky to have her. And I want you guys to show us the respect. So if you're laying down right now, sit up. That's just disrespectful, and put on a smile, look alive, because this is your opportunity.
One more FYI, I have a whole page of people that are black boxes.
Well, let them. You know what?
That's true. Okay, you know,
this is like Hunger Games. They're already out. I got Andrew on. He's driving. He's on. You know, I got Wanda Banks. What's up, girl? Got Montoya. Montoya, did you color your hair? Hi, Leslie Pina. So like the people that are on here that have their camera on, let the other people fail. Let them just listen, auditory. But you guys want to get seen, right? Show your face.
All right. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do, because I haven't had the opportunity to do this, is I'm going to introduce Alicia to you properly today. And then I'm going to introduce our next guest, Tanya. And when I introduce the both of them, y'all have to go bananas. Got it? I want you to go absolutely bananas. Show them how excited you are to have the opportunity to be in their presence via Zoom today. Okay. So first, let me introduce you officially to Miss Alicia Kabak. She is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in acting, modeling, and music. She has executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show, Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats as Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, and Brandon Steiner. She is releasing her new book in Q4 of 2023 called The Unglamorous, Glamorous Life. She just wrapped her first movie, Target, which is has premiered in New York and Los Angeles in the last 2 months, and is about to start filming her next feature film, Night of the Living Dead 2. She is a Fox News music expert. She splits her time between Orlando, New York, and Los Angeles. She has helped over 10,000 successful talent get signed and booked. She has been in business for over 2 decades. She has given over 4,000 live presentations. And she is a 4 years running 2 Comma Club winner. Everyone give it up for Miss Alicia Kabak.
Thank you, Deneen.
You're welcome. And now let me introduce our next guest speaker as well. And after I do this, y'all go bananas. This is my favorite thing. I love introducing people. Our next speaker hails from Cambridge, England. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hand-on music industry knowledge, and a college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided she wanted to explore other branches of entertainment and leapt at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt that there was something more for her. Tanya realized that if she really wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has worked with such greats as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked numerous series regulars, including roles and pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, Fox, for shows such as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Cove, and NCIS New Orleans. Tanya currently has a series regular on the new Tim Burton series for Netflix coming, series regular on All American, Power Book, Ghost, The Walking Dead, NCIS New Orleans, along with numerous guest stars on all shows from Apple, Amazon, Netflix, CW, Fox. She also works on video games, including placing the actor who plays Kratos in God of War. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Tanya Kleckner.
Hi.
Hello, Tanya. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
Amazing.
Hi, long time no see.
I know, right? It's been a while.
Hollywood Minute. It was so great finally connecting with you. We haven't seen each other since the pandemic.
No, it's been been a long time.
Oh my God, a hot minute. So, Deneen, that was a great intro. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Awesome.
So how is everyone?
Everybody? Yay!
Good?
Yes. We're getting some weird storms here in Orlando. So if my internet goes a little bit wonky, that's why.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm back on the East Coast now. It's just, it's Florida, every day.
Yeah. It's been chilly here. I'm in LA, so we're like in the 60s.
I
Yeah,
heard
so it's
fall
unusually
coming.
cold. Yeah. I like it though.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go over a little bit about your backstory. How did you become Tanya Kleckner? Let's.
I landed a job in the early 90s at a big A-list company that had a lot of A-list celebrities, and I was on the desk of two partners. Actually, one of them, if anyone's seen The Offer, the limited series, there's a character in there called Betty McCart. It was Betty McCart and Al Ruddy that got The Godfather made. It was actually Betty McCart that mentored me and trained me to be an agent. That was back in the 90s. I was on the partner's desk for about 3 years. And then finally they gave me a corner office, and I started working on independent films and putting a lot of their actors in indie films, and then moved on to TV shows. And now I've been an agent for about 28 years.
And let's talk about what it takes to get an agent these days, because there's so many. How many of you guys are looking for an agent? Let me see, show of hands. All right, so we got some contenders here, Tanya. What does it take to actually get an agent these days?
Takes talent, first and foremost, talent. And it takes passion, and it takes a lot of hard work. When I see somebody that I like, that I feel is marketable, that I feel will fit into my roster, and then they do an audition for me or send me a self-tape or something like that, and I'm like, okay, they're good, then I have to meet them, because I have to see if they're going to be in this 150% like I am, because you have to remember that I'm a talent agent. I take 10% of your gross pay when you work. When you don't work, I make nothing. So I'm ultimately working for free until you guys work. And I'm a businesswoman, so I have to make sure that I'm going to invest in somebody that's going to be 150% dedicated in this. So when I find somebody that I feel is talented, and I've been trained for such a long time, I can kind of, pick people out of 1,000 people that I think would book and are ready to audition. Then I have to meet you, because I have to make sure that you're dedicated, that you're passionate, that you're going to be training consistently while I'm getting you these auditions. I can't have somebody that's going to say, I've had people that say, yeah, I just want to dabble into acting. I can't have that. I need somebody that's going to be in this all the way, because I'm going to be working my ass off. I literally sometimes work 16-hour days trying to get you guys auditions, because it's a numbers game for me too. That I want to try and get you as many auditions as possible, that you're then going to come back to me, get the self-tape done, have a great self-tape that I can then send to the casting directors, and hopefully we get a call back, and then hopefully we get a booking. And that's how I make my money. So yeah. I just have to make sure that you're in this, because, people think that, acting's easy. It isn't. Training is key. Networks and producers, studios will be looking at your resume to see your training. If you have nothing on your resume, no TV, no film, that's fine. When I develop somebody and send your audition in, and the casting director and the producers like you, they're going to want to see what training you've got. That's really important, because they want to know that you're going to be able to handle being on set, handle all the pressures of being on set. What happens if the director changes up your scene last minute and sends you back to your training? You have 5 pages to memorize over the next 30 minutes, or they give you redirects on set. All of that's where training comes in. So that's why they always do look at training on your resume, to make sure that you're hireable and that you're going to be able to know what you're doing on set.
Yeah, and training is so important, guys. Don't ever come, looking for an agent. An agent isn't there to train you. And Tanya, there's a notion, and we just went over this with Ryan Colby, Ryan, top modeling agent.
Of course, love him.
I think sometimes people think, oh, well, I want to be an actor. I'll get an agent, and then that agent will pay for my training because they want to book me work. Does that ever happen?
No.
Okay.
No, it's up to you. You're going to be investing in your own career. I'm going to invest my time. Absolutely. I'll invest my time, my energy all day, every day to get you work. And then I only make 10%. You make 90%. So you have to invest in your own career. You have to get your headshots. You have to do your, do classes regularly, that kind of thing. Now, you have to remember also that, now that we are of computer age, back in the day, in the 90s, we didn't have computers. That's how old I am. So, we would have to have actors print up, 1,000 headshots every year, which was very costly. Now there's no excuse for you guys to get a really good headshot, and then we just have to post that on our site and then we send that out. You don't have to get multiple copies and keep paying for that. And then the rest of your money can go towards classes. And if you can't invest in your career, I can't invest my time into your career.
Now, do you ever see anybody that has headshots? Maybe they just got them done, but they're really shitty.
Oh,
do you
yeah,
ever
all the
tell
time.
somebody like, hey, I know you
Yes.
just got these done, but I need you to go get more?
Yeah. If the client, they're my client currently, and they've gone and got headshots and all of them are shit, I generally go back to the photographer, because if they paid good money for that photographer to get headshots and there's nothing that we can do, nothing we can use, I'll try and, help the actor out and say, look, go to the photographer and say, look, what can you do here? Because they're all crap. Like, you need to fix this. If I'm going to send any other clients your way, you need to sort my client out. And I'll try and work with them on that. But yeah, if I don't have good headshots, I have to have the correct tools. Like, I'm a saleswoman, so I have to have the right tools to sell you. If I don't have that, I can't sell you.
Yeah, and you're out in LA. What would you say the range is now out there for professional headshots, like on the level that you expect?
What do you mean the range?
Like price range? Are they like
the price range? The price range. Sorry,
100?
Anywhere from, it depends. I work with photographers that are relatively cheap, so like $300, up to $1,000, $1,500. But I've had a lot of clients that only can really pay $300 to $500, and we've had some great headshots from them.
Now, as far as training, it is so important. And, one thing I really want to notate, and you talk about this all the time, the training never stops, ever. Can you go over why, even if you're Al Pacino, still in training?
Because you're never going to be good enough. There's too much to learn. I always say it's like being an athlete or a musician. You've got to keep training that muscle. You've got to keep challenging yourself. So I can always tell when I've got an actor that's giving me self-tapes, and I can tell when they're not in class anymore because their self-tapes are sloppy. We all do it. I do it. If we're doing something on tape, or, we anything in life, we kind of get a bit lazy when we get used to things, and it kind of, but when you're in class, you're always going to feel challenged. There's always so much to learn, that I can always tell a better self-tape when someone's been trained or been coached for that self-tape. Especially when I'm setting series regular roles, guest star roles, even one-line roles. I need them to know how to stick out from the rest, because also you have to remember, one guest star role on a show like NCIS, that casting director like Jason Kennedy, he will get 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role. So I'm going to get you an audition. So they may see 50 to 100 actors. So it's all self-tapes now. Since the pandemic, nearly everything, 99% is self-tapes. So we need to make sure that you do a self-tape that's really fucking good, that's really going to stand out.
I mean, this is why we're
so because that tape is going to be uploaded on a link with 100 other tapes, and they're just going to go through those tapes, and that you've got to capture them in the first 15 seconds.
I want everybody to type 15 seconds. 15 seconds, and that's even gracious. I mean, do you miss the old days? I don't even like to say the old days of Hollywood, but having the talent living in Hollywood, now you could manage somebody, let's say in Mississippi, and you get a stellar self-tape, then they have to fly in. Do you miss the old days sending people to the studios, or do you like this whole self-tape?
I mean, I had so much fun. When you say the old days, you mean really old days, the 90s?
2020.
That was, it was, it was, I think it's easier now. I do, because I work remotely as well. We do have an office, and I do have an office in my house. So that I enjoy now I'm older. Right? Yeah. It's so much better, and I can be with my dogs at home. And I get a lot done. but you know, I do miss it. I miss the old. I think it was. There wasn't as many projects because we didn't have streaming services or really much on cable. And then you had a film actor and a TV actor back then. They didn't cross over.
Yeah.
And we had messenger service, so we'd get all the breakdowns in the morning, and then we'd have to get hard copy pictures and resumes of all the submissions out by 1 p.m. and then that would be it for the day. And then in the afternoon, we'll just be on the phone pitching all day. So I do miss that. I miss the way that was done, because now that we have, you know, the internet and breakdown services online, you know, I'm working till 11, 12 o'clock at night. There isn't like, you know, 9 till 6 p.m. work, whereas before, you know, where they couldn't, you know, send us stuff via email. Now it's just the hours are a lot longer.
Yeah.
That I don't miss. Yeah. You know.
And that's one of the weird things about working from home. Back in the day, you would go to work and kind of not think about it until the next day. And like you said, sometimes you're working on castings at 11 o'clock at night, and that's part of show business.
Yeah.
It is a lifestyle.
I was sending out self-tapes till 11 o'clock last night, and those self-tapes are due today. Those are due to this for the Rookie Feds, the TV show. Yeah. And I had to send out 6 of those, and they're literally due at lunchtime today. So they got it at 11 o'clock last night, and they have until this morning to memorize and put it on tape and send it in, because they're COVID testing whoever they book on Monday to shoot Tuesday. Oh, sure. So that's how quickly things turn around.
That's quick. And you still need to be double vaccinated, correct? And boosted in order to book work? Yes. Even to go on set now. Okay. So do you mind if I put you on the hot seat? No, you love it.
That's fine.
Okay, bring it. I'll buy you a glass of wine next time I see you, or a whole bottle, whatever. Okay, so there's, especially now since the pandemic, you know, you don't necessarily need to live in New York or LA. Do you prefer your talent to live in New York or LA or Chicago, Atlanta, Miami? Or is it okay for them to live nationwide to work with you?
It's okay for you guys to live nationwide, but I need to make sure that you can hop on a plane immediately. I have people local in New York, Chicago, and LA, because I do breakdowns in all 3 places. When I have somebody that's completely out of town, like in Texas or, you know, Florida or anywhere like that, if they're going to book a guest star on a TV show, I need to make sure they're going to be able to get here the next day. There's never going to be problems with travel or anything like that. And you also have to do a guest star on a TV show in LA, you need to have an LA address. Same with Chicago, same with New York. It can just be a friend's address, because you're going to be hired as a local hire, which means you have to pay for your own flight, your own accommodation, any expenses occurred. That's for a guest star or co-star on a TV show. So I just need to make sure that you can do that.
Did you guys know that? If you knew that, type I knew that or no. I had no idea. Because Tanya, there's so many people, and I mention this all the time about like the Barbizons and the 99s, star in Black Panther, star in Guardians of the Galaxy. Bullshit. No, you can't. You can't get those from websites. And I think as an agent, I want you to break down services, pun on words, because I think a lot of people think that they could do this from anywhere in the country. And like you just literally spilled the beans. Like, no, you have to have a local LA address because they're not paying for your flight or hotel. So, you know, you always get these people like on the corner, like, oh, you know, sir, ma'am, I really want to do this, but I have no money. Well, what do you want me to do? Go get a job and come back when you're financially able to, because no one's going to pay for you ever. You are high risk, red flags.
I love how you say high risk.
It's high risk. It really is. Would anybody here book somebody that you already knew was struggling financially? Especially as an agent, if let's say Tim Burton, you worked on the new Wednesday project.
Yeah, Wednesday, which is coming out soon. Very excited.
November, I think 17th. So if you were to submit and that person didn't show up, that's it. You're done. You're done in this business. And I don't think people really realize the accountability. It's not just about you. Your agent is also representing themselves by even signing you.
Yeah. I've spent a long time building my reputation, and casting directors come to me and say, hey, we're still looking for this role, or who do you have for this role? Send us your, 5 people, have an audition. So that's what I'll do. And I will make sure that I send that audition. If I feel like I've got 5 actors right for this role, let's say David Rappaport's given to me, I'll make sure that those 5 people I choose to audition are going to be reliable, that I know will get the tape in the next day. They'll get it in on time, that I know if they book it, they'll be able to be in LA or New York or wherever they, it needs to be. That those are the ones that I'm going to pitch for the jobs, the reliable actors, the ones that are going to bring in the good, really good self-tapes on time, that don't need to have an extension every time on their self-tape because they've got too much going on in their private life. I don't have time for that. This is my job. I work 60 to 80 hours a week. So if I'm busting my balls, getting you guys auditions, and then I give you an audition, you're like, oh, I can't get it by tomorrow. I have to do it by the next day. That doesn't go well with me, because I'd rather just give that audition to another actor that will get it in on time. Because again, like I said, this is a numbers game for me. I have to get auditions for these actors because that's the only way I make money. So the more auditions I get, the more bookings I get, the more money I make. So that's how I work. I'm a businesswoman.
Yeah, and we test people here. Our call goes till 6 o'clock today. You guys still have 2.5 hours. Tonight, you're going to have a challenge. If you can't even get that challenge done, why would we ever introduce you to somebody like a Tanya Kleckner? You've already shown your cards. Not interested. Now, Tanya, again, we have a lot of people that join websites trying to get castings. Can you go over what Breakdown Services is, and kind of, we do have a lot of new people on here, kind of go through the casting process about what a self-tape is and what a casting director is actually looking for in a submittal.
Yeah. So Breakdown Services is a website that agents and managers use. I'm SAG franchise, and we're state licensed with California. So we then get all the breakdowns that actors cannot get. So these are all the breakdowns, the Marvel films, every TV show that you see out there, from all the Apple TV shows, Hulu, Amazon, you name it, it's there. Any union show, it will be on Breakdown Services. And then the casting directors will, send them out to us. I've been doing this for 28 years. So I have really good relationships with nearly all the casting directors. I've known them forever. Then what I do is I have my actor's profile on my account. I have their pictures, their resume, maybe a reel. If they don't have a reel, I've uploaded a really good self-tape to send. And then I submit them on each role. Every breakdown has a, character description of what they're looking for that particular episode or that film. Then I'll submit which actor's right for which role. That then gets sent to the casting director. And then by the end of the day for TV shows, I'll start getting auditions. If I feel that casting have missed anybody that I feel would be really good for that role, I then send pitches out to the casting director to say, hey, Stephanie's really good for this role. You didn't give her time. Can I please have her do a self-tape? And normally they'll come back and they're like, sure, no problem. So, I'll send as many auditions as I can. Again, like I say, it's always a numbers game. I need to get auditions. I'm very aggressive about getting auditions. Then I'm going to send you guys the audition. The audition ticket will be emailed to you. That will be emailed with sides. Sides is material that's been pulled from the script. It could range from 1 page to 8 pages, sometimes 12 pages. And you have to then memorize that and then put yourself on tape. I don't know whether we can talk about self-tapes in a minute, but then you're going to put yourself on tape before the deadline. It will have the deadline in the email. You'll then send that to me. I'll watch it. If I think it's not great, I'm going to have you redo it. Then you'll send it back to me very quickly, and then I will upload it onto the casting director's link before the deadline, because then the casting directors watch those links at the deadline, or watches all those tapes at the deadline. Then hopefully they'll pick a few people. They'll say, right, we're gonna put them onto the producer's link. So then maybe they've got 100 tapes, then they'll pick 10 of those and put them on, and then send those to the producers. So that's why your tape has to be really good. And that's how it works. And then hopefully they'll come back to me and they say, hey, we really love Stephanie's tape for this. These are the dates that we'd need her. If she were to book, November 10th through the 17th, is she available? I'll make sure that you're available, and you better be available. And then hopefully they'll come back to us with the booking. And then my job is, because I'm a state licensed agent, I'm the one that negotiates the contract for you. Which is a union contract. I know my union contracts very well, and how TV shows work and films work. And then I'll do that for you, and I'll walk you through it from your dressing room to where your name's going to be on that TV show, how much money you're going to get paid, and all of that good stuff.
So let's say you're working on a casting for Apple TV. they email you a breakdown of what it is that they're looking for. Do you sometimes send people that may not necessarily qualify? Oh, well, they have red hair and they're looking for a brunette. Do you ever
Yes.
like throw in wild cards just because you
If
may-
I only throw in a wild card if they're really good.
Okay.
If that actor's really good, I'm going to throw them that person and say, look, you've got to see this girl or guy. They're fucking great. And you know what? If you want a redhead, they'll dye their hair. Like, so don't even worry about it. So, and I've done well with that. I'll always do that. But when I throw a wild card to the casting director, I need to blow the casting director away with how great that actor is.
Yeah, so you're sending over the actor's headshot and also the actor's reel, correct?
Yes, I will send their reel and their headshot. Now, sometimes when I'm developing people and they're brand new, I'll sometimes show them a self-tape of something we've done before, like a really good self-tape.
Can you go over the difference between a reel and a self-tape?
Yeah, a reel is put together by you of projects that you've already booked. Like it could be an indie film, it could be a web series, it could be a student film, and you've pulled scenes from that and put it onto a reel. Now, when you do a reel, it shouldn't be any more than 3 minutes. Now, my advice to all of you is not to try and force a reel together if it's a really bad production quality and it doesn't showcase you as an actor, because that won't sell you as an actor. I always say, and all my other colleagues will say, when an agent or someone is looking for a really good actor, try and send us something that's really going to showcase you as an actor. So you can always just put a self-tape together and we can tell very quickly if you're ready to audition. Now, you have to remember, I'm an agent, so I need to sign actors that are ready to audition. So you need to come to me with some training under your belt that I know that I can help you along the way a little bit, but I know that you're going to be in class. And that your self-tapes are top quality. So if you don't have a reel, I want to see a really good self-tape that's going to show me, right, this guy's or girl is ready to audition and I can start sending them out.
And do you prefer a slate at the beginning of a self-tape, after, no slate at all?
A slate at the beginning, very short and sweet. Yes, fine.
Okay. So a self-tape. So as an agent, are you necessarily training talent on how to do a self-tape, or is it just like, hey, I've been in this industry for X amount of years, I know what they're looking for, nail on the head, this is what you do in order to get seen? Do you ever do that and like walk?
Do I train people to do self-tapes?
Yeah.
I don't have time. I mean, I have too many clients. You guys need to know what you're doing. I'm happy to help along the way at the beginning, but I don't have time while I'm working during the day to sit through, a self-tape and guide you and tell you what you need to do. This is where your training comes in. Training comes in on showing you how to do a self-tape, how to memorize your lines, how to break down scripts, how to break down characters, all of that. That's where your training is. So you then need to come to me so I can then send you these auditions and you know what you're doing. I've had clients that are like, well, what's the self-tape? And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I haven't got time for this.
Do you ever get people that spend money on training, but it's just really crappy training? What happens then? Oh, well, I
send them to a different class.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what, you're wasting the money. You need to go to sign up to a different class.
And you see, when I say that, then I get called bitchy. But I say this all the time. There are so many people here that go to these like crappy schools taught by graduates who have never done anything in this industry. And they're now selling. It's called a lasagna effect. You need to learn from real people doing, because your resume literally defines you. It's your marketing. Now, here's a question I have for you. So can you go over like the breakdown of pay? I know you obviously get a commission, but there's co-starring roles. There's all different like levels of this industry. Can you, because I know you don't book extra work ever.
No.
Can you go over like pay grades?
Yeah, so a co-star, you've got guest star, then you've got co-star. I do guest stars mainly and a few co-stars, which is still a speaking role, but it just pays less. So a guest star on a 1 hour, if they buy you for, again, NCIS, 1 hour show, procedural show, network, prime time, is about $9,500, and they'll buy you that for 8 days. And that's a guest star. So you have to remember, I think in 10% only. So I'm thinking, okay, that's $950 commission for me. I need to get a few of those a day, right? A co-star is 1,082 plus 10 a day, or it can be 3,700 a week. So it's a lot less. So I have no problem, obviously, just booking co-star after co-star, but ultimately I need my clients to be booking guest stars, because guest stars, you know, if you think about it, if I'm making $950 commission on one guest star that's for 8 days, as opposed to one co-star that could be 1 day, $100, I need 8 more co-stars to add that up, right? So I need, when I'm developing people, I don't mind doing the co-stars, but I need ultimately in a couple of years for you to be booking guest star roles. So I do look at that as a businesswoman. And then, you know, then obviously then you can get to series regular roles. Series regulars are when you are going to be exclusive to the network or the streaming service or whatever TV show you're doing. And that can pay anywhere from 20,000, 30, 40, 50,000 an episode. So that's ultimately my goal, is to put people on series regulars. And then you're completely exclusive to them, meaning you can't go and do another recurring role on a TV show. You can't book another series. However, you can go and do a guest star or a co-star. Then you've got indie films. Indie films range from ultra low budget, which is like $216 a day, I believe. Then a modified low budget, which is a higher budgeted film, which is like, I don't know what it is now. I think it's $370 a day. And then you've got scale again, which is $1082 a day. So there's different ranges. However, I can negotiate more money for clients. That's the base rate on these TV shows. But as an agent, when I've got my client working a lot, I can negotiate more money for you. Does that answer?
Yeah, if they're on one network, can they cross over to another network if they're?
No, it depends on the show. So if you're a series regular on Netflix, you can't then go and do a show on Amazon, because that's the competitor. They're actually trying to stop that now. SAG are trying to take that rule away, because that stops actors being able to work, because also some of these shows on Netflix are only 8 episodes long. So, you know, you think about it, if you're only making 40,000 an episode times 8, and you're only working 3 months of that year, you should ultimately be able to go and work for an Amazon show, you know, even a recurring role or a film or something like that. So they're trying to work that out. But that's a direct conflict. You can go and do a Hallmark film. You can go and do a guest star again on CSI or a primetime network. You can go and do something on that. But yeah, each contract's kind of different. But when you do book a series regular role, you are exclusive to them, which means you're in first position. They basically own you. And when my client's working in production and I've pitched them for something else, and I'm like, well, he's not working that week, but there's a great show on great role on Grey's Anatomy for him that we've just got an offer for, I'll then go and ask permission from the showrunner and the producers and the network for him to be let out so he can go and do a guest star on Grey's Anatomy while he's in the middle of production.
And you said you're a SAG franchise agent. What does that mean?
It means I am affiliated with the union, which means I can only do union jobs. So I have SAG rep that helps me if I have any problems on set. Clients don't get paid. God forbid there's no insurance. I'm state licensed as well. So we have we're insured and covered. And so, yeah, I'm only allowed to do SAG projects.
And can you go over what the Screen Actors Guild actually is and how does one join?
The Screen Actors Guild is an actors union. Basically, it looks after all its actors, or supposed to be looking after all their actors. They do. It's, everything is governed by the union, like these great TV shows, these great films that you see, the morning show on Apple TV, or Jason Momoa's show, all of these shows are governed by SAG. So all of those actors are SAG. They're with the union, which means all the contracts I have, if there's a problem with the producers on set, again, we are covered by the union. And to become a member of SAG, I have taken on people that are non-union. And then what happens is I will submit them on union jobs. And then when they book a union job, we can do what's called a Taft-Hartley, which means they'll sponsor you into the union. And then you become what's called SAG eligible. And then on your third job, your third SAG job, you then have to join the union, which is how much? 3,000?
It's 3,200.
There you go.
And then it's also $280 a year. And then you also pay commission 1.575. I'm like Rain Man, but
yeah,
I
know you're so good. I'm like, that bit's yours.
I know.
So you cut out.
I always know because I always kept people that join like Backstage and all these like I don't want to say scammy websites, but they join these websites and it's that shiny object. Wow, I could star in Black Panther. Wow, I could star in the new Marvel. No, you can't. You need a SAG franchise agent who gets those breakdowns. You can't get breakdowns, Actors Access, Central Casting. That's all extra work. Breakdowns for speaking roles, you can only get those through agents. So an agent has to sign you, and again, you have to have the training. An agent just doesn't sign you because you feel like you're entitled. An agent signs you because you're ready. You have the training. It doesn't matter whether or not you have any IMDb credits, but they need to know that you had training and you're still in training and that you have kick-ass headshots. So by the time Tanya signs you, whether or not you're a member of SAG, even if you become SAG eligible, you got to pay that $3,200. You don't pay for it. I don't pay for it. It comes out of your pocket, or else you don't book work. Do you guys understand that? $3,200, type it. So for those of you, I want to be an actor. My parents don't think I should spend any money. Tell your parents I said to shut up, because you not only have to invest in headshots and training, but typically, again, if you don't have somebody like Tanya submitting you, you have to do it like the old fashioned way, get on set, be an extra, and, you know, really earn those waivers or vouchers. When you earn 3 to 5 waivers or vouchers, you are then eligible to join the Screen Actors Guild. But then you got to chalk up that money. And I see it so often, Tanya. And again, maybe this is just, you know, me being, you know, who I am, but I see people sometimes they want to join SAG because it sounds sexy, but now they can't book work. They spent that $3,000 and now they're bench warmers. And the reason why is they don't have the training. And now they can't do any non-union. And literally they're competing against the big dogs in this industry. So guys, you don't just join SAG because you want it and, you know, you want to manifest it. You got to join SAG when you're ready. Again, it's a hefty investment, but that's how you get speaking roles. Let me just see, out of curiosity, how many of you guys have ever been on, like, again, Backstage and 99? They're notorious for this. How many of you guys have ever seen them mention that they're looking for actors for these types of movies? Let me see. If you've seen that type, I've seen that. Because Tanya, when you're submitting talent, let's say for the Tim Burton project, do they know that they're auditioning for Wednesday, or do they only know after the casting director is interested in them and now they have to read sides?
They know they're auditioning for that. Yes, I will. Sometimes there's an NDA. Sometimes for some shows, especially Marvel, DC, you know, things like that, they will send me an NDA and send the actress an NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement that we have to sign, and then they'll send us the material for that project, which means we just obviously not allowed to share it. They're not allowed to post their tape or anything like that.
So like a real casting for Marvel,
a real casting, you're going to know exactly.
Post that casting, because they would have a billion psychopaths. You know, oh, I want to be famous, and they think it's real. And no casting director wants to answer a million emails.
No, not at all.
Time is money. Time is money. Tanya, let's go over etiquette. So let's just go through. You sign somebody to the agency. Do you ever review their social media, and does the client ever review social media before they hire an actor?
I've been I'm terrible with social media, I have to say, and now my work colleagues are making me look at social media more, because I'm all about talent and how great they are, and then I get so excited and passionate about my actors. But you know, you have to always remember that what you put out there stays out there, and I do now monitor a lot of my clients' social media. It's funny, when I can't track a client down to do a self-tape, I've gone on their social media and found them. And then they've come to me to say, oh, no, I'm homesick. And I'm like, no, you weren't. You're at the beach today. I've just seen your posts on Instagram. So I've actually caught clients out with that. But that being said, you do have to be careful what you put out there. I always say try not to be too political, things like that. Everyone has freedom of speech and do what they need to do. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But just kind of keep it to a limit, I think. Commercials, definitely look at people's social media. We've had clients that have been let go from national campaigns because of what they've posted on social media. So commercials, they do tend to look at that more. Indie films do like to see high numbers on their social media because then that's free advertisement for the indie film. Networks and studios don't really bother about social media, don't really care about numbers on your social media, but they will check you out just to make sure that everything that's on there is, legit and it's not going to ruin, how they're going to show the show, So just be careful on what you put out there. Should be professional.
And also be careful of who you're friends with on social media. We had a girl a couple of years ago. She was tagged in a photo and she hit liked of her holding, like, I don't know if it was a real gun or a fake gun, but she was getting put out for CoverGirl. And they're like, we don't, no.
No. Oh my God, that's crazy.
Haunt them. Have you had any?
No, none of that. Nobody needs that on social media.
Yeah. So no drug, or guns, or even, it's crazy because there is freedom of speech, but especially now with the Cunanan and the conspiracy theories. And, one thing I really want to stress to you is also safety. Could you imagine, Tanya, somebody like a Spielberg just going to Craigslist or Backstage and it's like the who's who of showing up on set? We see it now, people showing up to malls and elementary schools. And, sometimes people aren't of sound mind. Like, you have a vetting process, right away, like, this person, something's not right.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know very quickly. And I also protect my clients as well, because when they do start to get known or they're on a TV show or something like that, we can have, suddenly producers or directors or so-and-so will DM them and say, I've got this film for you. I want you to do this and da-da-da. And I'll always say to my clients, just say, call my agent or email my agent and they'll handle. And if they don't email me or reach out to me, then it's not legit. It's only legit if they actually reach out to me. So yeah, that's happened many, many, many times.
And let me ask you a question. There's a lot of the brand ambassador stuff coming online via Facebook and Instagram. If, let's say, you have a talent that is now a brand ambassador without clearing it through you with a lesser known brand, does that ever trigger you to maybe want to drop that person if they're booking work on the side? Or
it depends on what it is. If I've got a person as a series regular, they'd have to come to me because we have to clear that with the network because we don't know who the sponsors, say if Pepsi's the sponsor of the network, they can't go and advertise Coke on something. So, things like that, the client has to come to me. If they're going to be brand, if I'm not their commercial agent, they can do what they want. But my advice would be, if you have a commercial career with a commercial agent and you're going to start booking shit like that by yourself, you have to also remember, if you're going to be like a brand ambassador for a clothing line, and you get paid $250 or hardly no money just to do that. You're like, oh, this would be great. I'll get some free clothes. And that also stays online forever. And so if you're, with your commercial career, say if H&M come and they want to do a huge campaign with you, they're not going to use you because you're already endorsing another clothing line online. So things like that, you have to be really careful about. I had a client that did, we had a client that did a Honda commercial, and then she did a friend's spec spot for a Toyota. And then that Toyota got picked up and it was started running. And then Honda tried to say, hold on a minute, you already have a conflict with Honda. You can't do that. So things like that, you have to be very careful about. So if you have a commercial agent, you have to go to them with anything that you're about to advertise.
Now, you're an agent. Do talent need an agent and a manager? And what is the difference?
Well, it's kind of blended together over the past few years. Back in the day, well, the thing is that managers have a lot less clients than agents. I have probably about 150 clients, and managers tend to have maybe 10 to 15 clients. So they're a lot more hands-on than I would be. I'm the one that's generating most of the auditions, and I'm the one that legally is allowed to negotiate your contracts, and make sure everything's okay on set. If there's a problem on set, the manager will reach out or the client will reach out, and then I'll get in touch with the producers or the network to say, we have this issue, we need to figure this out. So that's my job as a SAG franchised agent. With a manager, they're the ones that are going to help guide you. They're the ones that are going to help, make sure your headshots are updated, that they're online, that your profile looks good, that you're in class, that when I send you the self-tape, that they're going to make sure that you get that self-tape in on time. They're going to guide you more. They're going to be much more hands-on than I will be. And then also what I do love, I do love working with managers. I mean, the managers do get a lot of auditions now as well. Like that part has blended a lot more than it had. But, I have a client right now, like that I have a lot of clients that travel out of state on a TV show or a film. So I will do the contract. But then there's a lot of travel arrangements to be had. So as a agent, I don't need to do travel. I've already put the travel in the contract of how much they're going to get paid for travel. They're going to get per diem. They're going to be in a first class hotel. I've done all of that. I've put all that in the contract. Now the manager will then take over the actual travel arrangements to make sure that you're picked up on time, that this is your flight itinerary, this is the hotel you're staying in, and make sure that you get to the hotel okay. That kind of stuff I leave to the manager. It would be too much for me to have to deal with that stuff as well. So that kind of stuff, again, is more hand-holding for you from your manager.
Now, I have a silly question. There are so many people here that want to be actors. And as you know, I'm a new mommy. Sometimes you do have to be away from your family to live out your dreams. Have you ever had somebody, and I know with like the Tim Burton drama, they didn't film it in LA, correct? They filmed
it was in Romania. Yeah.
Romania. What is the duration? I mean, how long do they maybe go?
She was there 6 months.
6 months. How many of you guys can handle that? 6 months. Type it if you could. I'm not asking, this isn't like I'm qualifying you for Tim Burton, but it's kind of like, well, this is my dream, and a lot of people don't quite understand. Like it may be onesie twosie days, it may be a week, ongoing.
Yeah, like I book a lot of people on the show The Resident, so that I work on, and I just had a client do a big role on that, and she's got kids, and that shoots in Atlanta. So, we booked that, and it's up to her to go and figure out what she's doing with her kids. She was gone for 10 days. She's a big guest lead on that show. So, but that happens a lot. I just put another client on a show for Peacock called Bupkiss, and he's got kids, and he had to fly to New York and go and shoot that for 10 days. So yeah, all of this stuff, I have my clients flying everywhere.
Okay, so since you're still in the hot seat, give me the unglamorous, glamorous life of Tanya Kleckner. Things that you wish your friends would understand, because I know I follow you on Facebook and Instagram. And
the unglamorous life is me pulling my
red
hair.
Carpet at the Emmys. Woo! They don't know you working till 3 a.m. like twitching.
Yeah, I've got 2 coming up actually, which I'm excited. I'm excited to get out of the house, so that'll be fun. I've got God of War. If anyone plays video games, that's being released next week. So I'm going on Wednesday, and then we've got Tim Burton the week on Wednesday, so that'll be fun.
So you're going to the red carpet for that?
Yeah, of course.
That'd
be fun. Yeah, so I get to put my heels on.
Yeah,
so I'm excited about that.
That's the one thing about working from home. I'm lucky if we put a bra on these days, So
the unglamorous life is because I cover New York, so I get called at 6 a.m. 7 a.m. and I have to deal with contracts the minute I open my eyes, which I'm not the best person. Even my fiance doesn't talk to me when I open my eyes. So to have somebody on the phone or a client screaming down the phone because there's a problem on set, I've working from 7 a.m. sometimes till midnight, having to do bookings late at night to try and get somebody on set for that next morning, stressing about that. Having to tell clients when they don't book a job, when we've worked so hard and suddenly the job falls through. That happens a lot. That's really upsetting, and I've had to be on the phone with a client for an hour to try and walk them through it because I've been doing this for so long. It's just a lot of hours, a lot of stress, a lot of yelling. I've had many fights with network executives, producers, directors, a lot where it's come to the point where I've lost my voice, where I'm like, fuck this, I'm gonna go do another job, but I don't know what else I can do. So it can be very stressful. Sometimes, I'm getting contracts that, 25 pages long that I have to literally go through. It'll come in at 7 o'clock on a Friday night, and I have to get this contract done through the whole weekend. So my whole weekend's going to be working on this contract. And this is 24/7. This is all day, every day. Even when I'm like, okay, I need some time for me, I need to go on vacation, my phone is still ringing. My emails are still coming through. I'll try and take 2 weeks off a year, and then I'll have an actor saying, well, you took a vacation for 2 weeks. Why? I need to find a job. So that client then gets fired because I'm not allowed 2 weeks vacation a year. But there's a lot of unglamorous sides of being an agent. I just wish a lot of actors could see how hard we all work. Managers as well. We work our asses off for you clients. And you have to remember how many no's these actors had before they got that one yes, and they're on that TV show right now. They had so many no's. And you know what? Us as agents got the no as well, because we don't make money when you don't make money. And we work really hard as well to get you in the rooms, to get you these auditions. So it can be very stressful, but it can be rewarding. Just this week, I was so close to 2 very big series for the 2 series regulars, and I lost them both. And so that was like, and it was really upsetting, because that would have just been amazing, and really excited for the 2 clients that almost got these roles, because these are two young ladies that I've worked really hard for, and they worked so hard, and I love them dearly. And we just didn't get either or. And I'm like, it's hard and it's very stressful, and thank God for wine. That's all I can say.
Thank God for wine.
Yeah, I mean, there are days when I've literally got no voice left. You have to fight for people, because there are times when I have people on a series and my client is also in a major film, and the dates conflicted when they were picking up for his new scenes in the film. And the person on the series, basically the exec producer on the series, said, no, we can't let him out to shoot the film. So I'm like, well, he's not working those days, so why? So that was a whole big battle. So I had line producers from the film and the TV show, and I was the one that had to convince the exec producer on the TV show to be able to let him out to do this film, that, by the way, was filming in the same state. And he was a very volatile, angry man. So I have to kind of, I'm in his world as a woman. I have to kind of be the big bear as well, and use my loud voice.
Use your loud voice.
And I won. He did the film.
What is your biggest misconception about what you do?
With the glamour and the lifestyle and how you think it's easy. It's really hard work. It can be very stressful. I think that, people are always a Hollywood talent agent, how exciting, how fun. It's not, it's another job. We work really hard. It's very long hours, and it can be very stressful. Like I said, the rewards can be good, but it's a job, and I'm luckily I'm in a position that I can enjoy who I work with. So yeah, I guess people think it's all glamour and glitz and exciting, but I wish it was like that all the time.
Well, I think you get rewarded in public for kicking ass in private, and they don't see the work that you've had to do, and your background starting off in music, and who your father was, and kind of busting your ass to kind of level up to who you are today, and all the connections that you made and everything that you learned, and the sacrifices and the struggles.
And I try and keep
Emmys,
I try and keep grounded where this isn't life threatening, no one's dying, knock on wood. This is a job, and when I'm let down, I only allow myself, because I've been doing this for so long, I only allow myself 24 hours of being pissed off or being upset or being down because we've just lost that big job. 24 hours, and then I dust myself off and I start again. And that's the rule.
That depend on you. That's
and you have to, and you have to hold it together for your clients, and we just all got to keep going. So because it happens to all of us, it happens to everyone here. So, you know, it's a tough business, very tough business. And I think, you know, also now since the pandemic too, it's a kind of a good thing now, because casting directors are seeing more actors, because they're seeing people on tape. So they're pulling in more auditions, you know, they're so, you know, as opposed to when they would see 50 people in the room, they're now seeing 100 self-tapes. So that's kind of the pro, is like, yeah, great, you've got more chance of being seen by the casting director on tape. Now the con is, you know, they're seeing more people.
You better know your shit.
Is fierce. Yeah, so the competition is really fierce, and now people can be all over the country and they don't even need to know where you're at. As long as you can be in LA and you have that address, you know, no one needs to know. So, you know, there's a lot of competition. So you really need to stand out. Again, that's where the classes come in. You really need to stand out amongst everyone else. And that's why I always try and filter the people out that I think, okay, they're going to book for me. They're going to make money for me. And that's kind of how I work.
I think one misconception with you, or even with Mara, who we met through you, who
she was just calling me now.
Oh, actually. I love her. I miss her. But like, you know, she has series regulars on shows like This Is Us and like The Walking Dead. And I think people, oh, well, can you get me in a TV show? What? That's not my job. My
job is
to submit casting director as an agent. Can't guarantee work. Yeah.
We can open the door for you, but it's up to you to book it. So, and I'm only going to open the door for you if I feel that you're going to do a really good job, of course, because that's my reputation. And then it's up to you to book the job. We can't, you know, I've had a client leave me because he said I wasn't getting him any jobs. But I'm like, but you've just had, you know, 30 auditions in the last, you know, 2 months. It's not my fault you're not booking. I've opened the doors for you. I can't book you. It's up to the studio network to book you. That's not my job.
I love it. Now I'm gonna toot our horn just for a second, because you're still in the hot seat for the next couple of minutes. You have such a crazy schedule, and I love the fact that you come to our networking events that we do in LA. I know we flew you off to Vegas or Arizona to go with us.
Yeah,
Arizona. That's what happens when you have a baby. You get a little bit crazy. But why do you like coming to our events, since you don't really do events? You don't do showcases. Why do you like coming to ours?
Well, because I love you and Deneen. I love you ladies. And it's just, I just think it's fun. And I do love speaking to new people that are new in this business. I've been in it for such a long time. And if I can help people along the way and give some advice or kind of lift them up a little bit if they want to continue their journey, then that makes me happy. I do really love helping people and advising people and kind of guiding them. That I really enjoy. And I love what you guys do as well. So that's why I always like to come out and you know, and see you guys and chat to anybody that you have there. I just think it's fun.
And we can't forget Mike. Big Mike.
And Mike.
And Mikey. Yeah.
Of course, Mike. Yes, of course. Of course. Sorry, Mike.
Michael's like,
you know, I love you.
I know. But you know, one thing I really want to stress to you guys, a lot of times when you're trying to get into show business, you ask your friends and family for advice. How many of you guys are ready to tell your friends and family or other aspiring actors that don't have any success, shut up, I only want to surround myself with the best? If that's you, type, I'm done with them. Because I need you guys to really shut that door, because so many times, Tanya, well, my mom doesn't think I should do this. I'm sorry. And your mom is who? You know, I want people to get advice from real people in the industry. And I'll tell you what, I feel like you're a doctor sometimes. You're like, this is what you're doing wrong. This is what you're doing right. And you prescribe to them how they could best get those castings. If they're looking to book work, we need people like you to kind of lead the way. So I thank you so much for.
And like I say, you have to be trained by great people too, people that know what they're doing. I've had a couple of actors that are like, yeah, my friend's training me. Like, well, is your friend an actor? No, I just kind of bounce ideas off him. Well, I'm like, that's not going to work. You need people that know how to sell and book in this industry. So that's important.
Yeah. And again, we get a lot of the Barbizons and the John Casablancas and the John Art Powers. Unfortunately, guys, that's not considered legitimate training in this industry. I thank you so much, Tanya, for being on. And
thank you. Is it what time is it? Huh?
I'm hoping that we see you sooner than later. Maybe.
Yeah, I hope
maybe
so.
you'll have to come out.
Oh my goodness, it's 1 o'clock. That's crazy. This went
I
I had so
know.
much fun.
Thank you. Well, I always love having you, and thank you so much for opening up your schedule for us. Go call Mara back. Tell her I love her.
I will. I'll,
Okay.
I'll let her know you said hi. Bye. Lots of love. Bye.
Hi, Tanya.
Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you so much.
Bye.
How many of you guys would love to have Tanya? I joke around when it comes to Tanya, she's like Criminal Minds, right? Like she can literally, it's almost like a crime scene, be like, this is what happened to your career. Let's fix it. How many of you guys want somebody like Tanya as your agent who can literally step by step teach you what it takes to really do this industry the right way? Because if you're not willing to put in the hard work, we're not interested in working with you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we're
it would
looking.
be an honor. She is the best.
She's
Hi, Renee.
She's amazing. We're so excited to that she was here today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn? Did you enjoy learning like from okay, so in Tanya's bio it says that she's a straight shooter, and then she's being like interrogated or questioned or put on the hot seat by Alicia Kback. Like that's like that's like straight shooters on steroids. That's amazing.
Anybody want to come to wine night with us?
Oh my
Want
god.
to find out how this business really works? I'll see you at wine night.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Are you guys,
I'm
are
done.
any of you prepared to have wine night with Tanya and Alicia? I don't know. I don't think they're ready.
I'd make you all sign NDAs, non-disclosure
Yeah.
agreements before you. I'm just putting it out.
We'll have our people write that up. Awesome. All right, guys. So that was amazing. I love listening to anytime you get to be in a room with people that are further ahead than you are, you always want to be there. You want to be listening. You want to be taking notes. You want to be fully present. So I'm going to give you guys a clap right now because you guys have been fully present. And I know that this is there's a reason this is called a boot camp. It's because we put you in the entertainment industry boot camp today. So I'm really excited to introduce our next guest. So I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with our next guest when we were in Hollywood. It was absolutely amazing. He came out to our Hollywood event to support us and just to learn. So let me introduce him to you. And he's going to be talking about the hero's quest to more success. Are you guys ready to hear about our next speaker? All right. So our next speaker is a business coach, philanthropist, author, successful entrepreneur, and marketing guru. He is a co-founder and business architect of the Titan Group, a suite of companies that help save challenging companies from 0 to 10 million and scale successful ones to even more success. He is a super proud dad with 4 amazing young children, Makana, Jaden, Elijah, and Isaiah, 2 of my favorite prophets. When something is impossible, he shows you that everything is possible by achieving the impossible over and over and over again. His passion is to empower entrepreneurs and business owners to create massive success. How many people here today are ready for even more success? Our next speaker loves to help people to understand specifically what it takes to build successful companies that change the world. And if you're listening right now, he's talking to you, because if you're an actor, a model, a musician, you are an entrepreneur. How many people started in the entertainment business to create their dream lives only to end up feeling like they're running on a hamster wheel? How many people here today want to start living your dream life? If you want to start living your dream life, type dream life in the comments. Our next speaker has built a Titan suite of companies that take the guesswork out of the pursuit of happiness and unleash the hero within. He is an innovator with remarkable ability to determine and dictate success strategies to seize global market opportunities. He has shared the stage with the world's top business coach, Bill Walsh, and entertainment guru, Michael Famkin. Our next speaker has programs that range from $1,000 to $10,000 to rapidly transform, scale, and grow their business to new heights with his tools and programs. He has a book being published in 2023 entitled The Titan Playbook, The Blueprint to Win Wins in a Zero-Sum Game. He is passionate about eradicating poverty by creating a world of opportunity. Who would love the opportunity to work and to hear from someone like this? It is my honor to introduce from Hawaii, award-winning social entrepreneur, author, and business expert, Mr. Impossible himself, the one and only Sage Adam. Everyone, please give him a rousing round of applause.
Yeah.
Aloha.
Hey, Ali. Hey, Deneen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that wonderful introduction. Thank you, Deneen. Always rocking. Hi, everybody. How are we doing today?
We're amazing now that you're here, sir.
Awesome. Awesome. It's good to see that there's a lot of people that want to live their dream life, right? And yeah, first, I just want to thank everybody for being here, and thank you for actually being a part of this wonderful boot camp. Like Deneen said, I was able to learn a lot in Hollywood. I was able to learn a lot about the amazing program and event that VIP Ignite runs. It was very inspiring. I just wanted to share that. It was very inspiring to see everybody go in there and show up, right? And that's really what I noticed being there. I mean, from the moment that I was the guy at the front door. You know, I was the guy checking you in and telling you what lane to go. And it was really exciting because everybody that came up, you came with a purpose. And that's also what we're going to cover today. We're going to cover a few things to kind of see where your clarity is on maybe your purpose, because everybody knows, right? We don't like to, well, when we go somewhere like in Hollywood or LA or anywhere, right, where we are traveling, how hard is it for us without a map to get somewhere that we don't know exists? Can I get a 1 in the chat? How hard that is, right? If it's hard for you, put a 1. If it's not hard for you and you can just close your eyes and walk to your destination, then please put a 2, because I want to know who you are. But so with that being said, is if you guys don't mind, I'd like to tell a little story about myself and how I discovered and got through my hero's quest. Is that okay if we could put a 1 in the chat, and then that'll cue me to tell you a little story? All right. Thank you, everyone. So with that being said, is when I was young, I was in Hawaii, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur because I grew up very poor. At 7 years old, I had to take care of my mother, who became a quadriplegic, right? So at 7 years old, I became an adult. And with that being said, is there was really no life lessons, no guide, no mentor, no magic wizard that could pull up and help me go where I need to go in life. So I had to find out the hard way. So I would pursue many different things. How many people are constantly pursuing many different things, right? We're always trying to find what sticks, right? I like to call it, let's grab a bunch of spaghetti and throw it against the wall, and well, let's see what sticks, right? And so with that being said, is when I was about 19, I was actually walking in the mall, and somebody approached me, and they said, "Hey, would you like to be in a movie?" I was like, no, I don't want to be in no movie. And so they were like, "Well, you have this perfect look." And the perfect look was actually this military guy, and he was supposed to go and break into the palace in Honolulu, which was a Queen's Palace, because it was a movie about the Princess Kualani, right? So they wanted me to go in there. I had no idea what I was doing. So I went and I just tried it. I was like, yeah, I guess so, whatever. My girlfriend at the time, she told me to do it. She's like, you can be Brad Pitt or some rock star. And I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Little did I know it was an extras role. But that little extras role was big for me at the time, because that little extras role showed me that, wow, I can do what I can pursue something that I watch on TV. Right? I can possibly become this thing, this person that's on TV. I can inspire people. I was like, okay, super cool. So that started to get me onto this journey to really find myself. How many people in acting right now love to act because you love to tell the story of the journey? right? I do. I mean, when I'm in, when we live life, we live on a journey, right? So with that being said, is I went and pursued like a bunch of different acting places to try and find where I would fit, to find a mentor. And with that being said, I found a couple mentors, and every single one that I found, they never told me to be someone else. What they said was to find your hero within. They said that you have to understand who you are. Because when we read scripts, right? I mean, I'm not in the industry right now, but when we read scripts or we practice, what are we doing? Are we trying to read someone else's life, or are we trying to engage and have that become one with ours? Right? How many people can experience that, right? When you read a script, you're not just reading what the author is saying. You're reading, how does that relate? How can I relate to this? How can I be a part of this? Right? How can I read this script from my words? Right? And so the best way to do that, though, is we have to understand who we are within, right? We have to understand ourselves first. And by understanding ourselves, I feel that I know this, that when we read others and we read the script of, like, we'll read these amazing scripts, these monologues, right? And we're pursuing us. It's us speaking this monologue. It's your voice, it's your heart, it's your emotion, it's your engaging with the casting directors, with anybody in life. And I wanted to share that because I was able to be in movies. I had speaking roles. I became SAG in my first year. And I was able to pursue that, but it wasn't because I was really good at reading monologues. I just understood who I was. And so when I read a monologue, I read it from Sage. That's who I was. If I went for John Ripley, I was Sage Adams, playing Sage Adams. That's who I was. And that has took me so far in life and business, was understanding who I was and what my purpose is, right? And then with that, I was able to then go into any situation and pull up what I like to call the hero's elixir, right? And then anybody know what an elixir is? Right? We'll raise our hands. So an elixir, we'll say, well, in Hollywood, an elixir is alcohol and water. And that's their magic potion. But an elixir is a really cool thing. What it is it's something that magicians will have. It's something when you're on your quest and your journey to success, right? It's that one thing that you have that'll get you through that big boss, that'll get you through the unknown, right? And a lot of times we pursue, right, we'll go to casting calls and everything, and we are in the unknown. When I went to Hollywood with Ali, Deneen, and Michael, I was in the unknown. I didn't know any of your beautiful faces, right? And so I had to learn about all of you beautiful faces. It was an unknown. So guess what I did? I pulled out an elixir. I pulled out Sage Adams. I pulled out a hero. I said, you know what? Today, my elixir is serving the world. I'm going to serve and learn. And that's the elixir I pulled out, is today I'm going to serve, not about me, but about you. And that's what I did, is I pulled out that elixir. And so today I'm going to share with you two things. And how many people want to have another elixir in their pocket for any time they're in the unknown, right? If you could put a 1 in the chat, that'll be amazing. Because today I'm going to give you 2 elixirs. I'm going to give you two elixirs, okay? And as I go there in these elixirs, how many people have a pouch of elixirs already that they know they can pull out of their pocket? If you are one of those, if you could please put a 1 in there, because you'll understand where we're going, and it'll be an amazing thing, because I want to add 1 more elixir to your pouch. Okay, so with that being said, I'll start you off, because the number one thing that I had to realize was the mindset. And so for me to realize that, I had to understand who I was, who was the hero within me. And so I created this, very simple criteria, which I'm actually going to type in here. It's called hero. And I will type it for you guys, right? Let's make sure this works, okay? And I'm going to do this right now live for you. I'm in the chat. And So we have this, which is going to be here. And I want it to be in the chat because I want you guys to see it, because I do not have a PDF for you today. But this is why it's called VIP Live, right? Because we are live. All right. So that right there is a gift for everybody. That right there is my criteria to finding your powerful purpose in life and goal. And what I'm going to share with you is I'm going to share with you this right here. And this is called my hero criteria, right? And now when we look at life and we have our whys, right? Anybody ever heard of Simon Sinek, Start With Why? I mean, he blew up the internet in 2014. It was really cool. And all he did was he created this nice, beautiful golden circle. And in this golden circle, he flipped it. It's not about what you do or how you do it, but it's about why you do it. Because why you do everything will lead to the how and the what, but it's about why, right? And so the hero is a huge, empowering, righteous, optimistic person, right? That's the person that can go within the unknown and can travel the abyss and find his way back up to the surface, right? And any time that we go into uncomfortable situations, like speaking in front of camera, speaking on stage, speaking in front of the #1 casting director in the entire United States, like that was super cool. I got to meet the guy, like, wow, that was amazing, right? That was like really amazing. I was like, wow, I know your work so well. And so it was super cool. But even I was like nervous. I had my hand behind my back just listening to him at one point, and I had to go and pull out an elixir called the hero. And so let me explain that. So as we see, H is for huge, right? So when you write out your why or what you're doing, remember, is it huge? Right? And then the next one is empowering. Is it empowering? Is Sage Adams, is what I'm pursuing empowering, enlightening, right? The next one I'd like to say, is it righteous? Is it the right thing to do? Is it something that is, and because the right thing to do is so powerful because we don't have to think about it. We don't have to come up with stories or nothing that's false because it's the right thing to do. Is it righteous? Right? And the biggest portion of the entire hero, is it optimistic? Right? Is it optimistic? Are you excited? When you wake up out of bed, are you excited to do and pursue your hero's quest? When you go into a casting call, are you excited to wake up and pursue your hero's quest? When you read that monologue, are you excited to go and dive deep, circle so many letters and words and put so many notes because you are engulfed in your quest? Right? Are you optimistic? And so every day, so what I did is I had to take all of that and I created this heroes thing. So let me share with you a couple of examples so that you can really understand what this hero really means, right? So the reason why, and I'll say that it's not about money. So never ever pursue the dollar, okay? And I'll explain to you why. So let's say that I want to be a billionaire, because guess what? Everybody in this room, you want to be a billionaire, because I do. I want to be a billionaire. I want to be successful. But say I want to be a billionaire. Is it huge? Yes. Is it empowering, enlightening? No, not really. Because I have $1 billion, and how much do you have? Right? So is it? No, it's not. Righteous. Is it righteous? Well, I have $1 billion. Does anybody, like, is it righteous? What do I do with it? I don't know. I bought a house. It's not that righteous, right? And is it optimistic? I guess so. I mean, having $1 billion is pretty optimistic. What can I do with it? I'm going to buy a couple of yachts, right? It's not really optimistic. So what I'm saying is that's not a really good hero elixir, pursuing $1 billion, right? But what's a good hero's elixir is, for me, is what I have is I have eradicate poverty by creating a world of opportunity, right? And that's what my hero elixir is eradicating poverty by creating a world of opportunity. So is it huge? Very, very huge. Because we live in a world that's about to see poverty on another level than we've ever imagined in the next few months. Is it huge? Yeah, it's humongous. Is it empowering? Is it enlightening? Yes. Can my opportunities, does my tools, does my suite, does my marketing company, are those empowering people to succeed? Yeah, it is. Is it righteous? Yes, it's the right thing to do. It's 100% the right thing to do, to be unselfish. And is it optimistic? Hell yeah. I am here today because of this why. I'm here today because I want to create a world of opportunity. I want to inspire heroes to empower your quest so that every single one of you in this room can marvel the world. And that is why I wake up every single day. And so with that being said, that was my hero. So when you create, who is Ryan, who is Andrew, who is Jenna, who is Ali, who is Deneen, who is Velvet, who is Courtney, Jen, Tiffany, Lovely, Sasha, who's Tony, who's Renee, who are Murphy, who's Christine, right? Who's Masharad, who's Cynthia, who's Linda, Joyce, who's Montoya, who's Camille, right? Who's Anaisia, I pray I pronounced your name right, but who's Marianne, who's Velvet, who are we, right? So when you wake up every day, please put your hero elixir in your pocket, because that will get you through any single unknown or world that you cannot understand. Because nowadays I can walk into Hollywood not knowing what I do, but my hero tells me I want to eradicate poverty by creating a world of opportunity, inspiring heroes, empowering their quest to marvel the world. So I will stand there with a board and I will happily take your name and guide you to where you need to be, because my job is that. That is my hero. Okay. So we're going to move on to one more thing. And this is the second gift. This is the second gift. And I call it the onion, right? So I just showed you the outer layer. Now I'm going to dig deep into this onion. Anybody understand how an onion makes you feel when you open it? Right? Tears come to my eyes just thinking about it. Okay. So I'm going to share with you about the onion, and I'll tell you a little story of what the onion is and how I created this onion theory. So like I said, when I was in acting, I had to do this monologue, and everybody knows that, well, I want to say it. Yeah, well, there's layers to everything, right? You ever hear that? There's these emotions, there's these layers to everything. So when I say I love you, right? And we're going to do a simple exercise. Anybody ever heard of Meisner? Sanford Meisner, right? So Sanford Meisner, so he had this exercise that was a repeat exercise, right? It was like a mirror and it was a repeat. So it's all about how you knock on the door, right? He had to knock on the door. So you walk up to the door and you knock on the door, and he gives you a thing. Knock on the door and tell John to open. So then you're, John, open. John, open. And then you're slamming, John, open, right? And you're kind of going in. What does that show you? Well, that happened to be a bunch of different layers, right? Because of the emotions that were inside. So when we read a monologue or we read a script, we're not necessarily only looking at what the front is, right? The verbal, John, please open the door. We're not doing that, right? What we're doing is we're trying to really understand the layers of the onion. So what we do is we pull out the layers, right? Why am I knocking on the door? John needs to open. My son just broke his leg, right? My keys to my car is in John's house because that was the last place that I was at, because I was saying hi and I dropped off coffee to John. So my keys are in the house. My son broke his leg. I need to take him to the hospital. So how do you think that knock on the door is going to be? It's going to be very, very different than, hey, John, open the door. I'm here. It's going to be extraordinary. John, open the door. And that only comes by understanding the layers and all those layers. So anytime, and this is just anytime that you're looking at a script or whatnot, really, really dig deep and understand what are the layers in there, right? And even if they give you just one line, hey, John, open the door, because that's what Meisner gave. Hey, John, open the door, right? Or I think he said it was simple. Open up, open up. Hey, open up, open. It's like something very simple. So it's up to us to understand the amount of layers that we have to put in, right? And so with that being said, that's going to be my next gift. That's my next elixir. Is anytime you go and you read a script, a monologue, or when you're even having a conversation with somebody with empathy, you have that onion. And remember that onion, even though it's nice and round, there's many layers inside of that onion. And never be afraid to pull apart the layers to that onion, because I promise you, there's a lot of layers in every single thing that we do in life. So that is my gift to you. I don't know if I went over time, but I really am appreciative for everybody here. You guys are such an inspiration to me because you guys show up. So I thank you very much. Thank you, VIP Ignite, for this opportunity to share the Hero's Quest with you. My name is Sage Adams. Enjoy your journey. Thank you.
Sage, I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Sage. Alicia K. back. Hello.
Hey,
so
Ali.
as an aspiring, hey, aloha. So as an aspiring actor, getting to come to one of our VIP Ignite events and sitting down with one of the biggest casting directors in the world, what was that like for you?
Oh, wow. Like I'm pretty comfortable in my skin. And I was like I said, hands behind my back, just wow. And I will say this because I did tell Ali this, right? If VIP Ignite if VIP Ignite was around when I took that journey to Hollywood in 2000, oh my gosh, it was like 2001, 2 or something. I didn't know about it. I would have went straight to VIP Ignite because I am no longer in movies or acting because I had nobody that was helping me put me in front of the right people. Now, I was in movies. I have my SAG. I was a lead in every movie I was in. But I went to many college interviews, short films, etc., because I was never in a room of titans, of people that can really change your life like that. And VIP Ignite, that was my experience. That's why I'm so excited for every one of you, is because the opportunity isn't knocking on your door. The door's wide open and opportunity is right there. And at VIP Ignite, Ali, what I noticed and what I experienced there is the opportunity is there, and you guys freely open the door for everybody that is a part of your community to come and enjoy all the opportunity that you provide. And that is what I experienced. This is phenomenal.
I mean, we had actors there, guys, and I'm sorry that you missed it, but stars from American Gangster and people that literally have headlined every single movie with Spike Lee, and casting directors that have won numerous VMAs, working with like Justin Bieber and Travis Scott and Machine Gun Kelly. I mean, Sage, for somebody that was in this industry for a while, you know, so many people want to meet these types of people face to face. Did you ever find that they were a little bit aloof or kind of guarded, or were they open? Like, were they like just every day? How was your reception of them?
Everyone is approachable. Every single person is approachable.
How many of you guys are ready for face to face? Let me see. Or do you just like wasting time and money on websites and classes and photos? If you're ready for face to face, let me see. Type it, face to face. Because it's everything in this business. And we loved having you. And it's funny because I remember you were checking people out and you're like, okay, you're going to go to station 1. People had no idea. And it was so great because never judge a book by its cover. Like, you know, this is why we say you're always on stage. And, you know, I love it when people really want to get into this industry. You got to be nice to every single person because you never know who they are.
Well, Sage,
we're excited to come out to Hawaii and see you. Just putting it out there.
He's taking us on a coffee tour. I already have it arranged.
Yes, I mean, cool. You'll see me get starstruck. That's cool.
Awesome.
Well,
Sage,
thank you.
Thank you so much for spending part of your Saturday with us. We're so excited to have you. And guys, how many of you wrote down the acronym HERO? How many of you now are going to base your why upon that? It has to be huge. It has to be empowering. It has to be righteous. It has to be optimistic. If you get nothing else out of this day, if you follow that, and then you start running towards your why, you get yourself into momentum, your whole life is going to change. But you know what? Even more than that, you're going to be able to change the world. And that's why we're here. That's why we're here. Because you know what? In order for you to go on to the next level, in order for you to even have more success, in order for you to reach those peaks that you've been striving for, you have to have a reason why. And what I say, you touch on that so beautifully. That's one of my favorite subjects, to talk about your why. But if you don't have a big why that's going to help other people, on the days where it's easy, you're going to run. But on the days where it's hard, you're going to be like, why am I doing this? Having a why helps push you forward on the days when it's hard, on the days when it's difficult. And it makes you accelerate even faster on the days that it's easy. So definitely write that down and make sure that you hold on to that. All right. Okay. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Are you guys good? We still have a lot more to go. I know it's crazy. It's like 4:30 here on the East Coast, but we still have so much more to go. So what I want you guys to do before I bring our next speaker to the stage is I want you guys to stand up. We need to move around a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do my favorite exercise, and then we're going to bring our next speaker up. Are you guys ready to get a little cardio in? Are you ready? So this is what I'm going to set my clock here. So what we're going to do is something, it's called the Running Man, okay? And this is meant to get you guys, I want you guys energized. I want you guys ready for our next two speakers, because there's a lot of information for you to absorb. So this is what you're going to do. Everyone turn to your right. And what you're going to do is this, okay? We're going to move our arms as fast as we can. You don't have to move your whole body. You're not physically running. You're only moving your arms. And I want you to pump your arms as fast as you can at a 90-degree angle for 15 seconds. Got it? Are you guys ready? Let's get some cardio in. Ready? Get set, go. As fast as you can for 15 seconds. Come on now. Come on. Good job, guys. Oh, look at this. Even our speakers are participating. Come on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Whew. Take a breath. But we can't do things on one side and not do them on the other. So turn to the other side. Are you guys ready? Get set and go. Arms as fast as you can. Hold on. Christina Witherspoon. Oh, you're at work though. Okay, I'll give you a pass. Come on, guys. As fast as you can. 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job. How do you guys feel? You feel a little more energized? Anise is like, oh my God, I'm wearing a sweater, Janine. Why did you make me do that? You're not my friend anymore. Awesome. All right. I just wanted you guys to get your blood moving, get yourself energized, because we still have more to do. And I want you to be all in and fully focused. Okay. Take a sip of water. Hydrate. I just read a whole article on hydration. So everyone, please hydrate yourselves with water, preferably. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is we have so many exciting things going on. How many of you are excited about taking your life to the next level? How many of you are ready to show me some excitement here? You're in the middle of Times Square. Yeah, right. I had that experience the other night. That's a whole other thing. How many of you guys are ready to be in even more momentum than you are? By showing up today, you got yourself in momentum, or you started accelerating yourself. But if you want to know how you could take yourself to the next level, what I want you to do is I want you to give all of your attention to the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin, who's going to tell you some things we have upcoming. Are you guys ready? You better show him some excitement, or I'm not going to allow him to unmute. Show him how excited you are. Give him the honor due. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Famkin, it's all yours.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, so that was really great, Sage. Great job. Just want to thank Deneen and Allie and everyone that's here today. I'm going to go over something with you, kind of our next experience in Orlando. And I know a lot of people always expect me to do this on Sunday, and I'll go over this again tomorrow, but I wanted to do it today. And here's the reason why. I wanted to honor everybody who's here today because you're going to be here for both days. And I know a lot of our talent, sometimes they like to come on Sunday because they want to see where our next adventure is. It's kind of everybody's always, we have a lot of Telegram groups and Facebook groups and private groups, and everyone's always reaching out to Deneen and Allie and to Debbie, always wanting to know when the next adventure is to plan their year out and so forth. So I normally do it on Sunday, but I wanted to honor you guys and go over this with you today. And a couple of reasons why. First of all, this is going to be very limited. We do have a lot of our town who already are going to be coming to this, but I wanted to give the opportunity for the new people. So I'm going to go through this. If I have your permission, I'm going to share this with you guys. I'm going to take Q&A on this tomorrow. I just want to go over this today, just so you have the information. You do have to audition for this. You do have to schedule an audition. Our team will go over how to do that when I'm done. But I also want to make sure that we stay on time because the next speaker that we have speaking, she's really going to blow your minds and shift your mindset in ways that really are just going to open up your world in so many different ways. And I've been having a few different conversations with her for the past few days. And she's just really one of the most amazing speakers I've ever heard. And her insight and knowledge that she's going to share with you guys. I'm just going to let you guys know straight up front, people pay her $30,000 to speak with her. Okay. So literally you guys are going to get like a $30,000 bonus and the information that she's going to share with you guys coming up. And then, of course, we're going to be doing something a little bit different afterwards. We have Mr. Ryan Colby coming back. We're going to be doing what's called the Model Garage. So if you want to know what the Model Garage is, that's something that Alicia and Allie will be speaking about later today. So with that thought in mind, let me share my screen. And if I have your permission, I'd like to show you what I put together for our Orlando adventure. Can everybody see my screen? Yes? All right. So this we like to call the Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando. And this is something really, really cool. For those of you who've been following the company's journey, we have tens of thousands of success stories, but I'd say in the last 2 years, our success stories have really elevated themselves. And, now we have people that are earning, $100,000 a day for commercials. We have people on billboards in Times Square. We have people on major magazines, and Abinash, one of my favorite talent, his commercials running nationally for Upwork. He plays with the zombie in the Upwork commercial. And that was a really life-changing opportunity for him because, a year and a half ago when he first started, he was just learning the steps of improv, learning the steps of acting. He had the opportunity to get certified in stunt work in Atlanta, and he got to perform off Broadway in New York City with Robert Galinsky. So like when I talk about these experiences and the things that we do, yes, they're 80% work, but there's a 20% fun factor when we do these experiences. But the whole goal of it is to build up a resume that lands you those types of jobs, that lands you those types of agencies. And, in the past 6 months, I've really, even myself, I've been focusing on who I surround myself with and really going after that next level. So a lot of what I'm going to go over today is really our learning experience and the things that we've seen that can really elevate talent to the highest possible level as quickly as possible. So if I have your permission, I'd like to go through Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando with you guys. All right, so our next big experience is going to be May. It's going to be the third weekend in May in Orlando. If you've never been to Orlando, Orlando's a really hot market right now as far as castings and opportunities and so forth, especially with Atlanta being right there. A lot of the big studios have shifted a lot, not so 100% away from Hollywood, but they've definitely leveraged themselves to have that opportunity to be availability in states where there's going to be no restrictions currently, in the past, and also in the future. So that way filming and so forth can always continue on. So this is what I put together, and I'm going to go through this with you guys and kind of explain everything. So this is our Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando. The first thing we're going to do is when you come out there, we're going to do 4 character headshots, and this is going to be both geared for models and actors. And what character headshots going to be designed to do is we're going to really sit down and we're going to figure out who your strongest character is. right? Our goal is to not only get you on set, but to elevate your career, to get you signed with one of those Hollywood agents, one of those New York agents. And we're going to really take a lot of time and concentration on getting you the right headshots that stresses who you are, what are your unique looks, and what types of characters that you can play. So 4 character headshots for models and actors, $9.97 retail value. You're going to be able to work with a professional celebrity photographer. So we're going to be bringing in some of our top photographers. I'm not going to go through who right now, but all I can guarantee you, this is one of our top photographers that's going to be there doing this. You're also going to have professional hair and makeup done. So we will get celebrity hair, makeup. And the great thing about working with a celebrity photographer and a hair and a makeup artist, like I discussed earlier, is it's going to give you the traction of building your resume immediately. So not only are you going to have the right character headshots, you're going to have the influence of being able to work with somebody who's very well known in the industry, and that elevates you, right? So you see, like when I have the opportunity to speak from stage, you know, with a Tony Robbins or with somebody who's really made an impact in the world, that allows me to elevate my brand. So, but it's the same thing for models and actors. When you're able to walk into a room and say you worked with this person, it immediately now elevates your brand. So not only are you going to get the 4 character headshots, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, but you're also going to be doing character development and styling with Ryan Colby himself. So he's going to be really taking a strong hand in this and really helping you find who you are, really finding out where your strengths are, what market is going to be your strongest market. How do we get you on set the fastest? How do we elevate you with the best agency? So not only do we have the opportunity to be represented by Truth Management, will be your mother agency, but now working hand in hand with somebody who has over 4 decades of experience, he's going to help develop that character. So we really want to start fast tracking people at a higher level and really taking everything we learned in the past 16 years and really applying all that knowledge, all those strategies and frameworks to Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando. So not only will you get the 4 character headshots for models and actors, $9.97, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, $14.97, $9.97. You're going to get the character development and styling with Ryan Colby, which we put a retail value of that of $997 because this is his time. He's going to be working with each person individually on this. But here's something that's really cool. And I had a really long talk in New York City a few weeks ago with the owner of a major publication. And they said, you know, the fastest track and we were talking about the photography industry, and they were like, you know, a lot of upcoming photographers, the issue that they have is they're really talented, but they can never get published. And he said, you know, it's the same thing with models. It's really hard getting published. But once you get published, all of a sudden your life changes. It's like literally doors open up just because you're published. And it kind of makes sense. And here's my opinion on that. It means that you're trustworthy. It means that you're reliable. When you get published, it means you have a resume. So this is something brand new we're going to be doing. We're going to be working with a high-end magazine, okay? And we're actually going to get everyone who attends the Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando published in a international magazine. So this magazine is available on newsstands around the country, around the world. So not only are you going to get the 4 character headshots for models and actors, you're going to get professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development, styling with Ryan Colby, but you're actually going to leave the shoot as a published model. Now, this is something, this is priceless. Obviously, this will change your life in the snap of a finger. But here's something I'm really, really excited about. And this is something I'm actually working with the company on this for our new book, which will be coming out later this year. You guys will actually have the opportunity tomorrow to get access to our new book free of charge. Deneen will give you a special secret link where you'll be able to download the book. But you are actually going to take that editorial spread and we're actually going to have it placed on a billboard in Times Square. So this means not only will you be published, but you're actually going to be on a billboard in Times Square, okay? It's going to be a timed event, right? So it's a timed event. It won't be something that's running for months and months and months. Obviously, that would be hundreds, if not millions of dollars, but it's going to be a timed event where we'll try to time it at around where you can actually be there for that, or we're actually going to have a photographer there who will actually be taking photos of that. So I would suggest being in Times Square for that. So maybe we'll make like a nice little trip out of that or something cool. but that's all the hows. That really doesn't matter for this. What matters is being able to come out on your resume as a brand new model, not only being published, but having a billboard in Times Square, having your character development with Ryan Colby, have worked with celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists, having some of the best headshots available in the world. Okay. So not only are you going to get all of that, we're also going to do a Hollywood agent virtual weekend. Okay. Value of that's $4,997. And we just did our event in Hollywood, and we're probably going to have some of the biggest success stories ever. There are going to be talent that have been signed already. We're in negotiations with a lot of our other talent and following up to get them signed. And, you know, it's kind of weird because we're so good at what we do. Like literally our client base goes from working with us to getting signed. It's like imagine being a mom or a dad and your children go off to college. It's kind of sad, right? So, but you know what? That's the beauty of seeing people be successful. Like that's what our why is. So, you know, our talent did so well in Hollywood. I was like, you know what? Let's do an event where we'll do a virtual event, right? Our Hollywood events are planned out, you know, well over a year in advance, but we could do a virtual event where literally, you know, we can have talent being able to work with and meet with some of the biggest agents in the world at a virtual weekend. So not only will you get the virtual weekend, but you're going to get the 4 character headshots, the professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development, one-on-one and styling at the shoot with Ryan Colby himself. You will be a published model. You will have a billboard in Times Square. But in addition to that, we're also going to, while in Orlando, we're going to shoot a professional model or actor slate reel. And this is so important. And, you know, I made the realization of the importance of this about a year ago. And to be honest with you, I was just, you know, I was kind of stuck in my own head. I was so used to everything. I was really, honestly, I was used to things being done the old way. Like I was like that cranky old agent who was just like, you know, I need the talent in front of me. And I knew the importance of having a reel, but it wasn't until I sat down and I talked with Ali DeRossi, who's a major agent in Hollywood. You guys are gonna have the opportunity to meet with her tomorrow, but Tanya Kleckner and a lot of them. And I realized that this is no longer a luxury, but it's a must-have. Like you have to have a slate reel. It's just, there's just no way of doing it. And I looked into so many companies that do it and they just do a half-assed job. Pardon my French, like they suck. And I just knew with my experience, with my knowledge, with the people that we have connections with, that I could do this the right way. So we're going to be doing slate reels while in Orlando. And this is going to be a game changer for everyone who comes to this. This will really not only open up doors instantaneously, but this is going to open up higher level doors. There's no sense in having to start with student films and you know, trying to scrounge for these like lower level castings when we can get you in front of major directors, major producers, in front of major Hollywood films, major magazines, by having your video done the right way. So I'm really excited about this. This is going to be a huge project, but I am so excited, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because the professional training is going to be done by some of our top Hollywood agents. So they're literally going to come in and they're actually going to be working with you and training with you. Okay. And so that's something that's going to be so exciting because now you're getting the best of the best working with you. Okay. And, you know, my number one rule in life is if I'm going to do something, I find the best person in the world and that's who I hire. And that's what I went out and I did with this. So not only are you going to get the professional training for slate reels by Hollywood agents, you're going to also get the professional slate reel filmed while in Orlando. You're going to have the Hollywood virtual weekend. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square, published model. You're going to be a published model, fashion editorial. You're going to have character development and styling with Ryan Colby, professional hair and makeup, professional celebrity photographer, and you're also going to get your character headshots done all while in Orlando. Okay. But there's even more than that. Okay. Because I said, well, each person is so different and so unique in their special skills and who they are, where they are in life, where they're going. So we're actually going to have, this is something brand new, and we're going to have script writing services done for you, for your Hollywood reel. And Ryan Colby himself is going to help write that script and create your signature character. And he's been doing this now for probably close to 40 years. And he has placed some of the biggest actors in the world on major television shows, major movies. And I've watched him do this with his talent so many times. And honestly, it's almost like watching like an artist at work. He literally will get to know you on a personal basis and actually help create your signature character and actually write out the script for you for your reel. So not only are you going to get that, and something like that, honestly, is, you know, we priced that at $14.97 because of the time investment, but that honestly should be priceless because that's going to be a game changer. That's something that 99.9% of your competition will never have access to. Nobody. When you walk on set, when you walk into that audition room, you will command and control that room. So not only are you going to get that, but you're going to get the 4 character headshots for models and actors, value $9.97. Professional celebrity photographer, value $14.97. Professional hair and makeup, value $9.97. Character development and styling with Ryan Colby, value $9.97. Become a published model in a major international magazine, priceless. Having your own billboard in Times Square, priceless. You're going to have access to the Hollywood Agent Virtual Weekend. The value of that's $49.97. The professional model and or actor slate reel, $19.97. You're going to get the professional training for the slate reel by some of our biggest Hollywood agents, $9.97. And then you're also going to get the screenwriting services for the Hollywood reel, create your signature character with Ryan Colby himself, $14.97. But in addition to that, we're also going to have a Hollywood Agent virtual meet and greet. Okay. We're going to have a meet and greet. And here's the thing. When I was doing this, I said, you know what? It's kind of cool to have the virtual weekend. And I said, well, we could do a virtual meet and greet. But then I thought to myself, what would be better than having a virtual meet and greet? And I said, why not fly out our top agents from Hollywood to Orlando? How would you guys like that? So that's going to be a live meet and greet in Orlando. We're going to bring our top people and fly them into Orlando to meet with you guys live, to be there on set with you guys, to go through the character development, to be there with you the entire time. We're going to bring in some of our top people. I'm not going to give their names, but I can tell you one person. Would you guys like to know one person who's going to be in Hollywood and to meet with everybody? Would you guys like to meet with Tanya Kleckner live in Orlando and spend a few days with her? How awesome would that be to be able to have Tanya there with you? To be able to, the photos alone, the knowledge, the history, her guidance, her being your mentor, okay? So we're going to do all of that. Guys, I said I'm going to change everybody's life, and I mean it. So now you're going to have now the Hollywood Agent live meet and greet in Orlando. You're going to get the 4 character headshots for models and actors, the professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby, the becoming a published model, fashion editorial, a billboard in Times Square. That is priceless. People spend $100,000. They spend $1 million to have a billboard in Times Square. You literally will be in Times Square. The Hollywood Agent virtual weekend, the professional model and actor slate reel, shot high-end. Some of the best cinematographers in the world will be there working on this. You're going to be professionally trained by our Hollywood agents. You have the opportunity to work with people such as Tanya Kleckner, people such as Ali DeRossi, creating this and training you on this, okay? You're going to get the script writing services. So we are going to write the script for this for you with Ryan Colby, who's going to create your signature character. And now you're going to have the Hollywood Agent, not virtual, but live meet and greet in Orlando. Now, if that's not enough for everybody who's brand new, you're also going to have Truth Management representation, digital model and acting portfolio. So we will be your mother agency, which means our job is to develop, guide you, get you on set, get you working, elevate your career to be signed to a larger agency. So what's great about this is on a go-forward basis, you will never have to worry about whether something's real, something's not real. Should I work with this person? What's this? Literally, anybody approaches you online, on Instagram, on TikTok, all you have to say is, great, I'd love to work with you. Here's my agent's information. Give them a call, contact them by, here's their email. And we handle everything for you. We will find the bad tacos versus the good tacos. Okay. So not only are you going to get the 4 character headshots, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby, published model. So you will be a published model, international magazine. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square. You're going to attend the Hollywood Agent virtual weekend, professional model, actor slate reel done by some of the best cinematographers in the world. You're going to get professional training by our actual Hollywood agents. You're going to have your script and character created by Ryan Colby himself. But now you're going to have a Hollywood live meet and greet in Orlando. You're going to be represented by Truth Management. And then we want to do some bonuses. Okay, one of our bonuses is we're working on a new model and active development and training. It's a 90-day program. You guys are going to be receiving that. Bonus number 2, we're launching a new actor academy in January 2023. This is going to be very hands-on and one-on-one. When we were talking with all our talent, they love our online training, but everyone always wants a little bit more personalized approach. So we're going to be launching this in January 2023. This is included. This is going to be something we're selling separately. This is $10,000 for the year. You guys are getting this as a bonus, okay? And then mega bonus number 1, you're going to get access to the vault, which is over 300 hours of on-demand training. So for the past 2.5 years, every single training call we've ever done, people from the Phantom of the Opera, America's Next Top Model, Academy Award winners, Emmy Award winners, five-time Billboard award winners for voiceover, some of the biggest names in the industry, you will have access to all of that. That is like the Netflix of training. There is nothing like this on the entire planet. You will have access to that all on demand. And that's going to be your bonus. And then, of course, our mega bonus is we're also going to give you VIP Elite Talent Academy access, which means on a go-forward basis, every week you will get live training. So it'll be a group training like we currently do. So you'll get to work with Robert Galinsky. You'll get to work with cast members from The Sopranos, The Goldbergs, some of our top casting directors and producers and agents consistently live and online in training. Okay. So not only are you going to get all of that, you're going to get the character headshots, the celebrity photographer, the celebrity hair and makeup, character development, styling with Ryan Colby. You're going to be a published model. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square. You're going to have the virtual weekend Hollywood agent. It's like literally being in Hollywood again, but online. You're going to have the professional model actor slate reel. You're going to get the professional training and script writing services done, creating your signature character with Ryan Colby, Hollywood agent, virtual meet and greet that is now live in person in Orlando. You're also going to get Truth Management. We are going to represent you. We will be your mother agency on a go-forward basis. You're also going to get the new model and active development and training 90-day program. So you will learn everything there is to know about etiquette, being on set. You guys will be more knowledgeable about this industry than probably most of the people you will be auditioning for. You're also going to get the new VIP Actor Academy launching January 2023. You're going to get access to the vault, over 300 hours of on-demand training, and you're also going to get the VIP Talent Academy. If you total all of this up, you're looking at a total value of $38,964, okay? So when I was doing the pricing of this, that's not what you're going to pay. I want to do something really special for you guys. And like I said, I'm putting this out here today because I know a lot of people will show up tomorrow. There's only going to be 10 spots available for this. That is it. Okay. I already have some of our talent plugged in, but if you are new talent, there's only 10 spots available for this. That is it. This is a tremendous amount of hours, time, and work, not only of myself, Deneen, Ali, but also a lot of really high-level people. We're flying people into Orlando. We have to plan all this out. This is a major thing, but this is life-changing. The billboard in Times Square, the magazine, all of that. There's literally 100 people involved in this project, okay? So if you total all that up, it's $38,964. So when I was pricing this, I was like, you know what? Kind of the math, this would be where the price fell at, $7,500. But then I said, you know what? I really want to help people be successful. I said, I have to price this at a point that anyone can do this, but it also has to be able to cover all the expenses of this program. So what I came up originally was $7,500, but then I said I could do better. And then I came up with $49.97, and I felt that was a great price. That would cover everything. But you know what? I said I could do better than that for the people that are here on day one. So for everybody that's here on day one, okay, this is what we're going to do. Fast action bonus, $29.97 for everything. So you're going to get all of that. You're going to get the character headshots, the celebrity photographer, the hair, the makeup, character development, styling with Ryan Colby. You're going to be a published model. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square. You're going to have the agent, Hollywood agent virtual weekend, professional model and actor slate reel, professional training for the slate reel by the Hollywood agents. You're going to have the script writing services for the Hollywood Reel, Create Your Signature Character with Ryan Colby, the Hollywood Live meet and greet in Orlando, where we're bringing out people such as Ali Darashi, Tanya Kleckner, and I have one more surprise bonus, which I will tell you guys tomorrow, that will blow your minds. But all I can tell you, any one of them, plus we're going to have local people from Orlando, any one of them will snap their fingers and change their life. But here's what's great. You're not waiting to meet them there in Orlando. You're going to be working with them up until that point. You're going to be on that virtual weekend. You're going to be doing the training with them. So what's really great is you're going to develop relationships and friendships in a business sense that will last for decades. This is something they've never had the opportunity to do, to actually manage and to develop that talent for them to be able to take them to the next level. They don't have that kind of time. But by us combining what we do with their specialty, their lane, right? Everyone has to have their lane. We are going to create a force of amazing success stories. So now you're going to get all of that. You're going to have the live meet and greet in Orlando. You're going to be represented by Truth Management. You're going to get the new model and actor development and training, 90 days. The Actor Academy launching January 23, which is going to be game changer. Access to the vault, over 300 hours of on-demand training. And of course, you're going to get the live training every week with people such as Robert Galinsky, Bobby Fernaro from The Sopranos, 50 Cent's acting coach, and dozens of others of some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry working with you live every single week. You're not going to get that for $38,964, not for $7,500, not for $49.97, but only for $29.97. This is our quick action taker bonus. My assistant will post the link in there. This is very limited. Just so you guys know, tomorrow a ton of people show up to day 2 of boot camp looking for this link. I want you guys to schedule now. Okay, you can either take a picture of the QR code to schedule, or there's the link. They're also dropping the link inside the chat. Okay, and I just want you to know is, you know, for a lot of people that are new, sometimes even when I offer something that's like literally to me $1 million in value, some people just a little bit always afraid. They're still living in fear. And I want you to know that we guarantee this. We offer $1 million guarantee. And I'm going to explain that for people who are new. The $1 million guarantee means that we guarantee that you can come to go through all the training. You can get your photos done. You can get your slate reel done. You can go in the academy. You can work with these agents and casting. You can literally get all of the services and show up to Orlando. And on day 2, right? On day 2, it's a three-day process. We're going to be in Orlando 3 days. On day 2, by lunchtime, okay? By lunchtime, on day 2, you can walk up to any one of us, including me, and say, Mike, you know what? I got all of this, but I don't feel it was worth $1 million. Can I get my money back? We refund you right then and there. Now, a lot of people are like, whoa, wait a second. But Mike, hold on. So they would get the training. They would get access to the academy. They would get access to the agencies. They would get all of this. They get to come to the event. They get to do their photos, shoot their reel. And all they have to do is come up to you and just say they didn't get $1 million and you give them their money back. Like, wouldn't people take advantage of you? And here's my answer to that, because I get asked this all the time. I always get messages after these events when people hear this for the first time. And I call it a no risk guarantee. It means that you take no risk whatsoever. I'm taking 100% of the risk. But here's my thought process. I believe that people are really are good inside, and that people would never take advantage of me. That's what I believe. That's my belief. And if somebody was to take advantage of that offer, you know what? Good for them. They got everything. They go away and they're not a part of my life. Because only people that I want are people that are successful, people that believe in themselves, believe in the company, believe in the mission, and want to make more of themselves. And people like that would never take advantage of others in that way. So I look at it as I'm paying for those negative people to go away. So that's the $1 million guarantee. Those are the links. I do want to stay on time because I'm running a couple minutes over because we have our next big speaker on I will take Q&A on this tomorrow. I will go over this with everybody tomorrow, but I just wanted you guys to pay you your honor of being here on day one, to have the first opportunity for this. Like I said, this is something, there's only 10 people that will be able to attend this. So for those of you, I would suggest scheduling now, because that way you're guaranteed to get your audition and your interview. So I thank you so much, guys, and I can't wait for you to meet our next speaker. She's going to blow your mind. And then following that, we have Mr. Ryan Colby and Alicia Kabak with the Model Garage. And do not forget, make sure you stay to the very end. Deneen's going to be making announcements on how to win the free photo shoot, how to win the private acting coaching for a year, plus some other gifts and announcements that you guys will be getting later today. Plus, we have our challenge and our homework coming up. So I can't wait to talk to you guys. This is Michael Fompkin, and I will see you guys tomorrow, and I will see some of you guys in Orlando.
How many of you guys want to come to Orlando? Like, go ahead and type Orlando. And you know, it's funny because Tanya's like, I don't do things like this. When she came to our event, she's like, please let me mold your people. Let me tell them exactly what you need to do. No other company in the world could ever get Tanya Kleckner. This is so cool.
Oh my gosh. We're so excited. So we're going to let you guys marinate on that. Okay. But we do have another speaker who is waiting in the wings, and we want to honor her time. Okay. So make sure you schedule. I'll drop the link right before we finish this one to give everyone an opportunity. Okay. But are you guys ready for our next speaker? I know how many of you are like all at Twitter? You're like, ooh, oh my gosh.
I saw people tearing up, Deneen. How many of you guys started crying just a little bit? Let me see. A little crying.
Andrew, I'm not sure I can handle more, but wait, there's more, Andrew. I hope. Buckle up, Andrew. Buckle up, sir. Got it. You know, some days I love my job every day, but on these days, I really love my job. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so our next speaker is known as the entrepreneur's secret weapon. She is the world's most sought intuitive life and wealth mastery mentor for CEOs, entrepreneurs, and leaders who desire next level success, wealth, and a life brimming with peace, joy, and fulfillment, rather than settling for the typical life of stress and overwhelm. For who does that sound? You're like, okay, you don't even have to read anymore. Just unmute her, Deneen. All right. Hold on, there's more. As the New York City chair of the Global Leaders Organization, founder of Divine Heart Dynasty, and curator of The Path of the Peaceful Millionaire, Wealth and HD with Your Heart and Soul on Fire, she excels in redefining and reinventing yourself, your life, your business, and your bank account to soaring heights that defy logic so that your time on earth is by intentional design, not by default. Jessa is a maverick of the mind and human potential pioneer who transformed a rewarding but exhausting 10-year career in neurosurgery and the devastating death of her fiance into a purpose-driven mission to illuminate 1 million peaceful millionaires worldwide. Who wants to be a part of 1 million peaceful millionaires worldwide? If you do, please join me in welcoming to the stage the one, the only Jessa Carter.
I never know how to follow my own intro.
Do you look and you're like, who are they talking? Oh, they're talking about me.
I never know. I'm like, how do I actually follow that? I believe I was made a co-host so that I can share my screen, but also share my heart with you all for a bit. Do I have your permission to share my screen and share my heart with you all for a bit?
Yes, please.
Amazing. Amazing. When you hear the words more money, do you automatically think more problems? Or do you hear the words more money and think more peace, fun, fulfillment, and freedom. Hello, hello, and welcome. I'm super excited, as you know, to be here with you today. And as that wonderful introduction said, I am Jessa Carter. I am the award-winning author of the book, The Peaceful Millionaire. And I walked away from a rewarding but exhausting tenure and career in neurosurgery. Yes, I used to drill holes in people's heads so that I could help others in a far more profound way. I'm super passionate about mind and money mastery and in the world and life by design. And my superpower is this. My superpower is optimizing your mind for inevitable wealth, peace, and fulfillment. Please drop a yes. Drop a yes in the chat if inevitable wealth, peace, and fulfillment sounds good for you. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And since you were just bombarded with a crazy intro and that incredible offer that Michael was giving, I actually have gifts for you and just going to offer you a moment of peace and a moment of serenity. So I'd like to invite you to close your eyes. Close your eyes. My intention today is to inspire you to live boldly, love deeply, laugh always, and be rich always in all ways. Make sure your eyes are closed. And ask yourself, really reflect as I ask you these questions. What is it that you are knowingly or unknowingly denying yourself of? What pleasures or treasures are you avoiding? Are you working so much that you don't have enough time for friends or family? Are you wearing your career, your success as a badge of honor and denying yourself of an incredible romantic partnership, denying yourself of the vacation that you meant to take, that you know you need, that you know you should take, of that Gucci belt or Gucci shoes, Gucci bag that you want to buy because that seems frivolous? Or did you buy it and feel guilty? What are those things for you? What are those things that you're either knowingly or unknowingly denying yourself of? What pleasures or treasures that life has available are you avoiding? Deep breath. Because that always feels like a lot, yes? Now, if the perception of limitation were removed and the feelings of fear melted away, who would you become? Where would you be? Pull up that image. Pull it up in your mind's eye. Who would you be? Where would you be? Who would you become? Where would you be? How much money would you earn? How would you lead? How would you contribute? And how would it feel? Pull up that feeling. The thing is this, as a human being, you are wired to avoid pain and seek pleasure. Yet the two are so intricately entwined that even the thought of temporary pain or the perception of pain can leave you paralyzed or prevent you from the immense pleasure or reward that lies just beyond the perceived fear, pain, or limitation. Your mind is not attempting to keep you small or keep you stuck. It's just attempting to keep you safe. So if you have ever felt like there is more, that there is more to this life than you are currently experiencing, or if you've ever felt that something was missing from your life, you are absolutely validated in that feeling, and you are not alone. But know this, anything that comes to you as a dream or a goal, no matter how big or unrealistic that dream or goal might seem, it is meant for you. No matter how big or unrealistic that dream, goal, or desire might seem, it is already yours. It is meant for you. Open your eyes. Welcome back. You guys, I really want to be able to interact. And for some reason, when I'm sharing my screen, Zoom does not allow me to see the chat. So just so you all know, I'm absolutely not ignoring anything in the chat, and we'll have a little bit of time for questions at the end. So I apologize for that tech glitch. All right, so a peaceful millionaire. What in the world is a peaceful millionaire? And why might you choose to become one? Language is very important there. Why might you choose to become a peaceful millionaire? A peaceful millionaire has a peaceful relationship with money and systems in place that allow money to be a vehicle that works for them to make all aspects of life more enjoyable. And peaceful millionaires are passionate about contribution. Peaceful millionaires live with prosperity as their state of being, which is a state of plenty, plenty of love, plenty of health, and plenty of meaningful relationships and lavish experiences. Being a peaceful millionaire is purely a life of choice. This is a life that you choose. Now, you either heard a description of a peaceful millionaire and said, heck yes, I'm in. Somebody please sign me up and get me some of that. Or the inner critic jumped in and all of those negative thoughts and limiting beliefs like jumped into your head. And the top three thoughts or limiting beliefs that keep you stuck in every aspect of your life, whether it's money, success, relationships, whatever it is, the top three things that keep you stuck are these three things. One, that's impossible, right? That's impossible. I can't do that. And the worst one of all is that's not for me. How many times have you seen someone who has something that you would like to achieve, something you would like to have, and as much as you would like to have it, you say, that's not for me? It's absolutely for you. That person is just an example. That person is a living example that what you aspire to have, what you aspire to achieve is possible. So the secret is to bless that which you wish to have. Bless that which you wish to have. And there's a motto. Peaceful millionaires have a motto. And the motto of the peaceful millionaire is, I am wired. I am wired for infinite success, peace, and fulfillment. Infinite success, infinite wealth, infinite peace, infinite fulfillment, and that it is inevitable. Yes? And that having wealth makes the world a better place for myself and others. Having wealth makes the world a better place for myself and others. The truth about money is everyone gets a little confused when it comes to money, and there's always some worry and some concern and some fear. But the truth about money is money makes you more of who you are. If you're a jerk, If you're an a-hole, money is going to make you more of those things. But on the other hand, if you're a good person and you're generous and kind, more money is only going to make you more generous and more kind, right? So here's the truth. The truth is that good people with good money do good things. Great people with great money do great things. And extraordinary people with extraordinary money do extraordinary things. Yes or yes? Yes, yes, yes. And it often boils down to the power of perspective. The power of perspective. There is a saying by Wayne Dyer that says, when you change the way you look at things, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. So powerful. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. How so? Do you happen to remember the story of Chicken Little? Do you remember that Chicken Little was walking around and Chicken Little's perspective was that the sky is falling? Now, if your perspective is that the sky is falling, are you ever going to want to go outside? Probably not really, right? But is your neighbor right next door who doesn't have that perspective having that experience? No. If you consider yourself a glass half empty person, are you ever going to experience the glass half full or the cup overflowing? No. If your perspective of rich people is that rich people are somehow bad or greedy, are you ever going to take the steps or take the action to become rich? No, not likely. And so then there's change. And change can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. But the truth of change is that change is constant and change is inevitable. So the question becomes, would you rather be part of the change that you're experiencing in your life or settle for whatever comes your way? The only person who can raise the bar or raise the standard in your life is you. The only person. I can't raise it for you. Michael can't raise it for you. Your sister, your brother, your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your boss. No one can raise the bar or the standard in your life except for you. Now, on that topic of perspective and change, right? Henry David Thoreau's definition and perspective of wealth is this. His definition on wealth, perspective of wealth is that wealth is the ability to fully experience life. At this particular moment, you may or may not agree with that. You may or may not have experienced that. And if you haven't experienced that, sometimes it's difficult to agree with that. But what happens is your mind is a literalist. What is the word? Literalist. And that means that your mind, how your mind defines something, what your perspective of something is how you experience it. So if your perspective or your definition of wealth and success is merely a number in a bank account or a dollar amount in a bank account, that's the limited scope of how you will experience wealth and success. And it's not ever going to feel good. And it's probably not ever going to leave you feeling fulfilled, right? You're probably going to be feeling unfulfilled. On the other hand, my definition of success is doing work that I love, spending time with people that I love, living with health and vitality in my body, peace and vitality, peace and possibility in my mind, and passion and joy in my spirit. And my definition of wealth is having plenty of love, plenty of health, plenty of financial wealth, to enjoy enhanced experiences with the people that I love, and to have a greater capacity to contribute, to the world. That is how I choose to define and experience wealth and success for myself. So my question, my invitation for you is, knowing that now, how would you choose to redefine wealth and success for yourself? How would you like to experience wealth and success? Financial freedom. Now, financial freedom, you hear a lot about financial freedom in today's personal growth world. The other word, or the other way to refer to financial freedom, is financial independence. And what financial freedom or financial independence is what that means is that you have more than enough passive income to pay for your desired lifestyle. Financial freedom is this: it's having more than enough passive income to pay for your desired lifestyle. Now, there's an equation. So what does that look like? PI here stands for passive income, right? So it's when your passive income, which is money coming in from assets or investments, and that amount exceeds your current expenses. That equals financial freedom. Now, I know what you're thinking. Jesse, you said my desired lifestyle, and I don't have my desired lifestyle yet. Okay, I know, right? But the original goal is the financial freedom, is to acquire, to build enough passive income that it exceeds your current expenses. And what that means is that you now, with that, have the ability to work because you choose to, not because you have to. Your money is working for you, and you're working because you choose to, not because you have to. Now that sounds a heck of a lot better than how most people are experiencing money in their life. And the thing about financial freedom is also, like, it's not that people who earn less or can't be financially free. It's not that people who are high earners are financially free. I work with a lot of high-level clients that could be financially free, but they're not. And why is that? Well, sometimes it's just because you don't know what you don't know. And if you don't know that something's possible for yourself, then you're not going to be working towards it. You don't even know it's a possibility, right? And then the other reason is that you haven't taken the time to do it, or that horrible thought showed up and said, that's not for me. I can't do that. That's impossible. And so it doesn't happen. Now, there's a reason that your brain does that. And remember, I said your brain is attempting to keep you safe. But we were talking about a little bit about investing, and we're talking a little bit about assets, and we were talking about financial freedom. So my question for you is, what is the most valuable piece of real estate that you will ever own? Drop it in the chat. If you can unmute yourself, since I'm actually fine with you unmuting yourself since I can't see the chat. If you know what the answer is, I'll give you a hint. You already own it. What is the most valuable piece of real estate you will ever own? And the answer is your mind. The most valuable piece of real estate you will ever own, the most valuable asset you will ever own, is the 6 inches of real estate in between your ears. Now, this means that investing in your mind, investing in yourself, is the most valuable investment you will ever make. It's also sometimes the most terrifying and scary investment you will ever make, right? So I remember the first time that I invested in myself, and it was a 5-figure investment, and I was absolutely terrified. But I was fortunate enough that I met someone who was financially independent, who had already achieved complete time and financial freedom. And I went to him and I said, I think I want to do this, but I'm terrified. And he said to me, Jessa, you will never regret investing in yourself in this way. Investing in yourself is the best investment you will ever make. I now know that to be true. I know that he knew that to be true. And I also had the honor and the pleasure of being at the Napoleon Hill Foundation last weekend. If you don't know who Napoleon Hill is, he's the author of the book Think and Grow Rich. And I was at the Napoleon Hill Foundation with the current CEO of the foundation, Mr. Don Green. And Mr. Don Green was filming a video, and his background is in banking. And he said the number one question that he's always been asked is, what should I invest in? Don, what's the best investment to make right now? What should I invest in? The best investment, Don said, the best investment you will ever make is in yourself. So I'm not only speaking from my own personal experience, I'm speaking through the experience of many, many others in that regard. Your mind is rare, unique, multifaceted, and multidimensional, like the world's most valuable gemstone. And your mind is the super highway of your potential. But it doesn't always feel that way, does it? And you don't always treat it that way, do you? Unfortunately, no. Currently, the most valuable gemstone in the world is the if I could speak, jaw-dropping blue diamond that you see here. The blue diamond is valued at $4 million per carat. Now, here's something cool. On average, the human brain weighs about 3 pounds. And the weight of 3 pounds is approximately 6,800 carats. And so what that means is that at $4 million per carat, your mind would be worth $27 billion. $27 billion. And so now that you know, and actually the important thing that I almost forgot to say is, so not only is the value of your mind $27 billion. I personally believe it's priceless, but 27 billion sounds pretty good, right? That is also how powerful your mind is to create anything that you desire, anything that you choose to experience or have in this lifetime. That is how powerful your mind is. And so now that you know that your mind, that you are walking around with this $27 billion asset in your head, what are you prepared to do about it? Would you now agree that taking care of yourself and investing in yourself should be a priority? And would you also now agree that investing in yourself is the most valuable investment you will ever make? That should be a yes. I can't wait to see all the yeses in the chat box when I'm done. Like that is an absolute yes, right? So then what is it, right? What is investing in yourself if you're new to it? Investing in yourself means that you're investing time and money into something that you know, you're betting on yourself that this investment of time and money is going to move the needle forward in your life. It is going to improve yourself and or some aspect of your life in some way, right? That's the bargain. That's the goal. That's the investment. And then what is it that then would hold you back or keep you stuck from saying yes to yourself? What would keep you stuck or keep you from saying yes to yourself and investing in that way? And what I would say to you is don't let your ego get in the way here. I'll be the first person to admit that a very long time ago, when I was working in neurosurgery, I thought I had it all figured out. I didn't think I needed to invest in myself. I thought I knew everything, right? And the truth is that I didn't know what I didn't know any more than you don't know what you don't know. That's just the way it is. It's not possible for anyone to know everything that there is in the world. But there are some important things to know, right? That are going to move the needle forward in your life. Now, before I dive into those three things, I promised you I would dive into the three things. Like, so what are those three things? What is it that would then really hold you back from investing in yourself, from becoming wealthy, from becoming financially free, becoming a peaceful millionaire, whatever it is that you choose? What would keep you stuck or stop you from doing that? And there are three main things, and I'm going to dive into them. But before I do, may I have your permission to share a bit more about myself with you? Now, you already heard about all of these achievements that I have. Yes, I'm the award-winning author of the book, The Peaceful Millionaire. I have a former 10-year career in neurosurgery, a Master of Medical Science and Physician Assistant Studies. I graduated magna cum laude, a bachelor's degree in behavior and social science, graduating summa cum laude, an associate's degree, summa cum laude. I graduated high school, the top 5 in my class, won the coveted presidential scholarship. I'm a certified holistic health practitioner, a certified quantum practitioner. I have 7 certifications in theta healing. I'm a philanthropist, a poet, and a master coach. Now, all of that sounds wonderful and it looks great on paper. And I'm very proud of things that I've accomplished in my life. But the truth is this, what I am most proud of, that no one can take away from me, is who I've become on this journey. Who I've become on this journey of seeking greater wealth and success for myself. Who I became is so much more than I ever dreamed, than I ever expected, than I ever knew was possible. And that is and will always be my most proud accomplishment. There is nothing that I could do in this lifetime that would supersede who I've become and who I continue to become in this life. Because the woman before you gets to serve at the absolute highest level in the highest and best way. I get to show up and make an impact and change people's lives in a far more profound way than I ever could have behind those 4 walls in Western medicine. And of course, my life was not always like this. So you have to know that, right? Like, you have to know, and it's not just about me. There's so many people who are successful. Everybody's on their own journey. Everybody's been through their own ish, right? And my journey is this. I started to have seizures when my parents divorced when I was 3. At one point, my mother and I lived in a trailer park and we were on food stamps. I hid my intelligence most of my life because everyone made fun of me. When my father died, I really struggled to finish my final semester in college. When I was younger, every guy that I ever dated cheated on me. And I divorced my husband because he cheated on me. I was unable to get a job with my bachelor's degree, and I got stuck working in retail for minimum wage. And then with my master's degree as a physician assistant, I was working 60 to 80 hours a week, and I did that for 6 years with no raise. That doesn't sound good, does it? What was worse is that I was extremely stressed. I was overworked. I was overwhelmed. I woke up much younger than I am now, woke up every day feeling pain and fatigue. I had become short-tempered. I was entitled. I was unfulfilled and living paycheck to paycheck. And then to top it off, it was only 1 year into my career in neurosurgery that my significant other, an emergency medicine physician, passed away at age 39. The first year after he passed away was the most difficult thing that I've ever been through. It was the most difficult year of my life. But I still went to work every single day with a smile on my face, because my motto was always, go big or go home, right? Get up and soldier on. Never let them see you down. Never let them see you cry. So what did I do? Right? I got up, I went to work every day with my A game, with a smile on my face, took care of my patients. And I came home every night for that first year. And I went out on my back porch and I smoked a Newport cigarette, a single Newport cigarette, because it smelled like him. And I cried my eyes out until I went to bed. It was 1 year after he passed away that I got the words "only love," these two simple words, "only love," tattooed on my wrist. Now, certainly at that time, those two simple words had very different meaning to me. But since that time, those two simple words have not only become the mantra for who I am and how I live my life, they have become the foundation of my life's work. And so the point is that life is kind of like having a baby. Life is kind of like having a baby. It's not always easy. It's a bit unpleasant. It can be painful at times. It can be scary at times, but it was worth it, right? And wealth and success is no different. It's not always easy. It can be scary at times. It can be painful at times, but it's always worth it. It's always worth it. And sometimes it's your deepest pain that becomes the path to your highest purpose. And that happens to be true for me, right? That my deepest pain led to my highest purpose. So if you'd like to see kind of what that looks like, that first picture on your left is me in 2013, right? That's what it looks like when you're grieving, when you're going through the motions, right? And it took me 4 years after he passed away before I woke up one day and I said to myself, Jessa, what the F are you doing? This isn't life. This isn't living. There's got to be something different. There's got to be more to this life than I'm experiencing. There's got to be a better way. And the picture on your right was taken last year. Now, that's not to brag. It's just to show what investing in yourself, what healing, what transformation, what evolution, what growth looks like. And more importantly than what it looks like is what it feels like inside. What it feels like inside. Because when he passed away, from the outside looking in, everything would have looked peachy, right? Lived in a beautiful home, luxury car in the driveway, right? That societal driven perception of success. I was keeping up with the Joneses. But what was going on behind those closed doors is what I told you, right? I was coming home and crying myself to sleep every night. And so now I have dedicated my life to helping you attain inevitable wealth, peace, and fulfillment in life, in business, without the stress. Good or good? And I promised you that I would dive into those 3 things. And so those 3 things are coming. And first, what Mr. Tony Robbins says is this. Tony Robbins says success is 80% psychology and 20% strategy. I know that to be true. That was my experience. And I'm sure it's the experience of many others. I know it's the experience of many of my clients. Because the thing is this, I could give you, and you do need a strategy, you do need a plan. But myself, I could give you, or someone else could give you, the absolute best money management system in the world. And it's your psychology that would keep you from using it. It's your psychology that keeps you from feeling like you deserve it, from feeling like you're worthy. It's your psychology that says, that's not for me. I can't do that. That's impossible. That's your psychology. And so that number one thing that keeps you stuck or holds you back on your journey and on your path to any next level success, whether that's wealth, whether that's a new career, whether that's financial freedom, time freedom, a new relationship, what keeps you stuck and holds you back? Oh, what happened? Ooh. Ha! Yeah. Ha! What keeps you stuck and holds you back is your mind. Your mind can either be a prison, can be your prison, or your mind can be your paradise. You can allow your mind to foster limitation, or you can use it to build your limitless future, your life by design, the inevitable wealth, peace, and fulfillment that you not only desire, but you deserve. And so just a little background. So what is happening in your mind, right? Your mind is fostering limitation when you are in a state of fear, worry, doubt, ill health, or indecision. Indecision is a big one. On the other hand, your mind is facilitating your limitless future when you're in a state of love, joy, peace, passion, possibility, sound health, and decisiveness. Again, that decisiveness is big. And the 3 pieces of your mind, when it comes to money, the first piece is your money mindset, right? Money mindset. And what is that? That is your conscious thoughts. That's the conscious thoughts that run through your head when you think about money, when you think about wealthy people, when you think about your bank account, your money mindset, right? So that's those conscious thoughts. If you hear, and the thing is it's so automatic, right? Unfortunately, you hear somebody say money doesn't, you know the answer, grow on trees. Money is the root of all evil, right? You've heard all of these things. Now, unfortunately, what happens is you hear all of these things consciously enough, and then they get stored in your subconscious mind as beliefs and part of your programming. And they're not supportive. So I invite you to experience, as part of experiencing money done differently, I invite you into this new consideration of money. Money is an awesome acronym that stands for my own natural energy yield. My own natural energy yield. And what that means is that you can choose. You have the ability to choose who you become, how much value you want to add, you choose to add to the marketplace. And so therefore you are in absolute control of how much it is that you choose to earn. That is the power that is already within you. And so it's not about relying on a job or that steady paycheck, right? Money, wealth, success, financial freedom, like true wealth and financial freedom, that's not something that happens. It doesn't just happen by chance, right? It's something that's built. It's a choice. Someone chose, right, to embark on that path, to embark on that journey to get to that place. And you can too. So what's the difference when it comes to money mindset, right? What's the difference between wealthy people, rich people, and the difference between broke people or poor people? And the difference is that rich people think and act in a certain way, and broke people think and act in a certain way. What do you think would happen if a rich person started to think and act in the same way that a poor person did? Right? Their net worth would go down significantly, tremendously. But here's the thing. Not all rich people are created equal. Not all poor people are created equal, because there are a lot of people who are not necessarily the most well-off financially, but they're very happy. They're very content. They're very fulfilled. There are also a lot of really wealthy people who are really unhappy and really unfulfilled, right? And so why is that? Why is that? And the reason for that is tied into your relationship with money, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much money you have. You could have all the money in the world, but if you don't have a healthy relationship with money, it's not going to feel good. If you're mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally bankrupt, all the money in the world is not going to feel good. So it's not just about what's in the bank account. Number two, as I just mentioned, is the relationship with money, right? And your relationship with money is independent of how much you earn. And I just said that, right? Meaning that just because you earn a lot of money doesn't mean you have a healthy relationship with money, or vice versa. So generally, the relationship with money looks like one of two things. Relationship with money either looks peaceful, it's either peaceful, right, and easy and fulfilling, and it's wonderful, or the relationship with money feels like crap, and it looks something more like a complicated love triangle gone wrong. And that was my experience for a very long time. My complicated love triangle with money gone wrong was working 60 to 80 hours a week, being beyond stressed, and still living paycheck to paycheck. Complicated love triangle, not working. And number three is the financial blueprint. And your financial blueprint, similar to the blueprint or the foundation of a house, your financial blueprint is the foundation. It's the foundation. And what's in this foundation, right? Your financial blueprint is actually where your underlying subconscious programs and subconscious belief systems of your unique financial blueprint are stored. And they are driving your patterns, your habits, and your behaviors when it comes to money, as well as your money personality, right? So your money personality is how you're making decisions when it comes to money. And so, as I said, so you have all of these different pieces, right? You have a money mindset, which either supports wealth and financial freedom or does not. You have a relationship with money that's either healthy or not so healthy, right? You have a financial blueprint. Now, most financial blueprints by nature, just because of society, because of the world, because of what your parents experienced, because of what you saw growing up, most financial blueprints are not inherently set up for wealth, but that doesn't mean that they can't be, right? And the same thing goes for the money personality. Most money personalities, because your money personality is a result of a combination of all of these things, most people's money personality doesn't support wealth or financial freedom either. But again, that doesn't mean that it can't be changed. It absolutely can. The good news for you, and the good news is this, the good news is that you are in charge of your thoughts. Your thoughts are not in charge of you. I'm gonna say that again because it's so darn good. You are in charge of your thoughts. Your thoughts are not in charge of you. It might feel like your thoughts are in charge of you sometimes, and it might feel like your emotions are in charge of you sometimes, but neither of those things are true. You are in charge of your thoughts. You are in charge of your emotions, and you create every moment of your life. You are the master of your fate. You are the captain of your soul, and you are the CEO of your life. Remember, no one can create change in your life. No one can raise the bar in your life for you. No one can do that except for you. And so how does that work? How does that happen? I said once before, right? You're creating this reality. You get to choose. That's one of the most amazing things about being a human being, is the power of choice. And so whether you realize it or not, whether you want to or not, whether you like it or not, you are creating every single moment of your life and every single moment of your reality. So how is that possible? How is that? And how that's possible is it's a combination of the quality of your thoughts, plus the quality of your feelings, plus the quality of your beliefs. And the sum of those things leads to the quality of your actions, or sometimes, unfortunately, the lack thereof, right? And then the total of all of those things equals your reality or your desired outcome. So if your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs when it comes to money are not very supportive, your actions when it comes to money are not going to be supportive. So therefore, the reality or the outcome is going to be an undesired outcome. On the other side, right, on the flip side of that, if the quality of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs when it comes to money and wealth, right, and peace and fulfillment and financial freedom is supportive, right? If your thoughts, feelings, if the quality of those thoughts, feelings, and beliefs are supportive of that reality, your actions are going to support that reality. And then that reality, that desired outcome, now becomes inevitable. Just looking at the equation a different direction, right? So T here is thoughts, F is feelings, beliefs, actions equals your reality or your desired outcome. And so when you look at it in an equation form in this direction, right, it functions as any other equation would. So if you're only improving the quality of your thoughts, meaning your money mindset or your conscious mind, you're going to get some improvement, right? You're going to make some progress towards the desired outcome or the chosen reality. If you only improved your feelings, you would also get some improvement in that direction. And if you only improved your belief systems, you would get some improvement in that direction. But the power comes when you increase all of those things. You increase the quality of the thoughts, the feelings, and the beliefs, therefore increasing the quality of the actions. And now that desired reality, that desired outcome, or that result comes way, way sooner, comes way faster. And the other big thing that keeps a lot of people stuck when it comes to pursuing something new, right? Because anything new, right? What is anything new? Anything new has the capacity to be fearful, right? To be scary. It doesn't matter what that new thing is. If it's new for you, it's a little bit scary. So what is fear? Fear is actually an emotion plus a thought or a belief that something is likely to cause pain. Fear is an emotion plus a thought or belief that something is likely to cause pain. Now, that doesn't mean it's actually going to cause pain. It means it might cause pain, it might cause pleasure, you don't know, but it seems scary, so you're probably not going to do it. Right? So the thing that a lot of people struggle with when it comes to a greater, right, like next level success or actually accumulating wealth or building financial freedom when it comes to that next level success, what most people fear, right? It's like the fear of failure versus the fear of success. And I remember early on my journey that early in the journey, it felt like the fear of failure that was holding me back and keeping me stuck. And then I reached a point where I felt like I was kind of past that. And I was like, okay, well, maybe it's the fear of success that's keeping me stuck now. But that's actually not it. So it is uncertainty. It is uncertainty and fear of the unknown, not the fear of failure or the fear of success that keeps you stuck or inhibits greater success. It's the uncertainty and the fear of the unknown, right? Because things that are known to you, areas of your life where you can place certainty and it's not scary, are all of a sudden easier. Areas where there's variables, there's uncertainty, there's things about it that are unknown. Ooh, I don't know. I've been taught to run the other direction. But here's what you may or may not know about uncertainty is that embracing uncertainty and embracing the unknown is having the faith and the trust in the universe to receive, right? To receive. So it is only through embracing uncertainty and embracing the unknown that you have experiences in your life that defy logic. If you are attempting to control everything, if you're attempting to keep everything so calculated, there's no room. There's no room for something to be better than you were expecting because you're too busy controlling it. Now, I am a reinvented perfectionist and I am a reinvented control freak, right? I think any overachiever, high achiever, right? You've experienced that on some level. And having been there, I promise you that being on the other side of it is actually better. And so success, I love this. Success is not the opposite of failure. This is so darn good. Success is not the opposite of failure. Success is the result. It's the result of many perceived failures. But because the truth is that no failure is actually failure. It's a temporary defeat. And that's where so many people get stuck is they allow a temporary defeat to completely derail them off their course and off their path. So again, success is not the opposite of failure, right? It's not success or failure. Success is a result of many perceived failures. And so I have a couple of take-home, wrapping up, I have a few take-home points for you. And one of those take-home points is this: a temporary defeat is not failure. It is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to do better, to do things differently, to see it differently next time. If at first you don't succeed, correct and continue. Keep going. If at first you don't succeed, correct and continue. And I know that Michael has some incredible gifts for you. Michael is gifting you a copy of my book, a copy of The Peaceful Millionaire, and also a ticket to attend my 3-day intensive, The Peaceful Millionaire State of Mind. And so I thought I would share with you what is the Peaceful Millionaire Wealth System and why is that different? And the answer of the difference is brief. You've already seen and gotten to hear like a pretty in-depth thing about what is different, but the difference is depth. The difference is depth. I take you deeper so that you can soar higher faster. And it is that combination of things that, and the work that I do and what I use, that gave me the ability to take all of these dreams, goals, and desires that I had accumulated for years and bring them into my reality in under a year's time, which is remarkable. Oh, why is that blank? Huh. I don't know why that was blank. And my last final thoughts to leave you with is if you are wow, I can't talk all of a sudden. If you are willing to consistently fail forward, the only possible outcome is success. There are going to be times on your journey when it feels like getting started is the hardest thing. There are going to be other times when it feels like continuing is the hardest thing. So I promise you this, if you have the perspective, if you just know that where you are is closer than you've ever been, and you keep going, you will never stop 3 feet shy of gold. And so if you just keep going, if you are willing to consistently fail forward, the only possible outcome is success. It's the desired outcome. And one last little tidbit, a bonus principle inside the book. There are 30 principles of the Peaceful Millionaire, and I'm giving you a bonus principle. It's not even in the book. And the Peaceful Millionaire bonus principle is this: it is what you seek is seeking you. What you seek is seeking you, whether that's more money, a new career, more success, a new romantic partnership, whatever it is that you seek, it is also seeking you. That's my time. I'm Jessa Carter. Love and light.
Oh my gosh, Jessa, that was amazing. I was sitting there listening and I was like, I was trying not to cry because I have my makeup done as you were talking, but the principles that you dropped today were so invaluable. And I can't wait to get to know you even more than we today. But thank you so much for sharing your heart, your knowledge, your experience with us. We appreciate it so much. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I hope that my intention is always for someone to take something meaningful away that impacts their life in a positive way. That's always my hope and my intention. So
thank you. How many of you had your life touched in a meaningful way and you have something that you're going to take away from this? Raise your hands. It was awesome. Seriously, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much. And for anyone who is on tomorrow, we're actually going to be giving you a free gift from Jessa, but you have to be here tomorrow to get the free gift. So make sure that you're here so that you can get a free gift from her. But Jessa, thank you again so much for such an amazing hour. It flew by. It was like snap of a finger.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
That makes me happy. I'm so grateful to be here. I look forward. I hope I see all of you again. I hope I get to hang out with you again.
You definitely will. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Who might want to hang out with Jessa in real life one day soon? How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? Oh, I know, 100, 10. For all of you who are saying 10, that's a trick. Whenever I say on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't mean 1 to 10, but that's cool. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You are so, so welcome. Nothing brings me more joy.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. So how amazing has today been for you guys? Like, do you feel like you have had the foundation set for you? Let's talk about what the people that we've had speak. We're still waiting for one of our final special guests to arrive. But let's talk about today. Okay. How many of you, when you were listening to Robert Galinsky talk about improv, you're like, okay, you know what? This is something I can apply to my life right now. How many of you are saying yes to opportunities? If you're going to say yes to opportunities, type yes or yes in the comments. Type yes or yes in the comments. Then we had the opportunity to hear from Jane today, and she talked about my biggest takeaway. And I'll have you guys share your biggest takeaways in a few minutes. But my biggest takeaway from Jane today was just how she's building her network, like how she's building her network, how she does research so that she's educated on the entertainment industry, right? Then we had Mr. Michael Fomkin came on and talked to us about what type of model you are. How many of you are so excited? You know what? I am a model. I am a model. Then we had Alicia came and spoke with the one and only Tanya Kleckner, which was absolutely amazing. 2 straight shooters just giving you the absolute truth about the entertainment industry. She also had the opportunity to interview Mr. Ryan Colby as well, which is always a joy because, you know, he just loves to be on point and just lay things out the way that they are. Then we had the opportunity to hear from Sage. How many of you wrote down hero and now understand what your why needs to look like to change not only your life, but the lives of around you? And then we heard from Jessa, and how many, like, seriously, if you didn't leave that hour changed in some way, I don't know what to tell you, but I know I was listening in the background and it completely impacted me and the way that I see things. And for that, I will be forever grateful. So now, Alicia, we have a fun exercise we're going to be doing here. Are you ready?
I was born ready.
I know you were born ready. So this is something new that we're going to introduce, and it's called the model garage. So when you think of the word garage, what do you guys think of? What do you think of when you think of the word garage? Cars? What happens in garages? Storage space? I think of transformations, because I know in my dad's garage, things that go in there always come out differently. So what we're going to do is we are going to choose, or let you guys choose, someone to put on the hot seat. How many of you want to be on the hot seat and get some transformation in your life? Yeah, anyone? All right, if that sounds like you, then what I want you to do is raise your Zoom hand. We're going to work with 3 people today. Raise your Zoom hand. I think one of the things I'm going to say, though, is I need to be able to see you. Like, Cynthia, your lighting is like, you're like in the witness protection program. So we're not looking to transform someone in the witness protection program. Sorry. All right. So Alicia, you see the people with their hands raised. Who would you like to choose? Oh, did I? Okay. Alicia Kabak, are you still here?
Oh, sorry. I was texting Ryan.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for the one and here he is, everyone.
Oh, fashionable. Everybody.
This is going to be so much better than if I were to do this. All right, Mr. Ryan Colby, please unmute yourself.
How dare you mute him, Deneen?
I mute everyone. It's nothing personal.
He mutes me all the time.
Are you there, Mr. Colby?
Colby, we can't see
It's
you.
Michael's task. Doing model.
What? Oh, there he is.
Ryan, where are you?
I got a text. I'm in the
What?
dining room.
We cannot hear you.
That's where I am.
I know, but we're having trouble hearing you is what I'm trying to say to you.
Wait, what?
It's late.
I don't see how. Hello?
Can you guys hear him okay, or is it?
Hello?
Is it just us, or are you
doing weird things? It does happen.
Hello?
Oh,
What is going on?
I don't know. Log off and come back. Log off, come back.
It's like the beginning of the craziness of 2020 has not taught us how to use Zoom. All right, who loves technology as much as I do? Technology is awesome until it's not. Awesome. All right. So Alicia, why don't we do this?
What?
Why
You
don't
wanna
we
pick a
choose
couple people?
Yeah, why don't we choose someone to highlight? And then when Mr. Colby comes back, we can start our exercise. And in the meantime, this is what I want you guys to know too. Stay on till the end. We have a free gift for you this evening. Okay. We're going to give you guys a free gift. We're going to show you how you can enter to win a free photo shoot in New York. And we're also going to show you how you can enter to win the personalized coaching. So you have to make sure that you stay on till the end through technical fun and all. All right, Alicia, choose your first person to put on the hot seat.
Jenna Sakel.
Okay,
Hi,
Jenna
Jenna.
Sakel, unmute yourself.
I got it.
You did it. Good job. Good job. I believed in you the whole time.
I didn't. I'm just kidding.
How's
I like the
everyone doing today?
camouflage for boot camp because that's awesome.
Awesome. All right. So, Jenna, tell us a little bit about where you are right now and where you want to go.
I am wanting to get into modeling and I'm wanting to inspire other humans. Them are my two things. And I absolutely hate my job and how am I going to get out? That's where I'm at right now. And I'm struggling right now. What do I do? That's where I am at.
Okay. Welcome to the garage. So let us know, what are you doing right now to get from where you are to where you want to go?
I am working on my book and I'm starting to learn. I'm exercising because I was told when I was out in LA that I need to do Pilates to lose some weight. And I am totally cool with that because I knew it. I just needed someone else to say it to me. And what else am I doing? My husband is helping me do posing stuff for me. That's what I'm at right now. Oh, and I'm doing a resume to get me out to some 10, is it 9? 9 places, local dealerships for Ford to get me into a commercial. That's what I'm working on.
That's awesome. All right, Dr. K-Back.
Okay. So I hear the husband in the background. Hi, hubby. Everybody say hi, Jenna.
He's over cooking. So
oh, cool. That's cool. All right. So okay. I do you want me to sugarcoat or do you want me
of course not. Because how am I going to learn?
Okay. Is your husband in the industry?
No.
Okay, so why the hell would you ever ask him advice on posing?
Because with just
no.
Okay, shut up. I'm shutting up.
Up, it's Colby.
Oh, there he is. Hi, Mr. Colby. He's back.
Live the queen. Okay, so Jenna, we know Jenna. She was just
I heard everything she said. I was waiting to.
Oh, sorry, sir. Okay, so Jenna's getting advice from the husband how to pose. So I was correcting that issue. Not saying we don't love hubby, we do.
No, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
When it comes
Let
to
her finish,
posing,
Allie. Let her finish. That's not what she meant.
No, the posing that you guys sent me, like the pose guide you guys sent me. I'm like, what does this one look good with for me? Or this one? That's what I'm going by, not just him telling me to pose like this by any means.
Okay. So Ryan, I'm gonna put her in the hot seat with you.
Okay.
We're putting her into you know those shows on like TLC where they find something.
No, actually, it's funny that you mentioned this because I actually had a conversation about this yesterday with City TV.
Okay, well, great. So let's put Jenna in the hot seat. So how can we help Jenna get on that path to success?
Okay, so the hubby helping you with poses is great, but him, no advice from him. Secondly, for physicality wise, you have actually a really good haircut. You need to get rid of the glasses.
Okay.
Immediately. The glasses don't work. I mean, if you can't see without them, find another way to live. Like contacts, etc., etc.
Okay.
I'd have to see your figure. Can you stand up real fast?
I'm in sweatpants.
That's okay. That's okay. No, the outfit is incidental.
Yeah.
Just to see. Okay, so you're athletic. You have a good figure, like a size 7'8". So you have a good figure, and that's great. How tall are you?
5'3".
5'3". Okay, so you're like, an athletic, 40-something woman who is on the go and, living her life. You could be a, professor. You could be a mom. You could probably go into the late 30s. You could, be a young mom, you could be an older mom if you have an older kid, you could be a professor, you could be the head of a doctor, head of a hospital. There's lots of looks that you could pull off. So you're actually a pretty good candidate. You have the good foundation for lifestyle work.
Okay.
Just a few grooming things. You're good, don't touch it, don't play games with it, don't color it, don't,
Okay.
you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Got it. Understand.
And Ryan, what do you envision her doing? Like, okay, so you said like more commercial print catalog, right? Jenna, where do
Yes.
you live?
In Detroit.
Okay. Is
Pretty
there
much.
work in Detroit, or what would she need to
There's
do?
no work in Detroit, but there's work in Chicago. There's
Mhm.
work here in the, I mean, not here. I always keep thinking I'm in New York, even though I'm not.
I do the same
There's
thing.
work in New York.
Where are you?
But there really isn't any work in Detroit. I mean, Detroit used to be cute in the 70s and 80s. They had modeling agencies and they had local stuff going on, but I think those days are over. But there is stuff in Chicago for women like her. Actually, Chicago would be a pretty good market for you as far as like lifestyle. They do a lot of wedding things there. They do a lot of, you know, there's a lot of lifestyle stuff going on in Chicago. Pharma jobs, pharmaceutical. So Chicago would probably be your closest city to attempt to do this.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Then I'm going to start doing Chicago instead of
But
Detroit.
ultimately, if you want to take this extremely seriously, it would be LA. You're more of an LA woman,
Okay.
if that's the answer to the question. Ultimately, you'd have to be in LA. I'm not saying you need to be in LA by Monday morning, but ultimately, if you want to take this seriously, your brain would have to assimilate to the fact that you're more of an LA type of commercial model.
Now, when you say LA type, why not New York? Can you tell us? Can you take us into that beautiful mind of
Why
yours?
not New York?
Yeah.
Um,
I love when you do this. So I
It's
want
probably because of her look. Her look is more Californian, the athletic body, the athletic look, the demeanor that she's giving off on the Zoom call so far is more of an LA vibe. Now, if she's a very good actress and she's very strong and she reads and she's very dramatic and she can actually deliver the goods when it comes to reading and acting, then I could switch my mind and she would be a candidate to be great for both coasts. But I'd have to hear her read or see her reel
I
in
need
order
help.
to.
I need help with that. I need help with
Okay.
that.
So while you're needing that help, you need to be in LA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. So tell dad in the kitchen that that's the goal. Make sure he
That is
comes
the
up
goal,
with that.
honey.
That would be the ultimate goal, is to be in Los Angeles, because you could work without knowing how to read well in LA. And meanwhile, you can work on that.
Okay. I appreciate you. Appreciate all the feedback, and I'm not going anywhere soon.
Oh, no. And then, yeah, like you don't have to be here Monday. But if you want to take this very seriously, you'd have to move to LA.
Okay. Perfect. Appreciate you.
Good. Jenna, did you wear glasses in any of your photos?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay.
These are just actually readers because you guys are totally blurry. I can't see.
No. I get that people have to wear them. They just don't photograph nicely.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
Thank you. All right. Next candidate, Masharad. Fan favorite.
Next candidate.
Hello, sir.
I like Monserrat. He's good for. I already told him what he's good for person.
I know, but nobody
But
else
I'll
knows
do
what
it.
he's good for. So you like ruined Christmas.
We know he's good for a lot of things, but for the purpose of the model garage.
I understand.
Beep,
I
beep.
understand.
He's pulling in, Ryan.
Model garage. Actually, that's a cute name. Who came up with that, Michael?
Mr. Michael Pumpkin did.
It's a cute name. One of the cuter ones he's come up with. I like it.
I'll tell him you approve.
What was I saying? Okay, so
All right,
Masharad.
Masharad, where does he fit in?
He's young, he's tall, he's thin. He falls under the worldwide category where he would be able to travel. And in fact, I actually told him he's kind of like the boy that I have in LA that shouldn't be here. He's more of an East Coast European type of model. But because he has really good skin and teeth, and he looks a little friendlier when he smiles and serious, there is work for him in Los Angeles. But I wouldn't like put all my eggs in that basket because he is a little too skinny for LA and a little too tall. The LA models at work are mostly shorter and more athletic looking. He doesn't really fall into that guise. He falls into the guise of a fashion boy. So he would have to make his way to New York, Paris, London, that situation.
Mashrad, is that what you wanted to hear? I mean, that's a pretty good option.
Yeah, that's really good. That sounds good.
And
to me.
you also have to get rid of the glasses, but we already know this.
I mean, I can see with them or without them, so I just wear them just to wear them.
Yeah,
I can see our talent getting into accidents because Ryan Colby told them to be fashionable.
I'm talking about for the industry, not for
I
life.
know. I know. And how old are you, Mashrad?
I'm 20.
20.
And
So
he's a
is it-
perfect age because he's an adult, kind of. They don't need parental assistance. So agencies like that, they don't want to bring mom and dad over to Paris. They don't want to deal. They don't want to speak to them. They don't want to hear from them. They just want to bring the talent over.
All right. So perfect, Mashrad. Gryffindor. Okay. Let's do, is it Anais? Did I say that right? I hope I did. Wait, I'm gonna ask to unmute.
Unmute her.
Oh, there
I
she
asked
is.
her to unmute.
Yeah, so it's Anais.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay.
And
Introduce
where is
yourself
she?
very
I
quickly.
hear her, but I don't see her.
How old are you? Where are you located?
I am 31 and I'm located in Minnesota.
Okay. How tall are you?
Okay.
5'4.5".
Okay.
Can you smile? Okay. Can you turn your head to the side, left or right? Okay. She's great. You got an excellent face for commercial and television. If you can read nicely for hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear
Yes,
you
sir.
now.
Hello, can everyone hear
Yes,
me?
yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just got some weird notice on my screen. I said you have a great look. You're great for television, film. You have a really excellent film face. Like I can see you doing lots of television and lots of commercial print. You're not a high fashion model because of your height and your age, but that's okay because there's way more money in television and film. and you have a good voice, you have good teeth, you have good skin, you have good features. Can you stand up quickly?
Did Deneen tell you guys to wear pants or not? Right? Thank
Oh,
God.
Jesus, no. I hope you did. Okay, great. Yeah, great. You're athletic as well. So as just like the other woman, so that's a great thing because you're not a stick, and they can easily dress you, and yeah. So those are all great things, and you can play younger. You said you're 31. I would believe it if you told me you were 23, 25. I would buy it. And plus they can make you look like that with lighting, hair and makeup. They can definitely young you down, a good 8 to 10 years with lighting and stuff. So you could be someone's daughter, you could be the girlfriend, you could be the trophy wife, you could be the vixen. In fact, as I'm looking at you, no offense, but you look like a vixen, and that would be genius for like a Tyler Perry, be the massive bitch in the show. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a good, juicy dialogue.
And it pays
So like,
very
how would
well.
you orchestrate her professional photo shoot if she were to come out to you? What would she wear?
Oh, she was shooting?
Yeah, if she was shooting with you.
Black, lots of black, dresses, not too glamorous, but nice dresses. That's I don't know, that's hard to say verbally, but I would have to see them first. I would do your hair down, back, but I would also have it down to show the length. But that look that you have going on right now is fine. It's just the bun is it ages you. So I would have the hair down in a low pony or even a mid pony. And the makeup similar to what you're already doing on your face, like simple Vixen makeup. I know that's hard to explain, but I know what it looks like. So I would instruct the person to do Vixen makeup, which is, if they're working makeup artists, they know what that is. And that's it. I would do blacks and navies with you. I would keep it not sad, but bitchy, and sell that point, because you have that face and you might as well use it because it's not anywhere. I have the same face, so join the club.
I'm joining. Yeah.
Welcome to the rest
Ryan,
of
I'm sorry. What did you say your skincare regimen is? Because it's just so flawless.
No, it is flawless. I know, but I'm saying her facial features have more of a. I really can't even describe the word. It's kind of like, I have the same facial features where it isn't inviting. It's not super friendly. And I made a whole video.
I like to call it the boss face.
Yeah. And that's fine. There is nothing wrong with that. If some people get intimidated, some people get like self-conscious about it. I work the hell out of that, especially if I was a female. If I was a female and had a resting and had like that, more of an intimidating bitchy face, please, there'd be no stopping me.
I'm in sales, so.
Exactly. And it helps with sales. If you're selling stuff, that's the face you got to have, because you need people to open up that wallet and give me a credit card.
Gotcha.
So that's a good thing. Good thing.
Yes.
Okay, you said she's more New York or LA?
She's both. She's both. She could pull off both. Because she can be friendied up, which is a term, like she can be softened up and friendied up, where this isn't permanent. It's not like, a cemented thing on her. It can be friendied up for LA with the athletic body. She could do, stuff athleisure. She could do bridal. She could do bridesmaid stuff, bridal stuff. And with a nice smile and a different hairdo, she looks like a completely different person. And that's for LA. And for New York, she could look serious, intimidating, bitchy, power girl, power bitch. And that's for New York. And so she's good for both cities.
Okay, good. Perfect.
But I would start in LA because there's more film and TV in LA overall than New York. I mean, there's plenty in New York, but to start, it's a little, it's just more going on here. So I would start in LA, but always keep both cities in mind, because you can successfully work in both.
That's awesome. Thank you.
I love the model garage.
Okay.
Yay.
We're going to do one bonus model garage.
What does that mean?
Jessa Carter, who
one more person.
What?
One more person.
Yeah, one more person. So Jessa, we would love you to unmute yourself, and we would love you to be our next guest on the Model Garage.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You asked and we answered, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's just proof of the universe, right? Like, ask and you shall receive.
Yep.
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi. So hi. How tall are you and how old?
I am 5'6" and I'm 40.
5'6" and 40. Okay. Well, you have a youthful demeanor. Just the way you speak is a little younger. So I would play that up, and you look younger. I would wear less makeup and just try and play that 30-year-old, 32-year-old, maybe a recent lawyer, a recent doctor, a young mom, a wife, those kinds of roles, maybe a young professor. Those kinds of things you could get away with. Again, I would lose the glasses for print and for television. Let them put them on you if that character needs it. But I wouldn't ever go into an audition with glasses. Just something that I wouldn't do. The hair color is a little dark. The hair color is a little dark for your skin. I would warm it up a bit. It's a little. I don't know what color that is, but I would warm it up a little bit just so it isn't so heavy on your skin here. It just looks almost black. Maybe it's the lighting, maybe it's your living room or wherever you're at, but it just looks really dark. But that's an easy fix. It's an hour of your time in the salon. And I would trim the hair. It's a little long for your frame. You have very narrow shoulders and very pointy shoulders, and the hair is dragging you down. So I would trim it up to maybe the collarbone and take nice photos and get going. Now, as far as what city you'd be good for, I would start you in New York because of your frame. Your frame is a little more New York. So I would start you there if you can read well and if you can deliver dialogue well. If for some reason you can't, then I would make sure you have a good, strong book and you could be in LA for print. So yeah, that's
So
what I would do.
So cool. I'm already in New York, so that helps.
Okay,
That
great. I would start in New York if I were you, because your look would probably sell better there unless you can't read. And if for some reason you can and you can't deliver the goods dialogue wise, then you would have to rethink that and go to New York. I would go to LA, because not knowing how to read strong plays better here than in New York. If you can't read strong in New York, they will destroy you and ruin your day.
Can you give us the definition of read strong? Like what do you mean
Meaning
by
I
read?
should be able to hand you 2 pages of dialogue and you should be able to do it in an hour or 2.
Memorized
Memorized and ready to go in about 2 hours max, especially if it's very generic, hi girl, hi mom, hi dad dialogue. Like it can't be something serious. Like if it's like really gut-wrenching and serious, and that's different, you get, agents or casting directors will give you more time. But if it's like generic dialogue, like you're sitting at the dinner table talking to your husband, you have 2 hours. So that's what I mean by reading.
Got it. Okay, perfect. How many of you guys think you need some work on reading? Let me see. Do you feel as though you need work on reading? Type, I need some work, or I'm right where I need to be. I don't know.
Everyone thinks they're where they need to be, but I bet you if we played a little game of,
Well, you've had some really attractive people over the years, Ryan, and sometimes they just don't read well. And
that's true. I agree.
Let's read out loud.
If they don't read well, then, I work with them on it. I'm excellent at that. I'm very, very good with reading. I'm very good with memorization of dialogue. I'm very good with making sure you get it right. So if someone isn't good at it and I feel that they have a little bit of potential, then I'll work with them. But that's different, because if they're one of my talent, I literally will work with them on it 7 days a week and they're not getting out of it,
Cool.
Awesome.
All right. That was so fun.
How many of you would like to do this again tomorrow? Do you think maybe we should do Model Garage Part 2 tomorrow? If you do, type Model Garage in the comments. I enjoyed it. I can't wait to see this again tomorrow. All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for coming back. I'm glad we figured out our technical, whatever was going on.
Sorry, I was running late.
You know how I feel about people that are late, Ryan Colby. But
I
we're
do
gonna
not
forgive you
like
because
it.
you're Ryan
It's
Colby.
called life.
There's a difference.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Ryan, we will see you tomorrow. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow. So everyone, if you want to hang out with Ryan Colby again, tomorrow is the day. So Ryan, thank you so much for being here, putting people in the hot seat, dropping some truth today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow, sir.
Yeah, we should spend a full hour doing this. It's like, I could pop out 12 people in an hour. It's not that
Okay,
hard.
well, maybe we'll pop out 12 people in an hour at the end of the day tomorrow.
Maybe
Possibilities are
even,
endless.
15 if it's just quick. Yeah.
Okay.
A dozen, a baker's dozen.
We love it. That's awesome. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time. Have an amazing evening. We'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Okay, see you.
Bye.
Okay, thanks. Okay, bye.
Oh my gosh, what a tremendous day has this been? Like, do you guys feel like you had a foundation set for you? If you feel like you had a foundation set, type foundation in the comments.
I feel like today was about like clearing the forest, even though we all have an idea of what like we want to build, but we had to clear the forest first in order to build, which tomorrow we will do.
Yeah. Tomorrow we're building everything. Tomorrow's transformation day.
I'm so excited.
So I know Mike said this, and I feel like I didn't say this morning, but the one thing I can guarantee you is that if you played full, how many of you played full out today? If you feel like you played full out, type all in the comments. If you played full out today, and then you come back tomorrow and you play full out, I can promise you that your life will never be the same again. Whether this is the first time you've been with us or you've been with us multiple times, we have an amazing lineup of speakers tomorrow. We have someone who specializes in body language who's going to be here tomorrow. We have another top LA, New York agent, as well as Ryan Colby coming back. Tomorrow we have a tremendous lineup of people. But before we go, we have some gifts we would like. Is it okay if we give you a gift today? If you want a gift, type gift in the comments. So I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you guys a little bit of a challenge, because that's who I am. It's what I do. So this is what I want you guys to do. Does everyone have their phones? If you have your phone, please take your phone out. If you're on your phone, you could type down the instructions, and then you can, what you can do is you can do this afterwards. Okay. But what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a free gift. And I'm going to give you a challenge, because I know we talked about today about a free photo shoot in New York. How many of you guys would love to have a free photo shoot? Raise your hand. Yes. And just so you know, if you've already won a free photo shoot, you can't win a second free photo shoot. Okay. One gift per person, but we are also going to open up the opportunity. If you've already won the free photo shoot, if you were in Hollywood and you got the free photo shoot, we're going to open up the opportunity for you to get some personalized acting coaching. How many of you could use how many of you can use a little sharpening of your acting skills? Right? Yes, of course. Okay. So in order to either win the free photo shoot or to be in the running for the acting coaching, I need you to complete this challenge. Okay. So everyone has their phone out. What I need you to do is type in 26786 in your phone. I'll type it in here, 26786. And then what I want you to do is send the word fame, text the word fame. Hold on. To 26786. Okay, text the word fame to 26786. And what we're going to do, you're going to get early access to our new book, Finding Fame. Okay. And what you're going to do is I want you to read the first chapter of the book. So your homework assignment this evening is to fame, Kim, not pain, fame, F-A-M-E, fame. So what I want you to do is text the word fame to 26786. Yep, that's perfect. You're going to put in your email, your information, and you're going to get a sample of the book. Okay. And what I want you to do is I want you to read the first chapter of Finding Fame. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go into our Facebook community, the Model Search America Facebook community, and I will drop that link for you. And what I want you to do is I want you to write a paragraph on what you learned. What was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest takeaway from the first chapter of Finding Fame? Okay, and I just dropped the link for the Facebook community. So if you're not a part of the Facebook community, join it. I will let you in as soon as we're done this call. So, but what I want you guys to understand is two things. First of all, you have to show up tomorrow for your own success. You've already been here since 11 a.m. Eastern. It has been a marathon of a day. This has been a boot camp of all boot camps. Okay. So tomorrow you have to show up for your own success. Again, what you're going to do is go into that Facebook community that I just dropped, and you're going to share a paragraph. What were your biggest takeaways from the first chapter of the book? Okay. And in order for you to win one of those prizes, you have to be here until the end of the day tomorrow. And the good news is at the end of the day, we're having Model Garage Part 2 with Alicia Kabak and Ryan Colby. All right. Does anyone have any questions, any comments On a scale of 1 to 10, how was today for you? Do you feel transformed? Do you feel like, has your mind been blown? Do
My
you
mind
feel like,
hurts.
I know mine too. My feet a little bit too. But you know what? When you show up for yourself, great things happen. Everything you want is on the other side of showing up for yourself. Okay. So today was an awesome day. I'm so excited to see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is a brand new day. Don't forget, it is daylight savings time. So guess what? We're going to get 1 extra hour apart, unfortunately, so we can rest up 1 extra hour. Okay. So make sure you change your clocks back. Let's fall back. And if you're in Philly, cheer really hard for the Phillies because I want a game 7 tomorrow night. Do you have anything to add, Alicia?
No. I loved today. It was amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed your day, and I expect to see each and every one of you back tomorrow, because if you want to be all in, you gotta prove it. It's called show business.
Yep. Awesome. All right, guys. So we're excited to see you. We will see you tomorrow. The doors open at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I just want to leave you guys with just a thought before we go. Okay. I just have one final thought before we go, and then I will let you guys all go for the evening. Okay. So I have a question for you. Did you take notes today? Did you take notes with an outcome in mind? When we write how we feel, we create a space, a marker where we can come back and re-anchor ourselves to that feeling. So this evening, what I want you to do is I want you to be sure to take some time to reflect on today. Make sure you capture those moments that impacted you today. You can write them down, record a video, and then I recommend either you share it with the world or share it with someone that you love. Because what I want you to do is I want you to begin to create the anchors of transformation, empowerment, and focus that you can share with others. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow you're going to have the opportunity to get signed by an agency. You're going to meet amazing people. You're going to dive deep into the entertainment industry and meet more incredible agents and industry experts, and that are going to be here to share their keys to success. So what I want you to do is get some rest, get yourself into a state where you're ready to break through, because tomorrow is Transformation Day. Doors open at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will see you then. Have a great night, everyone. Bye. Good night.
Night,
Thank you
everybody.
guys for being here and showing up for yourselves.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.